Gold tycoon in America in 1850. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 The First Chinese Governor. Oklahoma City is so beautiful. It is now mid to late April. Oklahoma City is a typical Mediterranean city. The temperature of about 20 degrees gives people a very comfortable feeling. Oklahoma City has high mountains, streams, valleys, and dense forests. The natural scenery alone is pleasing to the eye. Now is not the most beautiful time in Oklahoma City. Suzuki pointed to the mountains and forests behind him and said, "When it snows in winter, the mountains and forests behind us are like a fairyland in a painting. It is very beautiful." "I came at the wrong time," Liang Zhao smiled. "Not really," Suzuki said. "Oklahoma City has its own advantages in every season. Now is more suitable to go to the beach in the west to catch the sea, swim, and invite a few friends to eat seafood and drink some wine. Tisk 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 tisk, you live a life like a god." Liang Zhao was a little envious of Suzuki's life. His life was much more comfortable than his. "After coming to Oklahoma City, I know what life is like for human beings," Suzuki said with emotion. "Now when I think of the days I spent in the first half of my life in the Qin dynasty, it was not a life for human beings, but a life for animals." The 4-year experience in America has made Suzuki realize a lot. Getting rich and being elected as the mayor of a city are things he never dared to dream of before, but now they have all come true. "Then be a good mayor and let more people live the life that people should live." Liang Zhao patted Suzuki on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't let down the trust of the people of Oklahoma City." After visiting the industrial zone and lumber mill in Oklahoma City, Liang Zhao had a general understanding of the situation in Oklahoma City and the entire state of Oregon. Oregon is also developing in the direction of industrialization, but due to the limitation of funds and population size, the industrialization process in Oregon is not as fast as that in California. Oregon relies on California in its economic structure, and the politicians in the state also have a close relationship with the California Consortium and are even directly members of the California Consortium. Oregon has actually become a satellite state of California. In the evening, Suzuki and local dignitaries in Oklahoma City invited Liang Zhao and others to have a meal of local river fish, which were basically caught from nearby streams and lakes, showing the richness of local products. Salem, the capital of Oregon, is only a little more than 100 kilometers away from Oklahoma City. It takes less than 4 hours to reach Salem by train, which is very convenient. When Liang Zhao just arrived in Salem, Oregon was in the last round of the gubernatorial election. The results of senators, congressmen, state speakers, and secretaries of state have been released, and the final gubernatorial election is now underway. The two candidates are Wu Yuanhu and Thomas. Local reporters in Oregon and reporters from California gathered in front of the Simple Capitol building in Oklahoma, waiting for the final result. This is an election without suspense. Oregon has a high proportion of Chinese voters. Wu Yuanhu can win the gubernatorial election as long as he performs normally. Thomas must know this, and he is just a formality on the surface to accompany Wu Yuanhu. An hour later, the results of the election came out, and Wu Yuanhu was elected governor of Oregon as he wished, becoming the first Chinese governor in the United States. Wu Yuanhu walked out of the Parliament building triumphantly and accepted interviews from reporters. "Congratulations, Governor Wu." After the interview, Liang Zhao congratulated Wu Yuanhu. "You kept clamoring to buy an official position, but you never thought that you would become a governor today. If you hadn't led the Chinese Chamber of Commerce to raise $1.5 million in reclamation funds to encourage Chinese people to settle in Oregon, there would be no Oregon today, and there would be no me today," Wu Yuanhu said. After all, this governor was bought with money. Wu Yuanhu was grateful to Liang Zhao. The large-scale reclamation of Oregon by the Chinese began on January 20, 1852. At that time, Liang Zhao published an article "Go to Oregon" in the California Daily, encouraging some immigrants to go to Oregon to settle. At that time, in order to support the settlement activities of Chinese immigrants in the Oregon area, Liang Zhao not only physically eliminated the fanatical racist Burnett, he took the lead in setting up a special reclamation fund and raised $1.5 million to provide material guarantees for the development of Oregon. You have to know that it was in 1852, When California had only been established for 2 years, and California also needed a large number of immigrants and funds for large-scale development. It was under such circumstances that Liang Zhao squeezed out some immigrants and precious development funds for the Oregon region. A $1.5 million reclamation fund in exchange for a governor is worth it, Liang Zhao said as he walked. From the development in 1852 to the present, the value created by Oregon has far exceeded $1.5 million. Even from the perspective of commercial investment, Liang Zhao's investment in Oregon is definitely a very successful investment. Moreover, as an independent political entity, Oregon can also benefit from Liang Zhao politically. For example, Oregon has 2 senators and 3 representatives in Congress, which cannot be measured by a mere $1.5 million. Oregon's 5 seats in Congress, 2 senators and 3 representatives, plus California's 8 seats in Congress, 2 senators and 6 representatives. The Civic Party representing the Chinese in the West has more than 10 seats in Congress for the first time, reaching 13 seats. 13 congressional seats are already a political force that cannot be ignored in American politics. It's not easy to be an official in the United States. Oregon has just been established, and 5 congressmen have just been elected, and the free states in the East have sent telegrams to pressure us to express our position, Wu Yuanho said. Congress will vote on the bill to establish the Free State of Kansas, and the free states ask us to vote in support of them on this bill. Wu Yuanho has been in the United States for 6 years, and he knows how American politics work. This vote is not difficult to vote. The South has established 2 new slave states on the Mexican land it has just occupied. There is absolutely no reason for the free states to establish only Oregon as a free state, Liang Zhao said. How can there be 2 systems in one country? If the state system is not stable, how can one country, 2 systems be maintained for a long time? I think the issue of slavery or abolition is not something that can be resolved by both sides sitting down and discussing it calmly. There must be a war between the North and the South. As a political novice, Wu Yuanho also thinks it is absurd for the United States, as a unified political entity, to tolerate the existence of 2 political systems for a long time. It would be great if we could abstain from voting, so as not to offend both sides. We not only have trade with the North, but also with the South. If we cast this vote of support, the Southerners will be unhappy and will not do business with us. What should we do then? Chapter 477 Who is the boss of the West Coast? California doesn't worry about this problem, so why should Oregon worry? Liang Zhao asked Wu Yuanho to relax. Our market is not only in the South. We can live without the South, and the South cannot live without us. Some products in California are irreplaceable, which is the confidence of Liang Zhao to say this. Kerosene, Vaseline, sewing machines, machine tools, bicycles, arms, etc. These are California's trump cards. Whether in the domestic or foreign markets, the competitiveness is quite strong. At present, there are no similar companies and products that can shake the status of these California trump cards. Maybe I am too worried, Wu Yuanho said. Liang Zhao looked up at the flagpole in the square. There are 2 flagpoles in the center of Salem. One flagpole hangs the American flag, and the other flagpole hangs the Oregon state flag. Is this your state flag? Liang Zhao pointed at the Oregon state flag and said with some laughter. If you only look at the state flag, you will think that our West Coast is a zoo. The state flag of California is a bear flag, and the state flag of Oregon is a beaver pattern with a blue background and a line of the year of statehood. 1856. The state flags of both states have animals on them. Everyone chose it themselves. I wanted to use the phoenix pattern as the state flag, but they thought the beaver could better represent our state of Oregon, Wu Yuanho said helplessly. It's time to change the national flag, Liang Zhao said, glancing at the 31-star flag. Now it has 35 stars. The establishment of the state was in a hurry, and this was overlooked, Wu Yuanho said. How do you plan to develop Oregon during your term? Do you have a plan? You are the first governor of Oregon, and you have to lay the foundation for Oregon's future. The burden on you is not light. And you are the first Chinese governor in the history of the United States. If you don't do a good job as governor, it will leave people with the impression that Chinese people are not good at governing the state, Liang Zhao said. Follow California and formulate a 5-year plan. If you want to get rich, industrialization is the only way out. Wu Yuanho spent most of his life in the Qing dynasty, and he knew the difference between an agricultural country and an industrial country very well. The achievements of California's industrialization also strengthened his determination to industrialize Oregon. He is a staunch supporter of industrialization. Like California, Oregon's state legislature, state government, and state court are all near the Capitol Square, not far away. Wu Yuanhou took Liang Zhao into the state government building. Since he had just been elected governor, Wu Yuanhou had not had time to tidy up his office. His new office was empty, with only a walnut desk, a chair, a bookcase, and a kerosene lamp. It was very simple. Wu Yuanhou asked his assistant to find a map of Oregon, and then he and his assistant nailed the map to the wall with a hammer in one hand and a thumbtack in the other. After nailing the map, Wu Yuanhou clapped his hands and threw the hammer aside. He faced the map and said, "You are from Oklahoma City. I believe Su Zikei also told you that he wants to make Oklahoma City into the Gold Mountain of Oregon." He didn't say it clearly, but he meant it in his words, Liang Zhao said. "That's unrealistic. I've read some of your books and visited Oklahoma City. According to your theory, Oklahoma City doesn't have the same locational conditions as San Francisco. Although Oklahoma City is not far from the ocean, it is not a coastal city after all. There are no big rivers flowing through the city, let alone a big port. The lack of a big port is very fatal. The cost of water transportation is only 1/3 of that of land transportation, or even 1/5. Many of Oklahoma City's commodities are not only transported directly to California by rail, but a large part of them are first transported to Portland by rail, and then shipped from Portland to San Francisco and Los Angeles. Even so, the cost of products exported from Portland to San Francisco and Los Angeles is still comparable to that of products transported directly to San Francisco and Los Angeles by land, or even slightly lower. Wu Yuanhou looked at the map and pointed to Portland on the map. The future of Oregon lies not in Oklahoma City, but in Portland. It is difficult for Oklahoma City to develop into a large industrial city like Jinshan. Looking at the whole of Oregon, only Portland has a chance. After all, Wu Yuanhou was born in Jardine-Matheson, had done international trade, and had seen the world. His vision was much broader than that of Su Zikei. Oklahoma City was able to develop, in large part due to its proximity to California. If it wants to develop into a large industrial center, Oklahoma City, which has no port conditions, will be in trouble. It is no accident that Portland has become the largest city in Oregon, with the most developed manufacturing industry and the most developed economy. It is the result of the combined effect of multiple factors. Wu Yuanhou's tone and attitude seem to indicate that he will vigorously develop Portland during his tenure. "Tell me more in detail." Liang Zhao motioned Wu Yuanhou to continue. Portland is located at the confluence of the Columbia River and the Willamette River. These two rivers have abundant flow and are wide enough for navigation. There are ready-made river ports in the city. The Columbia River and the Willamette River can easily connect to the Pacific trade route and inland waterways. Semler also has a shipping waterway directly to Portland. Moreover, Portland has more flat land and can absorb more people, Wu Yuanhou said. "My idea is to plan a large industrial zone in Portland and focus on the development of Portland. Portland still has great potential to be tapped. Don't just pick out the advantages. What about the disadvantages?" Liang Zhao listened with interest. "The disadvantages are also obvious. Portland lacks easy-to-mine mineral resources, but Portland's proven coal and other mineral deposits can still support the development of Portland's early industrialization." At this point, Wu Yuanhou gritted his teeth and said, "The northern Oregon area north of Portland is rich in mineral resources, but it's a pity that we can't use them. Those Democratic remnants and racists are very rude and unreasonable to us Chinese immigrants. It makes me angry just thinking about it. The northern Oregon area north of Portland is the Washington state area in later generations. As Chinese immigrants gradually spread northward, white racists in the West Coast gradually migrated northward under the call of the Democratic remnants and gathered in a corner of northern Oregon. The history of the Democratic Party on the West Coast is a long story. At the beginning of the establishment of California, Burnett, then governor of the Oregon Territory, was killing Indians in the Oregon area. At that time, Burnett heard that California was going to establish a state, so he wanted to go south to steal the political fruits and rely on the influence of the Democratic Party to turn California into a Democratic state. However, Burnett's conspiracy not only failed, but he was unfortunately killed in the war with the Indians. The leaderless Democratic Party was also completely defeated by Liang Zhao and Fremont's Citizens Party in the political struggle on the West Coast. The local Democratic remnants knew that they were no match for the Civic Party in the West Coast, and it was difficult to confront the Civic Party head-on, so they moved their base to Northern Oregon. These Democratic remnants wanted to use Northern Oregon as a base to establish a so-called Northern Oregon state as a wedge for the Democratic Party on the West Coast. The reason why Oregon failed to include Northern Oregon in the establishment of a state and establish a Greater Oregon state was that the Democrats interfered in Congress. The Democrats also proposed a bill to Congress to establish another state in Northern Oregon. However, this proposal was soon strongly opposed by the mortal enemy Whig Party, and the objective reason that Northern Oregon had a population of only 20,000 and was too far from the threshold of statehood. The proposal to establish a state in Northern Oregon eventually had turned hastily. These white racists in Northern Oregon were very unfriendly to the so-called people of color, and even made bold statements to keep the yellow disaster south of the Columbia River, which was quite arrogant. If you are angry, just beat them up. Don't you have a militia in Oregon? Why are you afraid when you have Big Brother California backing you up? If they are rude and unreasonable, just use the weapons in your hands to beat them until they are friendly and obedient. Let them die the same way their party leader died, Liang Zhao said. A kind horse is ridden by others, and a kind person is bullied by others. Our civic party is not a small party. Why should we be afraid of him? I'm not afraid of provoking a war, but right now we have to focus on development. I'm afraid it will be a bad ending if it gets out of hand, Wu Yuanho said. Portland is right on the Columbia River. If we don't get rid of these Democratic remnants, what development can we talk about? Liang Zhao said. If one militia in Oregon is not enough, then build another one. Oregon is so big, with more than 200,000 men, how can we be afraid of their 20,000 or 30,000 white pigs? We are citizens of the United States, and citizens of the United States have the right to settle down and build a career in any territory of the United States. Just deal with them, and I will find a way to help you clean up the mess. Liang Zhao knew that Wu Yuanho and others were worried that the Democratic Party was one of the two major parties in American politics. If the relationship was too stiff, they were afraid that the Democrats would be disadvantageous to California and Oregon after taking office in the next election. Liang Zhao did not have such concerns. First, the contradiction between the North and the South is now the main contradiction in American politics, and Washington has no intention or energy to get involved in such trivial matters in the West. The two major ruling parties in the United States, the Democratic Party and the Whig Party, can be said to be worse than each other. The Whig Party is about to disintegrate and perish, and the situation of the Democratic Party is not much better. The Democratic Party has a large interest in the southern region and some cities, which makes the Democratic Party tend to protect the interests of the southern region when dealing with problems in the southern region. This greatly displeased the forces in the Democratic Party's northern constituency. Now the Democratic Party itself is also in a state of division and can't take care of itself. The last time the Democratic Party lost a general election, Fillmore of the Whig Party was successfully re-elected, which is enough to show how fragile and unpopular the Democratic Party is. Of course, losing to the Whig Party in the last election is not the most shameful. Historically, the Democratic Party lost to the new Republican Party in the 1860 election, and lost to Lincoln, which was the most shameful. Putting aside the unconstitutional factors of this election, even in the northern constituency where the Democrats are sure to win, Lincoln still defeated Stephen Douglas of the Northern Democratic Party and several other candidates with an absolute advantage despite the Democratic Party's suspected election fraud. Liang Zhao is right. If these grandsons are not dealt with, Wu Yuanho's first 5-year development plan in Oregon and the plan to build the Portland Industrial Zone will probably be difficult to implement smoothly. Development also requires a stable external environment. Those annoying grandsons in Northern Oregon who deserve to be dealt with should really be dealt with to let them know who is the boss of the West Coast. Chapter 478 Crossing the River. The Columbia River is the dividing line between Oregon and Northern Oregon Territory, which is the Washington state region in later generations. This is not only the administrative dividing line between the two places, but also the dividing line between civilization and barbarism, openness and stubbornness, modernity and primitiveness, and development and backwardness. A river divides the north and south banks into two different worlds. The south is the thriving and rapidly developing Oregon, where new immigrants come every day and new buildings are rising from the ground. The North is still a vast land with a lot of resources waiting to be developed. Northern Oregon is also a rich land. There were immigrants who wanted to cross the Columbia River and enter the Northern Oregon region to open up new settlements. Unfortunately, these immigrants were driven back to the South Bank by the unfriendly racism in the Northern Oregon region. They claimed that the Northern Oregon region did not welcome immigrants of color and that Northern Oregon was the Northern Oregon of white people. There have been many conflicts between the two sides because of this. The current governor of the Northern Oregon Territory, Stevens, is a Democrat from Washington, D.C. He saw political opportunities in the conflict between racists and Chinese immigrants in Northern Oregon. He held high the flag of pure Oregon and gathered the whites and racists on the West Coast under his command, attempting to keep colored immigrants from the South Bank of the Columbia River. In the future, he would make the Northern Oregon region a Democratic constituency, expand the power of the Democratic Party, and then strengthen his voice in the party. April 29, 1856, was an ordinary day. Thousands of organized immigrants carried their luggage and took the ferry to the north bank of the Columbia River, a taboo place for Chinese immigrants. The white immigrants in Northern Oregon nearby soon learned of the news. As usual, they threatened these immigrants crossing the river with rifles, trying to drive them back to the South Bank. "You damn yellow monkeys. Get out. Get back to the South Bank. This is Northern Oregon, you are not welcome, get out. Get out. If you don't get out, I will shoot. Don't be ungrateful." The two sides pushed each other, refused to give in, and almost fought. These immigrants were not afraid of the intimidation of the white people in Northern Oregon, and faced with their threats, they had no intention of retreating. Collins, who was mixed in the immigration team, took out his improved camera, set it up and was ready to shoot at any time. "Hey! You damn traitor running dog! Put away your camera quickly, or I will smash your camera to pieces." Collins' camera was still too big and conspicuous, and was soon discovered by a white man. The white man scolded Collins. In the eyes of these racists, Collins, who was mixed in with the Chinese, was naturally a traitor running dog. These racists were very radical. They believed that the white people who lived with the Chinese in the West Coast were all traitors and running dogs. Only the white people who stuck to the pure land of Northern Oregon were the real white people. They were also proud of this. On a loached boat on the Columbia River, Liang Zhao was observing every move of the north coast of Oregon through a telescope. This immigration action was planned by his Wu Yuanhui. He wanted to take this opportunity to complete the last piece of the puzzle in the West Coast and bring the entire West Coast into his sphere of influence. He did not allow the West Coast to have a racist base like the North Oregon region. The immigrants who landed on the North Shore were not pure immigrants. There were 2 battalions of Oregon militia members mixed in this immigrant group. The few observant white people on the North Shore seemed to realize that something was wrong. Compared with previous immigrants, the scale of this immigration was too large, and these immigrants were all young and strong, and some of them had murderous intent in their eyes. These people were definitely not simple immigrants. This was the thought of a few observant white people. "We are American citizens. American citizens have the right to settle in any American territory." The leader of the Chinese immigrants stood up and confronted the immigrants who blocked their northward advance, and threw his ID card in the face of the white leader. In the early history of the United States, there was no paper certificate of nationality. The main way to obtain American citizenship was through the principle of birth or naturalization. From the mid-19th century, some states and cities began to issue their own residence certificates, but these certificates were usually only used to prove identity and residence, and did not include nationality information. California is the state with the most complete household registration system in the United States. Californians' ID cards include detailed information such as nationality, household registration, date of birth, and place of residence. Each citizen is given a unique ID number based on the place of residence, place of birth, and date of birth. The ID card thrown out by the Chinese immigrant leader is a California ID card. "American citizens? Are you also American citizens?" The white leader sneered at this. He snatched the ID card with a sneer and tore it into pieces in front of everyone. "Don't think you are an American just because you hold a piece of paper. We are Americans. I give you 5 minutes. Take your people and roll back to the South Coast immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The white leader's actions won applause from the white people in Northern Oregon. The white leader's actions and words aroused the indignation of the Chinese people. Most of these Chinese immigrants are militiamen and old immigrants of the Oregon militia. Their civic awareness is much stronger than that of new immigrants. Liang Zhao often instilled in immigrants in California that paying taxes means becoming a citizen, and the more taxes you pay, the more honorable you are, and the more rights you can enjoy. Citizenship is also one of the things that these former Qing dynasty cattle and horses value the most. Taxpayers are citizens. You poor guys don't pay as much tax as we do. A bunch of parasites, one of the old immigrants retorted. Damn it. You foreigners deserve a beating, don't you? The leader of the immigrants, whose ID card was torn into pieces, went berserk in an instant, bursting out with Chinese quintessence. Do you know how difficult it is to get a new ID card? White people in Northern Oregon basically don't speak Chinese, but they can still understand some of the Chinese quintessence after being exposed to it. In anger, the two men fought each other. Collins, who was standing by, secretly raised his camera under the cover of Chinese immigrants and recorded this moment. The conflict quickly escalated, and the two sides instantly turned from pushing and shoving to fighting. There were few white people in Northern Oregon, and a fight between 300 and more than 1,000 people was definitely a disadvantage. They were soon at a disadvantage in the fight, and were beaten so badly that they ran away with their heads in their hands, not knowing where to go. In order to regain their ground and control the situation, the white people in Northern Oregon, relying on their guns, fired warning shots into the air, hoping to scare these ignorant Chinese immigrants and make them retreat. This scene was naturally recorded by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Collins. Who would have thought that after hearing the gunshots, these Chinese immigrants not only did not intend to retreat, but became more excited. Brothers. The ghosts fired, they fired first. Grab your weapons and shoot them. After the gunshots, these Chinese immigrants took out long guns and short guns from their luggage. In front of the long guns that were several times larger than their own, the white people in Northern Oregon, who were still aggressive in the last second, instantly wilted like eggplants hit by frost. The Oregon militia disguised as immigrants skillfully disarmed and captured the stunned Oregon white people. 2 months ago, these Oregon militiamen had disarmed Mexicans in Mexico many times, and they were very familiar with this work process. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, Terrifying Speed of Development. General, these are the weapons we seized from those white pigs. After the Oregon militia counted the seized weapons, they sent them to Liang Zhao. White people have derogatory names for Chinese people, and Chinese people naturally have derogatory names for white people. In the early years, the Chinese used to derogatorily call white people ghosts, but due to the existence of extreme racist white people in Northern Oregon, now ghosts has even become a neutral, positive term. Since the earliest immigrants in California were from Fujian and Guangdong, Fujian and Guangdong have strong clan colors and are relatively xenophobic. They usually like to call people outside their circle XX guys and XX boys. The white people on the West Coast have heard it so many times that they don't think there's anything wrong with the term ghosts. Instead, they think this term is quite interesting. As time goes by, the Chinese subtly call white people who are easy to get along with ghosts. The term white pigs replaced the term ghosts and became a derogatory term for unfriendly white people. Liang Zhao's subordinates first heard this term from Liang Zhao. It first appeared in the army and later spread to the people. Liang Zhao looked at these weapons. The white armed forces in Northern Oregon were equipped with a wide variety of weapons. There were all kinds of weapons, including the Walter 1851E rifle and the Springfield M1842 rifle. However, these were not surprising. Liang Zhao secretly supported the Indians in Northern Oregon to fight against the white armed forces in Northern Oregon. These weapons may have been captured by the white armed forces in Northern Oregon from the Indians. As for the Springfield 1842 rifle, it was not surprising that this weapon, which was widely equipped by the U.S. military, appeared here. Liang Zhao's attention was attracted by the other two firearms. One was the Brown Bess rifle, which was outdated and eliminated by the British Army. Liang Zhao saw this rifle very often on the battlefield in Mexico. It was a relatively outdated weapon. It was not surprising that the Brown Bess rifle appeared in the hands of the white armed forces in Northern Oregon, but the appearance of another firearm made Liang Zhao feel intriguing. The other firearm was the Lee Enfield P-53 rifle, also known as Pattern 1853 Enfield. This is a single-shot breech-loading rifle that uses .577 caliber mini bullets. The British only replaced this rifle with the British Army's standard weapon around the Crimean War. This is a relatively advanced weapon. Considering that the area north of northern Oregon is the so-called British Columbia, one can't help but imagine. A new rifle from the British? Are the financial backers behind them British? Wu Yuanho picked up a Lee Enfield P53 rifle and started playing with it. No wonder we have been able to fight the white pigs in northern Oregon, even after giving the Indians such strong support over the years. Liang Zhao did not further expand his influence to the north in his early years. A large part of the reason was that he wanted to keep northern Oregon as a buffer because he considered that there were still border conflicts between Britain and the United States on this section of the Oregon border. I didn't expect the British to be so good at sticking shit in the face. The British meddling in the affairs of the West Coast is a very dangerous signal. In the places where the British have messed up now, after more than 100 years, few places will be safe. The British are not their financial backers, but these people are definitely betraying their own country. We must deal with them, Liang Zhao said. We can't count on the Indians. Even if we give them great support, they may not be able to deal with these white pigs. We have to rely on us to deal with these white pigs in northern Oregon. There are quite a few white people in the Oregon area, about 20,000 to 30,000. The immigrants who came to the West to expand in the early days of the United States were not good people. They were basically marginalized people in society. To put it bluntly, they were prisoners, deserters, fugitives, cowboys and other desperate people. The big guns in the wilderness of the West decades later were considered law-abiding and amiable in front of these people. In front of these people, the cowboys in the West had to call them seniors or even daddy and grandpa. The Indians could not count on them to deal with these organized desperados. They could only rely on themselves. Like the Indians in the Great Plains, the Indians in the West Coast were also full of contradictions. They were scattered and it was difficult for them to urinate in a chamber pot. It was even more impossible for them to spontaneously form a united front. In the war between Indians and whites, it was normal for each tribe to fight on its own. During the westward expansion of the United States, white immigrants and armed forces took advantage of this to provoke civil wars among the Indians, and then took advantage of the situation and defeated them one by one. And this trick has been tried and tested and has succeeded time and time again. What should we do next? Wu Yuanho asked. He and Liang Zhao were not in a relationship of superior and subordinate. Wu Yuanho was the head of a state, but he behaved like a subordinate in front of Liang Zhao. However, Wu Yuanho did not think there was anything wrong. Without Liang Zhao, they would not be where they are today. Send the real immigrants behind to the North Bank by ferry and build houses on the spot, Liang Zhao said to Wu Yuanho. Build brick houses. Don't build temporary wooden houses. This place is only separated from downtown Portland by a river. Portland has no shortage of building materials. Pull as many building materials as you can to the North Shore and let the immigrants use them freely. Build houses quickly. When immigrants from California immigrate to a new place, they generally like to use local materials and build wooden houses as temporary residences with readily available wood. Then, while reclaiming the land, they slowly save money to buy building materials and slowly build their permanent residences. This is how the settlements in California, Oregon, and even many territories around the two states were slowly formed. Okay, Stevens, the territorial governor of Northern Oregon, will probably know about this soon. I will bring the brothers of the Oregon militia to keep watch for the immigrants so that they can build houses with peace of mind, Wu Yuanho said. Okay, I'll go back to Portland to work first. Stevens came and told me immediately that I was the commander-in-chief of the Western region, in charge of the public security in the West, and I was also suppressing this kid on the surface. It would be more appropriate for me to negotiate with him, Liang Zhao nodded and said. After the introduction of the new land bill in 1851, the railway companies in the United States entered a period of wild growth. Railway companies sprang up like mushrooms after rain and thrived. The number of railway companies in the United States also grew from less than 30 in 1851 to more than 70 in 156, and the number of railway companies more than doubled. These are just the number of railway companies that are registered and raised funds on Wall Street. There are countless small railway companies in various places. The railway mileage in the United States also soared from about 8,000 miles in 1851 to about 37,000 miles in 1856. The United States has entered a stage of rapid industrialization, catching up with the European industrial countries on the other side of the strait at a terrifying development speed. This bald eagle, isolated on the edge of the world, is enriching its wings and sharpening its claws with industry. When its wings are full and its sharp claws are exposed, the whole world will tremble. Politicians on the European continent will be surprised to find that what they are facing is not the silly bald eagle in the early 1800s, but a ferocious bald eagle armed to the teeth with industrialization. However, if this bald eagle wants to complete its transformation and grow into a real bird of prey, it needs to remove the inferior feathers called slavery. The Atlantic Railway Company is headquartered in Baltimore, which is also the place where the Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company, the predecessor of the Atlantic Railway Company, was established. The Atlantic Railway Company was a railway company reorganized by Liang Zhao in 1852 after he acquired the Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company and used the company's personnel as the team. The Atlantic Railway Company is the second largest railway company under the American Group and is responsible for the railway business of the American Group in the eastern United States. The person in charge of the operation of the Atlantic Railway Company is the company's president Garrett. Although the Atlantic Railroad Company is the second largest railroad company under the American Group, it is not an unknown small railroad company. As of 1856, there were a total of 5 railroad companies with assets of over $10 million in the United States. These 5 railroad companies are well-deserved giants in the American railroad industry. These 5 railroad companies are the California Railroad Company, the New York Central Railroad Company, the Illinois Central Railroad Company, the Pennsylvania Railroad Company, and the Atlantic Railroad Company. Among them, the California Railroad Company, the New York Central Railroad Company, and the Illinois Central Railroad Company are in the first tier, and are the leading companies in the American railroad industry, and they are the only ones in the first tier. The Pennsylvania Railroad Company and the Atlantic Railroad Company are railroad companies in the same tier. Although the strength of these 2 railroad companies is not as good as the previous 3 leading companies, they have also begun to emerge and are a force that cannot be ignored in the American railroad industry. It is worth noting that during this period, state-owned and state-owned railroad companies appeared in the United States. Like the banking industry, during this period, charter banks in the United States could issue currency and have some central bank functions. These companies that were chartered and held by the government were called chartered railway companies. For example, the Illinois Central Railroad Company, which underwent asset reorganization in 1851, was one of the first chartered railway companies in American history, and the federal government also held a portion of the company's shares. Its main line connects Chicago and New Orleans, as well as other construction involving western pioneering routes, in line with the national strategy of the United States westward expansion. The Florida Railroad Company and the Texas Railroad Company are also examples of this, but these 2 railroad companies are chartered railway companies in Florida and Texas, focusing on railway construction in their own states. It is not difficult to see the differences between the North and the South of the United States from the development of the railway industry. The bourgeoisie in the North is obviously more capable of integrating and dispatching resources than the South, while the slave owners in the South prefer to guard their own small piece of land and fight for their own business, and carry out limited industrialization. Garrett stands on the roof of the headquarters building of the Baltimore Atlantic Railroad Company. The Atlantic Railroad's headquarters building is the tallest building in Baltimore. Standing on the top of the headquarters building, you can see the whole city and feel like you are looking down on all the mountains. The Atlantic Railroad is the only railroad company in Maryland with assets exceeding $10 million. The height of this headquarters building also represents the height of the Atlantic Railroad and Garrett himself in Maryland. Garrett looked at the Baltimore Central Station not far away. This is the railway hub of Maryland. There are railways entering and leaving the station almost every moment, which is very busy. And this busy and priceless train station belongs to the Atlantic Railroad. Who would have thought that the Atlantic Railroad, which is now in its heyday in Maryland and has a place in the whole of America, was a railroad company that had spent its initial capital of $3 million and was about to go bankrupt 4 years ago. "Sir, are you looking for me?" Garrett's right-hand man, Zeiss, walked towards Garrett. The wind on the top floor was very strong, and Zeiss's half-long blonde hair was blown a little messy by the wind. Chapter 480, Unpredictable. The boss sent a telegram asking you to report back to the group headquarters in California, Garrett said to Zeiss. You have accumulated enough work experience at the Atlantic Railway Company, and now you are able to return to the boss and become the boss's right-hand man. Zeiss worked as Garrett's assistant for a year, and Garrett was very satisfied with Zeiss's work ability and attitude. The boss still had a keen eye for talent and was particularly accurate in judging people. Since Garrett entered the business world, there were only two assistants he was most satisfied with, and they were Carnegie and Zeiss. Thank you for giving me a chance to exercise. When Zeiss learned that Liang Zhao asked him to report back to the group headquarters in California, he was ecstatic, but he still controlled his emotions well and expressed his gratitude to Garrett. Over the past year, Garrett has taken good care of Zeiss's work and life. Zeiss was also very grateful for Garrett's appreciation and care for him. You have strong work ability, and your future will be brighter when you return to the boss. This time I go back, I have a few things to tell you, or to be more precise, I want to ask you for help. Garrett kept his attitude low, not like he was talking to a subordinate at all. If you have any questions, just tell me directly. We are all from the same group, so asking for help would be a bit awkward, Chase said very politely. This is my application to join the party. I want to join the civic party. Please give it to the boss and show him my determination to join the party. Garrett handed the application to Chase in an envelope. Maryland is a Democratic constituency and the traditional sphere of influence of the Democratic Party. To be honest, if Garrett wants to enter politics, the Democratic Party is a good choice. It's just that the Democratic Party in 1856 was really unpopular. The Kansas-Nebraska Act passed in 1854 led to differences between the North and the South on the issue of slavery. The act allowed the newly established states to decide whether to implement slavery according to their own wishes. It caused the internal separation of the Southern and Northern Democrats, and laid the seeds for the decline of the Democratic Party in the next few decades. Although the Southern and Northern Democrats are both Democratic parties, due to the fundamental conflict of ideology, interests and so-called beliefs, the Southern and Northern Democrats were actually two completely different parties in 1856. Of course, the decline of the Democratic Party also provided a golden opportunity for the rise of the Republican Party. Many Democrats in northern constituencies, including Maryland Democrats, chose to leave the lifeless and disintegrating Democratic Party and join the newly emerging Republican Party when they were extremely disappointed. The joining of these Democratic political elders quickly strengthened the power of the Republican Party. This is also why the Republican presidential candidate Lincoln was able to easily defeat the Democratic candidate Stephen A. Douglas in the 1860 election after the party was reorganized in 1854. Of course, Lincoln's personal ability and charm were outstanding, but the rapid growth and rise of the Republican Party was also a reason that could not be ignored. Without a strong political party to endorse the candidate, it would be difficult for the candidate to gain a foothold in the political arena, no matter how outstanding his ability was. Therefore, Garrett felt that joining the Democratic Party at this time was not a wise choice. Understood, sir. Chase nodded and took the envelope handed over by Garrett. There is one more thing, Garrett said. I heard that the project of the Guard Railway has been put on the agenda. The Texas Railway Company is relatively weak, and the engineering difficulty of the Guard Railway is very high, which is not inferior to the Pacific Railway at all. Do you want the Atlantic Railway Company to participate in the construction of the eastern section of the Guard Railway? Chase guessed. Yes, it is impossible to exclude the Texas Railway Company from the Guard Railway, but I want the Atlantic Railway Company and the Texas Railway Company to jointly take charge of the construction of the eastern section of the Guard Railway, Garrett said. Garrett is an ambitious person. He is unwilling to let the Atlantic Railway Company be ranked among the second-tier railway companies in the United States. The Atlantic Railway Company needs a super project like the Pacific Railway Company to prove its strength. Maybe the Atlantic Railway Company cannot reach the height of the California Railway Company, but it is still possible to squeeze into the first echelon with effort. I can explain this to the boss. As for whether it can be successful, it still depends on the boss's attitude. I can't guarantee that it will be 100% successful. Chase thought about it and agreed. Thank you, Chase. Garrett patted Chase on the shoulder and said reluctantly. Mr. Lincoln, the chief legal advisor of the Atlantic Railway Company, will go to California to resign in person to his boss after his speech in Illinois. You should go with Mr. Lincoln then. Mr. Lincoln is going to resign. Chase was very surprised, and then said with regret. Mr. Lincoln's resignation is a big loss for the Atlantic Railway Company. The Atlantic Railway Company is mainly responsible for the railway business in the eastern region of the American group. Unlike the western region, which has a large amount of unowned land, the eastern region has been developed earlier and has a high degree of development, so the land along the railway is owned. In addition, the land ownership in some areas is relatively chaotic. In the past 4 years, the Atlantic Railway Company has not had many lawsuits due to land disputes. Fortunately, the Atlantic Railway Company has Lincoln as a killer. Lincoln's winning rate of more than 90% has helped the Atlantic Railway Company win most of the land lawsuits, saving the company a lot of costs. Garrett has privately calculated that over the past 4 years, the Atlantic Railway Company has paid Lincoln's team-related fees of up to $260,000. The annual consulting fee alone is as high as $24,000. Lincoln's legal team has also won the title of the most expensive legal team in the United States. Although Lincoln's legal team was expensive, the money was well spent for the Atlantic Railroad. The cost saved by Lincoln's legal team was several times their salary. As Chase said, Lincoln's departure was a huge loss for the Atlantic Railroad. Everyone has their own ambitions. Mr. Lincoln has great ambitions. The profession of lawyer can no longer satisfy Mr. Lincoln's ambitions. When mentioning Lincoln, Garrett's face was full of admiration. Chase looked at Garrett. He had been Garrett's assistant for more than a year. There were only 2 people who made Garrett admire him. One was Lincoln, and the other was their boss Liang Zhao. In late April 1856, Springfield, the capital of Illinois, was also known as Springfield. There were tens of thousands of people gathered in the square of this small town with a permanent population of only more than 8,000. However, this day was not a special festival or celebration in the local area. Just because a young congressman from Illinois was going to give a speech in Springfield, people from neighboring areas came to listen to the speech of the young congressman. The speech was held in an open-air square in the center of Springfield. The weather was not good, and it rained at an inopportune time. The rain was not small, and there were no special shelter facilities in the open-air square. But the cold rain did not dampen people's enthusiasm for listening to the speech. People from all walks of life in all corners of the country gathered around the temporary podium. There were gentlemen in elegant dresses, workers and shop assistants in simple work clothes, farmers in shabby coats, and even children and women, with hope and expectation in their eyes. Under the attention of the crowd, Lincoln walked out of the Illinois state capitol wearing a double-breasted coat that was wash gray. Mr. Lincoln. It's Mr. Lincoln, Mr. Lincoln is here. Lincoln's appearance caused a commotion, and the crowd resounded with excited cheers and roars. The huge sound waves from the crowd almost overturned the temporary and simple podium. Amid cheers, Lincoln, who was unusually tall and thin, stepped onto the podium with steady steps. Behind him was the American flag fluttering stubbornly in the wind and the rain. Under the American flag, Lincoln stretched out his arms to the crowd. His eyes were firm and his face was solemn. For freedom, Lincoln's sonorous voice resounded through the sky and spread throughout the square, as if to convey his thoughts and spirit to the hearts of every audience. For the United States, the audience responded enthusiastically. Chapter 481 Defending Freedom and Supporting the Republican Party. 2024-03-14 Author, Fishnest. Chapter 481 Defending Freedom equals Supporting the Republican Party. 1856 was an important turning point in Lincoln's life. This year, Lincoln was determined to devote himself to politics and try to save the country that was about to fall apart. In 1855, Lincoln entered Congress as a member of the Illinois House of Representatives and successfully stepped into the highest stage of American politics. And this time, Lincoln entered the American political arena as one of the founders of the Republican Party, and his political status has been qualitatively improved compared with before. Perhaps he himself did not expect that he, a poor boy from the bottom of the society, would become the most important figure in the history of the Republican Party. Without a doubt, this new young party will dominate the development of the United States in the second half of the 19th century and create the rise of this powerful country. 100 years later, the Republican Party is still one of the 2 ruling parties in the United States. Members of the House of Representatives are already a height that ordinary people cannot reach, but Lincoln did it in just a few years. Completed the gorgeous transformation from a political amateur in the countryside to entering Congress with those gentlemen in formal wear. Lincoln did not stop his steps to climb up. He knew that if he wanted to influence American politics, Being a mere Illinois congressman was far from enough. Now, he is working hard to become a senator and governor of Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, why are we gathered here? Lincoln pointed his slender finger at the theme of today's speech, the United States, a great and free country. Freedom, the sacred word of freedom resounded in the open-air square of Springfield for a long time. People at this time still remember the speech of this lawyer in front of the Crystal Palace in New York when the Kansas crisis broke out last year. Unlike those politicians who only talk but do not practice and are only keen on showmanship, Lincoln really donated all his assets after the speech to support the people of Kansas to defend freedom and prevent Kansas from becoming a slave state. Kansas did not become a slave state in the end, which was a great victory in the eyes of the Northerners. As for Lincoln, after donating all his property, he almost divorced his wife who weighed more than 200 pounds because of property issues. Well-dressed gentlemen regarded this topic as a joke before and after dinner, and laughed at Lincoln for being a fool and stubborn. When it comes to donating money, donating a few $100 or $1,000 in a high-profile manner is enough, just like buying a headline in the newspaper to advertise yourself. Donate all? Only a fool would donate all. And Lincoln was such a fool. But the majority of ordinary citizens did not find it funny at all. On the contrary, they felt that Mr. Lincoln was not a fool, but a respectable person. Because Lincoln often fought for the poor in Illinois for free in his early years in Illinois, he accumulated a good reputation in Illinois. Therefore, when Lincoln returned to Illinois and announced his entry into politics and participated in the election of Illinois state legislators, Lincoln became a member of the Illinois House of Representatives with an absolute advantage. The votes Lincoln received alone were almost the sum of the votes of other congressmen, which is very rare in American history. Therefore, there was a joke at the time, and Lincoln's political enemies did not believe that such a result was true. Lincoln participated in the Illinois State Assembly election twice in 1832 and 1836, when Lincoln represented the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party has been repeatedly suspected of election fraud recently. Lincoln's political enemies judged others by themselves, reported Lincoln's election fraud, and demanded a re-election. However, after investigation, it was found that there was indeed fraud in this election, but the one who committed the election fraud was a Democratic candidate who secretly stuffed more than 30 electoral votes for Lincoln into his own ballot box. This incident also became a joke for a while. After these two incidents, Lincoln's already tall image became even taller in the minds of the people of Illinois. The people of Illinois will vote for Lincoln even if they close their eyes and cover their ears. The gentlemen who came here to listen to Lincoln's speech were listening to Lincoln's speech with a political speculation mentality. To be precise, they were evaluating whether Lincoln was worth political investment. And those ordinary people who came to Springfield at their own expense for a week or two or even a month's salary really came to listen to Lincoln's speech. After all, the most valuable thing for the poor is the simple patriotism. In this era of underdeveloped information and generally low cultural quality of the poor, they are the group of people who are most easily misled. Rather than coming to listen to Lincoln's speech, they saw hope in Lincoln and placed their hopes on this lawyer who came from a poor family and was eloquent. Yes, more than 80 years ago, our ancestors united under the banner of freedom, seized precious freedom from the British, and established the greatest country in human history, Lincoln said passionately. My dear compatriots who love freedom, I stand here today to share with you an important topic, the greatness of a free country. Why is America great? Our ancestors who came to the New World on the Mayflower would tell you that it was freedom. The soldiers who died in the War of Independence would also tell you that it was freedom, because the word freedom has long been engraved on their tombstones and in the hearts of every American who yearns for freedom. Because of freedom, our country has become the only Eden God has given to the world. Because of freedom, our country can continuously attract immigrants who yearn for freedom from all over the world every year, fearing no hardships and dangers, no fear of life and death, and crossing the ocean to come to this great free country. Rapid industrialization will strengthen the power of the bourgeoisie, and the bourgeoisie will do its best to instill a view in the people to divert class contradictions, that is, the wealth of capitalists is the wealth of the entire nation. Therefore, modern countries that have experienced rapid industrialization, especially late developing countries, often have something called national pride. America is no exception. After the restoration of the Second French Empire, America became the only remaining republican power in the world, with an ideology and political system that was very different from that of the European countries. Under the influence of concepts such as manifest destiny, The American people are also willing to believe that their country is God's chosen country, and their country's ideology and political system have unique advantages. And freedom, a value that is the foundation of the United States and written into the Constitution. It is naturally sacred in the eyes of the public, and they will not allow anyone to tarnish this word. Like the poorest patriots in the East End of London, even the poorest patriots in America, when they think of their freedom, they will straighten their chests since ancient times. No matter how powerful Britain is, all the British are still the subjects of Queen Victoria. We are different in America. No matter how poor we are not the subjects of anyone, but free people with freedom. Seeing that the audience couldn't help but straighten their chests, Lincoln continued to strike while the iron was hot. Now someone is openly trampling on the freedom that our ancestors fought for with their blood and lives. Can we accept it? No. Yes. No. Lincoln waved his powerful fist in the air. Freedom is the value of our country's existence, and we should fight for freedom. I believe that everyone should enjoy freedom. This is a basic right given to us by God. But now, our freedom is threatened. The evil slavery system is endangering our freedom and dignity and eroding our country. The Southern slave owners are not whipping the black slaves with their whips, but the sacred freedom in our Constitution. They are whipping freedom with whips unscrupulously. I would like to ask my fellow countrymen who yearn for freedom, what should we do? Destroy the damn slavery. Free the slaves. As a Republican, I firmly believe that slavery is immoral and unjust. It is a stain on the image of the American nation. It is also a blasphemy against human dignity. I would like to call on everyone to join us and support the Republican Party. Destroy the evil slavery system. We must use our voices and actions to defend freedom so that the light of freedom can shine on every inch of American land. As soon as Lincoln said this, the audience burst into warm applause. At this moment, in their hearts, defending freedom is equivalent to abolishing slavery, and abolishing slavery is equivalent to supporting the Republican Party. Supporting the Republican Party is naturally for the sake of defending freedom. They could not help but feel proud. It turned out that voting for the Republican Party and supporting Mr. Lincoln was to defend freedom with actions. The speech had achieved the desired effect, but Lincoln still did not stop speaking. He criticized the Democratic Party. I want to criticize those Democrats who support slavery. They gave up freedom in order to protect slavery. They betrayed the core values of our country and pursued short-term interests by blaspheming freedom. This is unforgivable. We must unite and defeat their conspiracy. Gentlemen, we must unite and fight for freedom. Lincoln instilled chicken soup of freedom to the ignorant audience in Springfield, and Liang Zhao also led troops in Portland to defend the freedom of Chinese immigrants to settle with actions. Stevens, the governor of the Northern Oregon Territory, was fighting Indians near Puget Sound, which was the Seattle area in later generations. Therefore, when Stevens withdrew from the war and brought his group of beggar-like soldiers to the north shore of Portland, it was already May 1856. Under the protection of the Oregon militia, Chinese immigrants had already laid the foundation in a large area of the North Shore, and even the houses were already formed. Seeing this, Stevens was so angry that his nose was crooked. Stevens had been dealing with Chinese immigrants for quite a while, and he knew that as long as the houses were not built, it would be relatively easy to drive them away. Once the houses were built, these Chinese who regarded the houses as their lives might not be driven away with guns. Stevens ran to Liang Zhao angrily and asked Liang Zhao sternly, "Sir? What do you mean? What do you mean?" "I was just about to ask you." Liang Zhao threw a Lee Enfield P-53 rifle in front of Stevens. The inscription of the Birmingham Arsenal on the gun was still clearly visible. "Do you recognize this gun? British rifles. What's so strange about it?" Stevens glanced at the rifle on the ground and said indifferently, "A traitor like you can join the Democratic Party. No wonder the Democratic Party is getting worse day by day." Liang Zhao sneered. "What do you mean? Who are you calling a traitor to the United States?" Stevens was furious. "I said you are a traitor to the United States, not a traitor to the United States." "Where did these guns come from?" Liang Zhao asked sharply. "I bought them from the British," Stevens said firmly. "Buy?" Liang Zhao sneered. "Let's not talk about the fact that these are British weapons in service. Will the British sell them to you? Even if they do, the purchase price from the British Army to the Birmingham Arsenal is £3 9 shillings and 8 pence. Can you afford such a gun?" Stevens was speechless for a moment. He naturally couldn't afford such an expensive gun. In fact, these guns were given to him by Elliot. He allowed the British to build a port base in Bellingham, 30 kilometers away, to provide a docking point for British ships. In return, the British gave him 1,500 so-called most advanced rifles. The prisoners confessed all the dirty things Stevens did to Liang Zhao. This speech was delivered by Lincoln at the Bloomington Convention in Springfield, Illinois in 1856. Unfortunately, the speech manuscript was not completely preserved. There are only some records of the parties involved, newspaper articles and other fragmentary documents. Since it is not first-hand information, some of the content may not be credible, and there are also a lot of private work of the recorders and writers. Historically, it was after the speech that Lincoln became a hot figure in the Republican Party and laid the foundation for winning the 1860 election. Chapter 482 Election Year. Collaborating with the enemy, ceding territory, suppressing immigrants, any one of these is enough to make you a discarded child of the Democratic Party. This year is an election year, and the Democratic Party is also trying to win votes in California and Ohio. On one side are the votes of the two states, and on the other side are the marginal people in the party. I think you know better than me how they will choose. Liang Zhao played with the photos on the table that had just been developed a few days ago. The photos showed the North Oregon Armed Forces shooting and beating immigrants. Britain and the United States are not at war, but due to well-known historical reasons, the relationship between the two countries is not friendly, far from the father-son relationship in later generations. Therefore, it is not wrong to say that Stevens collaborated with the enemy. As for ceding territory and suppressing immigrants, they are facts in front of us. If Liang Zhao lets those mouthpieces in the East add fuel to the fire, Stevens' political career will not be as simple as coming to an end. In any era, traitors are the most despised type of people. As long as this label is attached to him, Stevens will have no hope of turning over in his life. Stevens is erratic, as stated on the photos on the table. He knew Liang Zhao's methods. His predecessor, Burnett, died in Oregon in an unclear manner. The Democratic Party did not make any noise at the beginning, demanding an investigation into the cause of Burnett's death. But after the Democratic Party sent people to investigate for a while and found nothing, the matter was hastily dropped. How do you want to deal with it? Stevens' mouth twitched. No one had taken him seriously for the little things he did in Northern Oregon before. If they really wanted to take him seriously, each of them was not a trivial matter. The border of Northern Oregon is in the north, not in the south. Withdraw all your people from the ports of the Columbia River. I will return all the captives to you. If I find you obstructing immigrants from settling in Northern Oregon and flirting with the British again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Liang Zhao put his hands behind his back and looked down at Stevens, who was much shorter than him in both momentum and height. And the British in Bellingham, you recruited them here, you have to find a way to drive them out. The first 2 points were not a big problem, but the last one frightened Stevens. It is easier to invite a god than to send him away, not to mention asking the British to give up a port where they have already settled, even though the port is on American territory. This, Stevens said with some embarrassment. I'm afraid the British in Bellingham are not so easy to drive away. You also know that they are not so easy to drive away. Liang Zhao sneered. You have to find a way to clean up your own shit. After beating Stevens, Liang Zhao told him to get out. Looking at Stevens' back as he left with his tail between his legs, he did not expect Stevens to solve the Bellingham issue independently. Although Liang Zhao had just ceded a lot of land from Mexico in the south, it was nothing for the British to occupy a port in the border area. But people have aversion to loss, and these places will be his sphere of influence in the future. We can't rely on Stevens for Bellingham's affairs. Liang Zhao turned to Carnegie and said, send a telegram to Sven and ask him to transfer the Julin-class ship we just launched to Portland. If the British refuse to leave, we will block all their ships in the port and turn this port into a dead port. After sending the telegram, Liang Zhao thought about it and realized that it was not enough to put pressure on the British from the sea, so he left the Oregon Regiment to Northern Oregon. First, it was to protect local immigrants and prevent those restless white pigs from having any crooked thoughts after he returned. Second, it was also to fulfill his duties. After all, he was the commander of the Western Brigade and was responsible for the national defense and security of the Western region. The dismembered Mexico in the south has completely become a third-rate country and can no longer stir up any waves. Now the only land that can dismember and threaten the security of the West Coast region is the so-called British Columbia Territory in the north. 1856 is the year of the general election. Fillmore had been elected President of the United States for 2 consecutive terms. According to the ancestral system of the United States, it was impossible for Fillmore to participate in the presidential election this time. Fillmore's term had not yet ended, and the Whig Party had already split and disintegrated. The reason for the split and disintegration of the Whig Party was naturally attributed to the slave owners. In 1854, since the establishment of the Republican Party, due to the Republican Party's clear abolitionist attitude and unwillingness to compromise, more than 120 core members of the Whig Party joined the Republican Party, and the strength of the Whig Party was further weakened. What is surprising is that the Whig Party nominated an unknown junior in this election, Milt Scott. Scott was born in 1827. Scott's only political resume was serving as the Lieutenant Governor of Connecticut for 2 years and as a Senator of Connecticut for 2.5 years. With such a resume, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this man comes from a super-rich family. Nominating such a person to participate in the presidential election in 1856 also shows that the Whig Party has no successors after Fillmore. To put it bluntly, this kid's political resume is not as rich and good-looking as Liang Zhao's. It has to be said that in terms of political background, the Democratic Party, as an old party, is still much stronger than the Whig Party. Although the Democratic Party has also been seriously injured, the candidates who withdrew from the Democratic Party are still quite impressive. The candidate launched by the Democratic Party is James Buchanan, who historically won the 1856 election. Buchanan's resume is much better than that of the young man above. Buchanan has a classic start for American politicians. Buchanan was born in Franklin County, Pennsylvania on April 23, 1791. He was educated in schools in Pennsylvania and London, and then worked in a law firm in Pennsylvania before entering politics. He has served as assistant to the governor of Pennsylvania, state representative, senator, secretary of state, etc. In the state capitol in Sacramento, the core members of the Civic Party are holding a meeting to decide the ownership of 13 electoral votes in California and Ohio in November. Honestly speaking, looking at the campaign slogans and ideas of these two people, I would rather throw my ballot into the cesspool than vote for them. Fremont was not satisfied with the ideas of these two candidates. Historically, Fremont was the presidential candidate jointly nominated by the Republican Party and the American Party in 1856. The ideas and slogans he advocated were anti-slavery, abolition of slavery in new territories and states, and abolition of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1793. Support the construction of railways across the American continent, improve the level of armaments, and protect the western border from the threat of Indians and foreign invasions. Oppose Catholic forces. The campaign slogan is, free labor, free land, free speech, free people. How about we nominate you as the candidate of our civic party to participate in the presidential election, Liang Zhao said with a smile. He was not born in the United States. According to the Constitution of the United States, he cannot participate in the presidential election. But Fremont, the second in command of the Civic Party, can. Forget it. Our Civic Party is a small party. Unless we can unite small parties like the Republican Party, the Libertarian Party, the Native American Party, the American Party and win the few votes in their hands, it will be a waste of time. I might as well use this time to study and formulate a second 5-year plan. Formulating California's second 5-year plan is what Fremont cares most about now. Chapter 483, Gold Digging and Shit. Wearing glasses, Goodwin carefully read the campaign proposals and slogans of Buchanan and Scott. Democratic candidate James Buchanan advocated maintaining the sovereignty of the states, opposed interfering in the internal affairs of the states, and opposed the forced implementation of abolitionism. He supported the development of the domestic economy and the strengthening of railway construction. He supported the construction of the Yucatan Canal to increase trade between the United States and Central and South America and strengthen the influence of the United States in the Americas. He implemented President Monroe's strategic idea that America belongs to the Americans. In addition, Buchanan opposed the power of intellectuals and believed that political and administrative positions should be more in the hands of ordinary people. Buchanan's slogan was, Cosmos and Montauk Iris, two flowers, the country is forever. Buchanan and Bricklin, the names of the two people, Unity, Cosmos and Montauk Iris are two flowers that represent the interests of different regions, while Buchanan and Bricklin represent two different political factions. Buchanan tried to emphasize that different groups should unite and put national interests first. On the surface, this old guy opposed too many intellectuals in power and supported more ordinary people to participate in politics, but the slogans he shouted were too literary and not at all close to the people. It was a bit insincere. Whig candidate Milton Scott advocated easing domestic political tensions through decentralization, administrative reform and tax cuts. He supported providing more employment opportunities and rights for blacks and immigrants. He opposed the political and religious forces of fundamentalism and advocated reforming the education and judicial systems. He opposed expansionism and opposed interfering in wars and conflicts with Britain and France. Coast's slogan was much simpler and easier to understand: American ideas, American workers, American products. After carefully reading the campaign proposals and slogans of the two, Gwen finally understood why Fremont said that he would not vote for them even if he threw his vote into a cesspool. For the most core issue of slavery and abolition, both of them chose to continue to play the game. They were all deeply disappointed with the two's proposals in California, not to mention the voters in the Eastern constituency. I am deeply worried about the situation in the next 4 years. Gwen's face was full of worry. Judging from the political propositions put forward by the two, neither of them has the ability to save the crisis. Fortunately, California is far away from the center of the vortex. It will not affect us for a while, Fremont said. This is the only thing to be thankful for. The cultural and knowledge levels of the members of the Civic Party are uneven. Some members, mainly nouveau riche, are still confused when looking at the campaign materials of the two, and they are anxiously scratching their heads. For example, Sartre and Suzuki have a relatively low level of education. Although they can see the words on the documents clearly, it is still difficult to understand the meaning thoroughly. Seeing this, Liang Zhao became a class representative and summarized the core political propositions of the two. James Buchanan: maintain state rights, protect the federal system, maintain the Constitution. Protect the interests of the South, oppose the expansion of slavery, promote a balanced foreign policy, and oppose intervention in conflicts between major powers. Milton Scott: improve social and economic conditions through government intervention, support national banks and internal reforms, oppose the expansion of slavery, and promote trade liberalization and Western development. After finishing the summary, Liang Zhao did not forget to add a sentence at the end: study hard and read more. After doing this, Liang Zhao asked his assistants Carnegie and Coney to copy several copies and handed them to the party members with low cultural level for reading. I must study hard after returning, otherwise even if I sit in the Capitol, I will be just a puppet at the mercy of others. Suzuki made up his mind secretly. As for Sartre's low cultural level, he didn't care much. He just wanted to guard his own piece of land in Sacramento. Mr. Speaker, who do you think is better? Gwen asked Liang Zhao, who had not yet expressed his opinion. He wanted to hear Liang Zhao's opinion. No one is optimistic. Liang Zhao shook his head. If you have to pan for gold and shit, Buchanan, I am more optimistic that the Democratic Party can win this election. The phrase panning for gold and shit caused a burst of laughter in the hall, which slightly livened up the atmosphere of the meeting. Although the Democratic Party is rotten now, its historical background is there. If the opponent is also weak, the chances of winning are still greater. Furthermore, Buchanan emphasized that he would not reduce state power after his election. Among the many propositions of the two, only this one could attract Liang Zhao. If you have understood the propositions and slogans of the two candidates and have no objections, then vote. A quarter of an hour later, California Secretary of State Gwen began to preside over the voting. Liang Zhao and Fremont voted first, and both voted for Buchanan. Liang Zhao was also helpless in his heart. He could only blame the Whig Party for being too disappointing. If the Whig Party was more powerful and the candidates it launched were more reliable, which could give Liang Zhao some hope, he would be willing to take a chance and support the Whig Party. After all, compared with the Democratic Party, the Whig Party's attitude towards California is more friendly, and he and Fillmore are old acquaintances. In this historical election, Buchanan won 174 votes in the Electoral College, surpassing Fremont's 114 votes. As for the young candidate Milton Scott launched by the Whig Party, he only won a pitiful 8 votes. With such a huge gap, there is no point in fighting for it. It is better to do the Democratic Party a favor. To put it bluntly, if Liang Zhao, who is running for president, participated in this election, he would get more votes than Scott. After the voting was over, Gwen and his assistant counted the votes in the ballot box. The result of this vote: Buchanan, 35 votes, Scott. 2 votes. After the counting was completed, Jerwin read out the voting results to the core members of the Civic Party as usual and asked, "Do you have any objections? If you have any objections, you can raise them now. If you question the voting results, you can recount them." No, everyone said they had no objections. Since there are no objections, today's meeting ends here. After you go back, you will publicize the content of the meeting and the voting results in your constituency, and notify all party members not to forget to attend the Civic Party General Assembly on September 10th, Jerwin said. After Jerwin announced the end of the meeting, the core members of the Civic Party began to leave in an orderly manner. The core members of the Civic Party mainly come from California and Ohio. Although the average cultural level of the members of the Civic Party is not as good as that of the Democratic Party and the Whig Party, there are many nouveau riche with low cultural level. However, due to the common fundamental interests of the party members, the meetings of the Civic Party are always very orderly and harmonious. The Democrats and Whigs, with pistols in their arms, guns in their pockets, and civilized canes in their hands, have never fought in the parliament over a disagreement in the Civic Party. Of course, with Liang Zhao and Fremont presiding over the meeting, the Civic Party members did not dare to act rashly. May 18, 1856. Young Wing and Wong Quan brought Theodore Dwight Woolsey, the president of Yale University, and a group of professors selected by Woolsey to California for inspection. At this time, the transportation between California and the East was not very convenient, and the Easterners had very limited understanding of California. California is a new state, and the Easterners' stereotype of Californians is nouveau riche. Rich, vulgar, and low quality. The impression of California is that it is a wild land that has not been deeply developed. After all, as a new state established in 1851, California is still very young. Most Easterners think that California should be a relatively backward state like Arkansas and Missouri. The only difference is that California has gold and oil, so Californians are much richer than Arkansans and Missourians. Influenced by what he saw and heard, Woolsey also thought that California should be like this. Perhaps the situation in big cities like San Francisco and Los Angeles will be slightly better, with some relatively strong industries. After all, some California-made goods can often be bought in the Eastern market. Regional discrimination exists everywhere, and America is no exception. In addition to regional discrimination between the North and the South, America also has discrimination against border states and border regions in the old Eastern states. This discrimination can be briefly summarized as discrimination between the East and the West. The old states of America are located in the East, and the Central and Western regions were developed later and are generally called border states or regions. Before the development of the West Coast region centered on California, the Eastern region headed by the 13 states was the absolute core region of the United States in terms of politics and economy. Its concept is similar to the 18 provinces of China. The 13 states are actually the 18 provinces of China. Of course, the 13 states are also divided into different levels, which I will not elaborate on here. The regional discrimination between the North and South of the United States is more political, and the discrimination of the old states against the border areas is more economic. However, when Woolsey came to California in person and saw the customs of California with his own eyes, he was greatly surprised. The development of California's commerce and trade has exceeded his imagination. The scale of industry is larger than he imagined, and the industrial categories seem to be very complete. It doesn't look backward here, and it's even a bit developed. It is indeed inappropriate to compare New York and Philadelphia with San Francisco and Los Angeles in California, which is very bullying. However, it is not incomparable to compare San Francisco, Los Angeles and the second-tier cities of this era in the United States, such as Boston and Baltimore. Of course, if you compare them carefully, San Francisco and Los Angeles are definitely not as good as Boston and Baltimore. But when Woolsey subconsciously compared San Francisco and Los Angeles with Boston and Baltimore, Baltimore and Boston had actually lost. After all, the former was only established 5 or 6 years ago, while Baltimore and Boston are both century-old cities in the United States. San Francisco and Los Angeles still have great potential to be explored. If there is one thing that California performed as Woolsey expected, it is that the overall cultural quality level of California immigrants is indeed low. Maybe this is why the Speaker of the California State Council invited him to run a school here? Woolsey thought wildly. Chapter 484 University of California. President Woolsey, I think you have learned something about the situation in California through your inspections over the past few days. After Woolsey had conducted a week-long inspection of major cities in California, Liang Zhao and California Department of Education Minister Perlman received Woolsey. Chairman Liang, Minister Perlman, the situation in California is much better than I expected. Woolsey shook hands with Liang Zhao and Perlman politely. Although California's higher education is relatively weak, California's primary and secondary education are very popular. California is one of the states that has done the best basic education I have ever seen. This is not Woolsey flattering Liang Zhao. In terms of public education, California has indeed been at the forefront of the times. Even if it cannot be ranked first in the United States, it is more than enough to be ranked in the first echelon. In the mid-19th century, the American education system was relatively decentralized and fragmented, lacking unified planning and coordination across the country. The American education system is mainly managed by state governments, not by the federal government. Each state is responsible for formulating and implementing its own education policies and laws. The federal government also has no relevant federal agencies to lead and supervise education affairs across the country. The education in the United States is basically that each state formulates its own education policies and laws suitable for the state's situation. At present, except for California and Ohio, the rest of the states have not yet established a special Department of Education to oversee the education work in their states. However, they have education committees or similar institutions to manage and supervise education. These committees are usually appointed or elected by the state government and are composed of education experts and citizen representatives. During this period, the education system in the United States developed slowly and unevenly, and there were also great differences in education levels and resource allocation. Some states have adopted more advanced education policies and systems, such as Connecticut. It is a state in the United States that did a very good job in education during this period. After the American War of Independence, Connecticut began to establish a public school system to ensure that all citizens in the state can receive basic education. Connecticut is also the first state in the United States to adopt a compulsory education law, which requires that all children must receive education and that education must be free. But the education system in other states is relatively backward, such as in the southern states and frontier states that were established later and had backward economies. Woolsey, who once served as the chairman of the Connecticut State Board of Education, has a positive attitude towards public education. He believes that the government should use public resources to provide a bottom line for basic education and protect the right of the poor to receive education. The reason why Liang Zhao invited Yale University in Connecticut to cooperate in running schools in California is that Liang Zhao and Yale University have had successful cooperation examples in the international student program. The agreement between Liang Zhao and Woolsey on certain educational concepts is also an important reason. Of course, the most fundamental reason is that Connecticut's educational strength is very strong. Whether it is basic education or higher education, private education or public education, Connecticut during this period was the best among all states in the United States. However, being the best does not mean that Connecticut's educational strength is the strongest in the United States. The state with the strongest education in the United States during this period was Massachusetts, which is also known as Massachusetts. The famous Harvard University and Massachusetts Institute of Technology in later generations both came from this state. The quality of immigrants is low. If we want to improve the quality of immigrants, we can only start with school-aged children, said Liang Zhao. Children are the future of California. California has literacy classes and other similar organizations that provide literacy services for adult illiterates, but the role of these organizations is limited to teaching you to recognize words. They cannot cultivate high-quality professionals. California's professionals are mainly introduced from other states or even abroad through talent introduction programs. If California wants to cultivate professional and high-quality talents on its own, in addition to doing a good job in basic education, it must establish a complete system that runs through primary education to higher education. And higher education is exactly California's shortcoming. Since there are not enough high-quality colleges and universities in the state, the Ministry of Education has to send those students with excellent grades to states with strong colleges and universities, such as Massachusetts and Connecticut, to study. I strongly agree, Woolsey nodded, and he continued, I heard that you have set aside a piece of land in the Berkeley area for the construction of a university. Can we visit it? Of course. Please follow me. Liang Zhao asked Carnegie to prepare a small steamer. After the small steamer arrived, the group boarded the small steamer and headed to Berkeley. In 1855, the population of San Francisco exceeded 300,000, accounting for almost one-third of the state's population. Due to the rapid urbanization process in California, the old town of San Francisco has become overcrowded. The population of San Francisco has been spreading to the coastal areas of San Francisco Bay. As of now, San Francisco Bay has formed three large districts: Liang Zhao District, San Jose, Fremont District, and Oakland District. However, Berkeley in the north of Oakland has limited appeal to immigrants due to the lack of special policy support, so the development of Berkeley is relatively lagging behind. Berkeley has a population of only more than 10,000, which is relatively small among the many emerging urban areas in San Francisco Bay. But a small population also has its advantages, that is, quietness. Moreover, Berkeley is also very close to the main urban area of San Francisco, with special routes. The Berkeley area has beautiful scenery, and it is more appropriate to develop it into a university town. Before the launch of the cooperation project with Yale University, 4 colleges and universities had settled in Berkeley University Town. One is the California Normal School, which was founded after the integration of the church school. The school mainly trains teachers for primary and secondary schools across California. The other 3 schools are the Jinshan Business School, which was established by Liang Zhao to train managers for the American Group, the California Railroad Institute, which supplies railway talents for the California Railroad Company, and the Pratt & Whitney Mechanical Institute established by Pratt & Whitney. It is said that Coney is also planning to set up an engineering school. Is this empty University California Chemical? After riding a horse around the university town, Woolsey stopped in front of a university. The building of this university is the best among all universities, and it seems to have the largest area. However, this university is empty, with no students or teachers, only sporadic security personnel and construction workers. Woolsey couldn't control his curiosity and asked, although California's higher education started late and is weak, it has also cultivated the state's trump card majors, such as the Chinese Studies major of California Normal School and the Chemical Engineering major of California Chemical. The Chemical Engineering major of California Chemical Institute is unique in the industry. In the field of chemical engineering related to petroleum, the academic and scientific research level of the college is unique in the world. After all, California is the only state in the world that has its own complete chemical industry chain. California Chemical is in Los Angeles, Liang Zhao explained. This is the future University of California. If your school can reach a cooperation with us, this will be the campus. The student apartments and professors' villas have been built. If you are willing to stay here to teach, we will give you a villa for free. The California Institute of Chemical Technology is located in Los Angeles, where the chemical industry is well developed. This school is a higher education school that the Ministry of Education pays special attention to. The current president of the California Institute of Chemical Technology is Nobel's father, Nobel. This school was specially prepared by California to open the University of California. In order to build this university, California has invested more than $700,000. When they heard about the villa, the accompanying Yale University professor team couldn't help but brighten their eyes. California has promised that if they are willing to teach in California, California is willing to provide them with 3 times the salary they received at Yale University, and the research funds needed for scientific research will also be provided by California. The California government can also match them with related companies to ensure that their scientific research results can be put into application fields as soon as possible. These conditions are already very attractive, and now they are giving away houses directly. This makes many accompanying professors eager to move. Before coming to California, many Yale professors were just looking around and had not decided to stay in California to teach. The generous conditions offered by California moved many Yale professors at this time. They asked Liang Zhao to take them inside to have a look. They wanted to see the living environment and conditions provided by the University of California for professors. Liang Zhao readily agreed and took them around the villa area on campus. These villas were built by Coney's construction company. The construction standards are consistent with those of California commercial villas. Except for the tacky and earthy design, there are no quality problems. Berkeley is beautiful and you can see the rolling and misty mountains in the distance, which is refreshing. In front of the villa, there is a clear stream flowing, and the green water reflects the lush woods around it, which is beautiful. These villas consist of spacious living rooms, comfortable bedrooms and luxurious bathrooms. Each room is decorated extremely exquisitely. There is a soft sofa and a gorgeous marble coffee table in the living room. Not only can you relax with a drink here, but you can also enjoy the beautiful scenery outside the window. The backyard of the villa is a green lawn with a fresh and fragrant smell. There are also various flowers and fruit trees planted around it. It is not only beautiful but also fragrant. Here, you can enjoy a quiet and peaceful feeling, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. It's good here, but it's too remote and the transportation is a bit inconvenient, a professor complained. The railway from the University of California to Oakland is already being laid. This railway will use the most advanced locomotive Pioneer 2 of the California Railway Company. It will take less than an hour to get from the University of California to Oakland, Liang Zhao said with a smile. In addition, the Pacific Railway will be completed next year. By then, you can board the train directly at the University of California and go to any place in the East. There is also a special telegraph room on the University of California campus for free for you to use. Although California is remote, it will not affect your academic exchanges. Chairman Liang is really thoughtful. After hearing what Liang Zhao said, the complaining professor no longer had any worries. Chapter 485 Harvard is drooling. President Woolsey, I sincerely hope to reach a cooperation with Yale University, give full play to our respective advantages, and let more California children enjoy high-quality education in the state, Liang Zhao said. Education is not a business. If it is a negotiation of a commercial cooperation project, Liang Zhao will definitely not show his trump card so early and provide such favorable cooperation conditions to Yale University. Basic education can be popularized by spending money, and vocational schools can be established by enterprises according to their own needs. But the establishment of a high-quality comprehensive university cannot be solved with money. In the Reconstruction period after the Civil War in history, because California's economy was not severely damaged by the war, by the 1870s and 1880s, California's economy had already emerged and revealed the potential to become an economic powerhouse. However, it was not until 1891 that California had Stanford University, which can be compared with Harvard, Yale, and the University of Pennsylvania. President Woolsey, I think our sincerity in California is enough, Perlman also interrupted. Harvard University took the initiative to seek cooperation with us, but we put them aside and first negotiate with Yale University on the cooperation in running a school. Hearing that Yale University was going to cooperate with California to run a school, Harvard University also extended an olive branch to California for cooperation. However, Harvard's cooperation requirements were relatively strict. Harvard said that it could open a Harvard University California branch in California, focusing on the field of chemical engineering, and the scientific research results of the school would be shared by Harvard and California. Harvard's appetite was too big, and Liang Zhao wanted to run a comprehensive university in California, not a branch of a certain school, which ran counter to Harvard's concept of running a school in California, so Liang Zhao ignored Harvard. Your sincerity and cooperation is obvious to all. Before I set out, the school board had already given me a lot of authorization, Woolsey said. The school board means that as long as Gizhao has this oil for establishing a university, it can cooperate with Gizhao to run a school. You have also been inspecting California for a week. What do you think? Perlman asked Woolsey nervously. If the University of California could be established, it would be one of his greatest achievements as Secretary of Education and would go down in history. He would not give up such a good opportunity to go down in history easily. The level of basic education in California is beyond my expectation. There's oil for establishing colleges and universities here. As long as we can agree on some details now, I can make a decision immediately, Woolsey smiled. Woolsey not only visited the big cities in California, but also took the train to some towns and villages. Every village in California, no matter how big or small, has at least one public elementary school, and towns have at least one public middle school. Wealthy towns and villages even have private schools founded by local gentry. Public schools not only provide free admission, but also provide meal subsidies, accommodation subsidies, and miscellaneous fee subsidies for students with difficult conditions. What is even more commendable is that there is no racial discrimination against students in primary and secondary schools in California. These preferential policies are not only enjoyed by Irish and Mexican children, but also by Indian children. This is unimaginable in the eastern states with developed education. It can be seen that the California authorities are dedicated to education. The California authorities attached so much importance to education that even if California did not meet the requirements of the Yale Board of Trustees, Woolsey, who came from the education field, was willing to take the risk and try to cooperate with California in running schools. Moreover, California had fully met the requirements of the Yale Board of Trustees. You must be tired after walking for so long. Let's go in and find a place to sit and talk. Liang Zhao invited the Yale University inspection team to sit in the hall of the villa. There was a coal stove and some commonly used furniture in the villa. After entering the villa, Carnegie went straight to the kitchen. After cleaning the teapot and teacups, he took out the tea leaves he brought with him to make tea for everyone. Woolsey found a sofa and sat down, and got straight to the point. How many students are there in elementary and middle schools in California? This is related to the scale of our subsequent school operation. I need a more accurate number for reference. There are 85,642 students in public and private schools in total. Pierman said. There are also 18,000 elementary and middle school students in Ohio. If the University of California is well run, Ohio can also become our source of students. Generally speaking, the proportion of elementary and middle school students in a country before completing industrialization is usually between 20% and 30% of the total population. However, immigrants in California are mainly young and strong laborers, so the proportion of school-age children in the total population is relatively low, and even this proportion is generally not reached. There are so many elementary and middle school students in California. Hearing this number, Woolsey couldn't help but widen his eyes, a little incredible. This number is almost the same as the number of elementary and middle school students in Connecticut. Woolsey had previously estimated the number of elementary and middle school students in California, and whose estimate was about 40,000. This number also made Woolsey and others admire the Education Department of California. Not every state has the courage to let so many students complete basic education for free. California's population has exceeded 1 million, and the proportion of school-age children in the total population is still low, Liang Zhao said. Woolsey and others were amazed to hear this number. They had heard that California was developing rapidly, but they did not expect California to develop so fast. In 1855, the population of Connecticut was only about 450,000. California's population growth rate can be called a miracle in American history. It has never been seen before, and it is unlikely to be seen again in the future. How much donation can you personally and the gentlemen of California provide to the university in a year? After determining the number of students in the university, Woolsey talked about the issue of money. It is not surprising that Woolsey can ask such a question. In the mid-19th century, the budget of American university mainly came from tuition, government grants and private donations. The budget of almost every American university is relatively tight, and famous schools are no exception. Take Harvard University as an example. In 1856, the tuition and accommodation fees for a Harvard University student totaled about $150 a year. At that time, only 6% of Harvard University's budget came from the Massachusetts government, which was almost negligible. Excluding the tuition paid by students, the rest of the budget basically came from donations from wealthy businessmen and entrepreneurs in the state. This is still Harvard University. Tuition and miscellaneous fees at other schools are usually less than $100 a year, and the budget will only be tighter. For example, some universities in the South are often threatened with closure due to lack of funds. Therefore, some universities will work hard to attract more students and donations to increase income. Liang Zhao once saw a report in the newspaper that the University of Georgia caught students and asked students and their parents to donate money to help them. It was from this period that American university gradually became a tradition to ask wealthy entrepreneurs and philanthropists alumni to provide donations. I and the gentlemen in California will definitely donate to the school, Liang Zhao said with a smile, but this is a state university, and the California state government will also provide a fixed budget of $150,000 for California State University every year. The fixed budget of $150,000 per year made Woolsey and others gasp. The California state government is still generous. Yale University's annual budget is not even this much. If the private donations from California's wealthy businessmen are taken into account, the annual budget of California State University is probably so high that even Harvard University would be drooling. Can I come to California State University to be the president? Such a high budget made Woolsey himself tempted. He held the tea just handed over by Carnegie in his hand and hesitated to drink it. This, cough cough, let's discuss it in the long run, Liang Zhao said with 2 dry coughs. What other requirements does Yale have? Please continue to mention it. Yale University wants to introduce 3 professors of Chinese studies, preferably those who have political experience in the Qing dynasty. Woolsey took a sip of tea and continued. Last year, Harvard University introduced 2 university professors who were said to have had political experience in the Qing dynasty. Yale University does not want to fall behind in this regard. In the mid-19th century, Harvard University ranked first and Yale University ranked second in the ranking of American universities. The 2 universities were in a competitive relationship. Although the 2 schools have their own strengths and weaknesses in different professional fields, Harvard is generally better than Yale. It is not surprising that Woolsey has such a comparison idea. However, Liang Zhao personally feels that Harvard University is probably deceived by scammers. People who can be officials in the Qing dynasty do not stay in the Qing dynasty. Will they go to Harvard to be the 9th? I will leave this matter to my grandfather. He has connections in the Qing dynasty, but I can't guarantee that these scholars can speak English, Liang Zhao agreed. With the relationship of his grandfather Liang Weiming, it is not a problem to trick a few poor local scholars with official titles to teach at Yale. As for scholarship, it is difficult to have an objective standard for judging scholarship in the humanities field, not to mention that this discipline is still a new discipline in America. Language is not a problem. We have a Chinese translator. Woolsey was very happy to see Liang Zhao agreed. In addition, in the field of chemical engineering, Yale University hopes that California can give us some help in this regard. We hope to send 2 well-known professors from our school to the Los Angeles School of Chemical Engineering for exchange and study. If you have no objection to this, I think our conversation today can end happily. I can promise you this, but it is limited to ordinary academic exchanges. I am afraid that your professors cannot participate in research in the field of commercial secrets. Liang Zhao said the vilification first. If they are commercial spies, California will punish them according to California law. Don't worry about this. Yale University is also a well-known school and will not do such a despicable thing, Woolsey promised. After speaking, Woolsey asked his assistant to hand over his briefcase. Woolsey took out the school plan from the briefcase and handed it to Liang Zhao. This is the school plan of our school in Guizhou. Please take a look. Liang Zhao took the school plan handed over by Woolsey and read it carefully with Pearl Man. Yale University is a typical liberal arts college. The education system in the mid-19th century was relatively simple, and the depth of professional settings and research fields was far less than that of later generations. The school plan provided by Woolsey includes 6 major categories of regular courses, namely, regular courses, philosophy, theology, humanities, law, medicine, and science. Regular courses with Greek and Roman literature as the core are required courses, including Greek, Latin, Renaissance literature, and humanistic philosophy. Philosophy courses mainly include ethics, metaphysics, logic, and political philosophy. Theology courses focus on the study of Christian doctrines and theology. Law courses mainly focus on the study of the American legal system, covering legal philosophy, criminal law, civil law, commercial law, and litigation procedures. The medical major focuses on the study of basic medical knowledge, including anatomy, physiology, pharmacy, and surgery. Science courses include research in natural sciences, mathematics, and engineering. The science courses at that time were relatively broad, including astronomy, chemistry, geology, physics, and mathematics. They all belong to the category of science. Liang Zhao crossed out theology without a second thought, and reduced the scale of regular courses in philosophy, focusing on the field of science. California does not need theologians at present, nor does it need too many writers, artists and philosophers. What California urgently needs now is scientists. You are too utilitarian, Woolsey commented after looking at Liang Zhao's revised school plan. Theology is the trump card of our Yale University. Why don't you reconsider it? The theology and philosophy professors around Woolsey were also disappointed to see Liang Zhao cut these courses. No need, I am a utilitarian person. California does not need theologians. Liang Zhao's attitude was very firm. There is one more thing I must make clear to you and the professors who will sign contracts with California State University in the future. California can give you generous treatment, but your work results must be worthy of the treatment and salary you enjoy. The California Department of Education and the Board of Education will evaluate your teaching results from time to time, and you can leave at any time if you do not meet the requirements. Liang Zhao did not want these people to treat him as a sucker and California as an ATM and a nursing home, so he spoke very seriously. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Military Investigation. Now that the cooperation in running a school has been agreed upon, Yale University is your alma mater, and you are more familiar with Yale professors than we are, so you will be responsible for the specific matters of California State University, Liang Zhao said to Yunwing when he sent Woolsey and others back to their accommodation to rest. He still had high hopes for Yunwing, the first Chinese to receive systematic higher education. If Woolsey really wants to be the president of California State University, I will naturally welcome him. If he is just talking, you will be the president of California State University for the time being, me to be the president of California State University. Yunwing was flattered. I just graduated from college not long ago. Although I worked as a part-time lecturer at New York University to make a living and taught a few classes, I am not very knowledgeable and I am afraid I cannot take on such an important task. Mr. Yunwing is too modest. You graduated from a top university in the United States, and Mr. Woolsey has praised you highly. I think knowledge is not your shortcoming. Your biggest shortcoming is that your resume is too thin. Seeing that Liang Zhao wanted Yunwing to be the president of California State University, Perlman was a little unhappy. He was still thinking of serving as the president of California State University, as the Minister of Education and Vice Chairman of the Board of Education, and getting the position of the first president first. Perlman did not deny Yunwing's knowledge. If he wanted to compete with Yunwing for the position of president of California State University, he, who graduated from high school, would definitely not be able to compete with Yunwing in terms of talent. However, as the Minister of Education in the early stages of California, he had a great advantage over Yunwing in terms of qualifications. Of course, this was also Perlman's only advantage. So Perlman avoided the question of knowledge and emphasized the importance of qualifications. Minister Perlman is right, Yunwing admitted this openly. Compared with these California elders, his qualifications were indeed too shallow. I don't think so. In this matter, Liang Zhao decided to stand up for Yunwing. When Mr. Yunwing was still in college, he assisted us in the matter of international students in California and was responsible for the liaison between international students and the California Department of Education. Based on this, Mr. Yunwing's qualifications in the California Department of Education are at least not shallow. Mr. Perlman, am I right? Yes, look at my memory, I overlooked such an important thing. Perlman didn't dare to say that Liang Zhao was wrong. That's right, Liang Zhao patted Perlman on the shoulder and said to Perlman earnestly, the Ministry of Education and you, the Minister of Education, have made undoubted contributions to the popularization of basic education in California. You have done a great job. It is far from enough for California to just popularize basic education. California's higher education cannot be left behind. The work of the Ministry of Education is very hard, and I can understand that. Letting Mr. Yunwing be in charge of higher education can also reduce your pressure. You two are the pillars of the California education system. The future of California's education is in your hands. I understand. Seeing that Liang Zhao had decided to hand over the responsibility of higher education to Yunwing, Perlman knew that he was powerless to change Liang Zhao's decision, so he said nothing more. At least Liang Zhao affirmed his achievements during his tenure as Minister of Education, and his position as minister was still very stable. The state government allocates a budget of $150,000 to California State University every year. Has the Ministry of Finance agreed? Perlman asked about the annual financial allocation of $150,000. Although the California state government is rich, the annual allocation of $150,000 is not a small amount. I am sure of what I can promise to the outside world, Liang Zhao said. Financial appropriations of more than $50,000 are no longer just a matter for the Ministry of Finance. They require the Ministry of Finance to nod its approval and the State Assembly to vote on them before they can be allocated. California has already overcome the financial difficulties at the beginning of its establishment. The first batch of industrial and mining enterprises have been paying taxes for 2 or 3 years. In addition, the petrochemical industry in Los Angeles can also contribute a large part of the tax revenue to the state government every year. This amount of money must still be available. Mr. Liang, after the establishment of California State University, I want to find a job in the medical profession, Wang Quan, who had been silent all the time, said. It's too much talent for a waste of time. Liang Zhao did not have this plan. He had other plans for Wang Quan. The San Francisco hospital intends to establish a professional medical school. You are a top medical student at the University of Edinburgh. You can go there to work when the time comes. When preventing and controlling cholera in 1850, Liang Zhao had already concentrated a few medical resources in California at that time and established the first hospital in California. In the gold rush era, almost every gold rush team would bring a doctor to California to pan for gold. These gold rushers did not dare to be careless about issues concerning their own lives, so the doctors who followed a gold rush team to California generally had good medical skills. The most typical representative is former Governor Robinson, who has superb medical skills. Therefore, California's medical care is not much inferior to that of the eastern states. The only shortcoming is that it is far away from the European continent, and it takes more time for the latest medical technology to spread to California. Liang Zhao's Western Brigade also benefited from California's relatively rich medical resources. Medical resources are very scarce resources in this era. Even in this case, Liang Zhao still equipped each regiment with 2 professional doctors. At the same time, other American troops could only have 1 doctor per regiment. The more abundant medical resources are also the reason why the Western Brigade can maintain a relatively low mortality rate, both in peacetime and wartime. However, Liang Zhao is not satisfied with this. 2 doctors per regiment is still too few. After the Crimean War ended, Elvis returned to California with his military expedition team. He was deeply regretful that he missed the Second Mexican-American War because of the military inspection in the Near East, but this trip still made Elvis gain a lot. Seeing the confrontation between the world's top military powers and military powers opened his eyes. Military conflicts of this scale are not comparable to those between second-rate countries like the United States and Mexico. It was too tragic. In the Battle of Sevastopol alone, the total number of casualties of the coalition forces reached 69,000, including 27,000 deaths. The casualties on the Russian side were even more severe, with an estimated death toll of at least 100,000. After returning to San Francisco, Elvis reported the results of the investigation to Liang Zhao. It is not uncommon to fill in 1 or 2 regiments a day. A fully staffed regiment is lucky to get a company back in the afternoon after being deployed in the morning. This is only the situation on the French side, and the Russian side will be even worse. The most direct shock to Elvis from the Crimean War was the scale and casualties. Although Elvis was also from the British Army and served in the British Army. But after the Battle of Waterloo, Britain has not launched a large-scale war with the whole country's strength, not to mention joining forces with France, the first land power in Europe. Modern warfare is a meat grinder. Liang Zhao side, even defensive warfare can produce such an ugly exchange ratio. The European gendarmerie is not worthy of its name. The Crimean War has made mankind initially feel the terrifying power of war after industrialization. The siege of Sevastopol took place from September 1854 to September 1855, lasting a full year. This battle was the longest and most tragic battle during the Crimean War. The battle ended with the British and French forces occupying Sevastopol. When Elvis's expedition arrived in Crimea, the war had already entered its final stage. Liang Zhao had expected that Russia would fight such an ugly battle. 1.5 industrial countries brought a group of younger brothers to beat up an agricultural country with no reason. From any angle, Russia had no chance of turning the tables. Compared with the coalition forces, except for a slight advantage in the number of troops, the Russian army was a complete slouch. Britain and France had already used rifled guns at this time, while the Russian army was still using old smoothbore guns, and the gap in artillery was the same. The most outrageous thing is the gap between the logistics system and the medical system. There is no need to elaborate on the logistics system. The Russian military's logistics has been lagging for a long time. More than 160 years later, Russian oligarchs do not regard Russian military mobilized soldiers as human beings. It is really a bit too much to expect Russian nobles in the 1850s to treat a group of serfs as human beings. The British and French coalition forces fought far away from their homeland, and the Russian army fought near its own territory, enjoying the advantage of fighting at home. The logistics delivery capacity was not as good as that of Britain and France to transport personnel and materials to the Middle East by ship. This is not explained by superficial objective reasons such as sparse railway lines and poor infrastructure. As for the gap in medical care, during the entire war, the Russian army had only more than 70 military doctors with more than 700,000 soldiers, and an average of one doctor was assigned to every 10,000 people. Even with such a small number of doctors, they had to give priority to senior noble officers. It is conceivable that the medical situation of the Russian army was so bad. The United States, which was looked down upon by European countries, could at least equip each regiment with a barefoot doctor. Meat grinder, that's a good word, Elvis said. Although the Russian army has a large number of troops, the quality of the troops is really not satisfactory. From soldiers to officers, the Russian army lacks professionalism. I have visited Russian prisoners of war. They are just a group of serfs holding outdated weapons. In the later stages of the war, they even drove the civilians of Sevastopol out of the city to fight. Are there any outstanding tactics of the British and French armies? Liang Zhao was not very interested in the situation of the Russian army. He wanted to hear more about the coalition forces, or more precisely, the situation of the British and French armies. Yes, this is my inspection report. Elvis handed his inspection report to Liang Zhao. The British army is good at using the navy to support the French army in combat. The French soldiers are in high spirits and fight bravely. With the Walter rifles we sold them, they can often defeat the Russian army that is several times larger than their own. The coalition forces most often use the tactic of concentrated firepower when attacking. The coalition forces like to use their advantages of gun range and sufficient ammunition to suppress the Russian defense line with firepower, cover the attacking infantry advance, and break through the Russian defense line. When defending, the coalition forces like to use trench tactics, that is, digging trenches at the front as shelters for defense. This tactic was also learned by the Russian army in the later period. But in terms of using trench tactics, the coalition forces are not as good as us. Their trenches are dug more casually, not as particular as we are. But these are all things in the later period of the war. I have talked with officers of the British and French armies. At the beginning of the war, they still used the execution queue tactics, so the casualties were quite large. The so-called execution queue tactics is to line up and shoot. From this, it can be seen that although the backward tactics can no longer keep up with the advanced new weapons, Britain, France, and other countries have also been working hard to improve the existing infantry tactics to adapt to the new weapons. What new weapons can the British and French armies have? Liang Zhao continued to ask. The British Army's application of artillery is very clever and flexible. In the siege of Sebastopol, in order to attack the Russian fortifications, Colonel Abbott, a British Royal Engineer, invented the floating artillery technology. The basic structure of a floating artillery consists of two parts. One is the platform, which is usually a pontoon or hull that can withstand heavy artillery and crew. The other is the artillery, which is generally a large caliber cannon or howitzer. This kind of artillery can be towed by a tugboat or installed with an independent power system. The British artillery often uses this artillery to approach places very close to the coastline and fire outside the effective range of the Russian artillery. The Russian artillery can only stare at these floating artillery of the British Army. Even if the British Army sometimes enters the range of the Russian artillery in order to more accurately attack the Russian fortifications, these artillery often only fire a few shots before moving. These are all valuable reference materials, Liang Zhao asked while listening to Elvis's story and flipping through the investigation report. If one day the British Army uses this kind of artillery to attack our Kinmen Fort, do you have a way to crack it? The Kinmen Fort is a defensive fortification formed by artillery on both sides of the Kinmen Strait. This strait, which is only 1.6 to 3 kilometers wide from north to south, is the last key from the Pacific Ocean to Jinshan Bay. If a war breaks out with a maritime power in the future, the Kinmen Fort will be the last insurance for San Francisco. Once the enemy ships break through the Kinmen Strait, the entire coastal area of Jinshan Bay will be under the attack of enemy ships and artillery fire. Fighting the British? I haven't thought about this issue yet. I always feel that fighting the British is a bit too far away. Elvis was stunned. Your idea is not good. The more you think the war is far away, the closer it is to you, Liang Zhao criticized. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the near ones. The British are now staying in our Bellingham and it still gives me a headache. Elvis pulled his beard and thought, our artillery is fixed, and the enemy's floating artillery is mobile. If we use a fixed large artillery to attack a mobile small artillery, we will suffer. Perhaps we can learn from the British in Crimea and lay mines to block the waterway. But the best way is to use a small gunboat. Our launched boat has a Sacramento rapid-fire gun, and we can use the advantage of the Sacramento gun's fast firing rate to kill the crew on these floating artillery. Chapter 487 The storm is coming. The population of California is mainly concentrated in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Sacramento and nearby satellite cities. The population of the San Francisco Bay metropolitan area centered on San Francisco is as high as 350,000, making it the veritable #1 city in the West. The Los Angeles metropolitan area, which rose due to oil, has a population of about 270,000, ranking second. The population of the capital Sacramento is about 120,000, temporarily ranking third. In terms of taxation, Los Angeles contributes more tax revenue to California than San Francisco, ranking first. However, the tax revenue contributed by Los Angeles to California is only slightly higher than that of San Francisco. After all, San Francisco has a more complete industry, and it is unrealistic for Los Angeles to simply rely on the petrochemical industry to get rid of San Francisco. However, it is an indisputable fact that San Francisco and Los Angeles contribute more than 70% of California's tax revenue. The federal government suspects that the California Customs Bureau is involved in corruption. The President and the Treasury Department called our state government and the Treasury Department and said that the commissioner they sent is on the way to California, accompanied by a congressman. President Fillmore and Secretary Conrad asked us to cooperate with their investigation at that time. Deng Wenyu, the state treasurer of California, said to Liang Zhao who was reading the California fiscal year 1855 financial report. If there is anything that is unified in the United States of this era, then there is only one answer, that is, tariffs. The Customs Bureau is not an agency under the jurisdiction of the California government, but the most important department under the federal government's Treasury Department. More than half of the federal government's fiscal revenue comes from tariffs, so the Customs Bureau is basically equivalent to most of the Treasury Department. The federal government has always attached great importance to the Customs Bureau. The Customs Bureau is also the only department in the United States that has branches in ports in all states. Its official number of employees, customs directors, senior officials, general officials, customs supervisors, dock managers, inspectors, clerks and other employees, exceeds 1,000, making it the most redundant of all government departments in the United States. The highest-ranking official in the Customs Bureau is the Director of Customs, a position that requires not only presidential appointment but also the approval of Congress. Congress sometimes intervenes in the appointment of directors of customs in state branches, especially in wealthy states with developed foreign trade and considerable tariff revenue. California after 1852 was one of the states that the federal government's Customs Bureau focused on. Especially after the petrochemical industry in Los Angeles took off, the federal government's Treasury Department, which had a sharper nose than a dog, opened another customs branch in Los Angeles that year. Is it suspected or true? Liang Zhao asked directly. The Anti-Smuggling Bureau and the Customs Bureau under the Ministry of Finance often have work exchanges. Whether the California Customs Branch is corrupt, Deng Wenyu, the Minister of Finance of the state, must know something about it. True, Deng Wenyu said very confidently. These bastards in the California Customs Bureau are too greedy. They take advantage of the fact that the president is far away and blatantly make money. Last year, I conservatively estimated that California's tariff revenue could be $3.3 million. Minister Conrad called and said that these bastards paid $1.23 million in tariffs last year. No wonder a small inspector from the Customs Bureau bought a villa in Los Angeles without blinking an eye, with a tariff of $3.3 million a year. It is no wonder that the State Finance Department has always been jealous of the tariff revenue, which is almost 3/4 of California's annual fiscal revenue. The tariffs of the U.S. federal government in the 1850s were relatively high, basically above 25%, so the tariff revenue of the United States also rose with the tide. The reason for this result is also related to the fact that the northern bourgeoisie has more seats in Congress. Although the federal government for several consecutive terms has been shouting on the surface that it wants to protect the northern industry from the impact of the European continent, it also wants to protect the rights and interests of the southern plantation owners and allow the southern cotton, sugarcane and tobacco to be exported abroad smoothly. But where in the world can there be so many both and more? In fact, the new tariff rates are discussed every year, and they are higher year by year. To put it bluntly, it is to take care of the North. Especially after the passage of the Morton-Morrill Tariff Act in 1857, the tariffs of the United States reached a historical peak. In order to protect the country's manufacturing and agriculture from foreign competition, the bill increased the tariff rates of many imported goods by more than 50%. Are our people involved? Liang Zhao asked with a frown. It is no wonder that the federal government would specifically inquire about the corruption case of more than $2 million and send people to investigate. If this case is established, it must be the largest corruption case involving the largest amount of money since the founding of the United States. Liang Zhao has heard that the director of the California branch of the Customs Bureau is the hottest position at the moment, even more popular than the director of the New York branch and the director of the General Bureau. The reason is self-evident. That is, California is too far away from Washington, and the inconvenient transportation between the East and the West makes it easy to create conditions for corruption for these corrupt elements. The California Customs Bureau is so corrupt that Liang Zhao would not believe that Fillmore and Conrad knew nothing about it. It is the presidential election period now. Fillmore's investigating the California Customs Bureau at this time, just to clean up before leaving office, so as not to leave a handle for the next president and government team. I am watching the people under the State Treasury Department, so they are relatively clean, Deng Wenyu said confidently. Besides, the tariff money will not fall into our pockets. The biggest intersection between the State Treasury Department and the California Customs Bureau is nothing more than the people from the Anti-Smuggling Bureau cooperating with the Customs Bureau to have a meal and drink a little wine after completing the anti-smuggling work. That's good. This is their federal government's business. They can do whatever they want. Liang Zhao was shocked by the corruption of the California Customs Bureau, but he didn't care much. Deng Wenyu's words made sense. After all, the tariff money was the federal government's money, and it had nothing to do with California. If there was a connection, he would definitely investigate it thoroughly and would never tolerate it. The problem is that the Customs Bureau is a key department under the federal government's Treasury Department, and the state government and legislators have no right to supervise it. Of course, as a member of the California Congress, Liang Zhao has the right to supervise the Customs Bureau. If he really wants to, it is not impossible for him to do so. However, the affairs of California are enough to keep him busy, and he doesn't need to worry about other things, such as worrying about the federal government's purse. Last year, the state government had a surplus of $1.06 million. It is still possible to give $150,000 to the state university, but third brother, you have to think about this matter clearly. This is to allocate $150,000 to the state university every year, not a one-time deal, Deng Wenyu said. Think it through. If you have no objection, you can vote with everyone when the state legislature meets next time to go through the process. Liang Zhao nodded, and then asked, how much fiscal surplus has the state government had in the past few years? After paying off the loans from Bank of America and Bank of Boston, the state government still has a surplus of $1.85 million. Deng Wenyu answered without hesitation. In the early years, California had a 3-year tax exemption policy for industrial and mining enterprises. Therefore, the period before 1853, when industrial and mining enterprises could not be taxed, was the most difficult time for the California state government's finances. At that time, the state government borrowed $1.5 million from Bank of America and Bank of Boston to tide over the difficulties. $1.85 million. Enough. Liang Zhao was quite satisfied with this number. Use this money to establish a state bank. In the future, whether it is issuing banknotes or managing state fiscal debts, it will be more convenient for the state bank to come forward. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, state banks were banks established by state governments to provide loan and savings services to promote local economic development. These banks usually work closely with state governments and enjoy certain privileges and exemptions. For example, some state banks can issue bonds to state governments or obtain guarantees from state governments. It can be simply understood that these state banks are equivalent to the central banks of each state. Before 1913, before the establishment of the Federal Reserve System, Fed, these state banks and the chartered banks of the federal government and states assumed the functions of central banks. It is worth mentioning that the state banks in the United States do not mean that each state has only one state bank. The number and size of state banks vary from state to state. Some states have only one or several state banks, while some states have multiple state banks. With the establishment of the Federal Reserve, after the federal government centralized the power of the central bank, these state banks either went bankrupt or closed in economic crises or financial storms, or gradually evolved into commercial banks, or were acquired by other banks. For example, Citibank, its predecessor was the New York State Bank, founded in 1791. Another example is Wells Fargo, its predecessor was the Massachusetts State Bank, founded in 1811. California already has two chartered banks. Is it redundant to establish a state bank? Deng Wenyu said after a moment of silence. The two chartered banks in California are Bank of America and Bank of Boston, which have the right to mint coins and the exclusive right to issue government bonds. It's not a big deal. Chartered banks are still chartered banks, not banks of banks, Liang Zhao said. It's more appropriate for state banks to formulate monetary policy, regulate the financial system, and maintain financial stability. Our California has always been stable. Do you mean there will be changes soon? Deng Wenyu's sense of smell is very sharp. Liang Zhao's establishment of a state bank at this critical juncture is definitely not a whim. Who can predict the future? Liang Zhao did not deny this and continued to ask. Who are the largest trading partners of our California in the past 4 years? The cyclical economic crisis that recurs every 10 years is the curse of capitalism that has been inescapable since the founding of the country. In addition to its unique resource advantages, California was able to rise rapidly in the first 6 years of the 1850s. Riding on the express train of American economic development is also an important reason. In 1850, the United States had just emerged from the last economic crisis. Led by the emerging industry of railways, the American economy was booming, and all walks of life were thriving and full of vitality. Capitalists across the United States were caught up in a carnival. Few people noticed the crisis hidden under the prosperity. Overexpansion of bank credit, overinvestment in railway construction, and falling cotton prices, these three long-buried mines will detonate a new round of economic crisis in 1857 and burst the bubble of the banking and railway industries. Neither the South nor the North will be spared. In order to keep California's economy growing at a higher rate and continue to attract more immigrants, Liang Zhao must find a way to keep California out of this economic crisis. At least try to reduce the impact of the economic crisis in the East on California. Qing Dynasty, Britain, France, and Japan. Deng Wenyu thought for a while and said, however, the Eastern region is our largest trading partner, because domestic tariffs are not high, and the products of most companies are more competitive domestically. Find a way to reduce dependence on the East. In addition, send a notice to the banks in the state to reduce investment in the Eastern Railway Company starting next month and withdraw the capital as soon as possible, Liang Zhao said. Chapter 488, A Pure Land. 1856, Illinois Senator Lincoln came to California. California politicians warmly welcomed the tall and energetic Illinois senator. Lincoln did not regret missing this year's election. He successfully ran for Illinois senator, served as a member of the Illinois Legislative Committee, and took control of the Illinois legislature, indicating that American voters, especially those in Illinois, have accepted the fact that Lincoln has become the leader of an emerging party. His political career has taken another big step forward. At the end of the dinner, Lincoln formally submitted his resignation to Liang Zhao and resigned from his position as the chief counsel of the Atlantic Railway Company. He also expressed his gratitude to Liang Zhao for taking care of him when he was at the lowest point in his life. No need to thank you, you fought for this job yourself. Liang Zhao agreed to Lincoln's request to resign. Mr. Liang, this time I came to California not only to thank you in person for resigning, but I came to California with a mission, Lincoln said. Are you the commissioner responsible for investigating the corruption case of the California Customs Branch? Liang Zhao guessed. Earlier, Congress and Fillmore had sent him telegrams saying that they would send a commissioner to California in the near future to investigate corruption in the Customs Bureau. Liang Zhao guessed that Lincoln might be the commissioner in charge of the investigation. That's right, so I want to trouble you one last time, Lincoln nodded and said, "I came to California alone. Without the assistance of my colleagues in California, I'm afraid it would be difficult to carry out my work." Captain Flegg, Liang Zhao called the police chief Flegg, who was the sheriff of California during the gold rush and a veteran figure in the California police force. "You are looking for me, sir." Flegg came to Liang Zhao after hearing the news. "Commissioner Lincoln wants to investigate a case, and you will be responsible for assisting Mr. Lincoln in investigating this case," Liang Zhao said to Flegg. Upon learning that Lincoln was going to investigate a case in California, Flegg had some resistance. He was about to refuse, but Fremont saw this and said to Flegg seriously, "Mr. Lincoln was ordered by Congress and entrusted by the President to come to California to investigate the corruption of the California Customs Bureau. So you want to investigate the Customs Bureau? I will cooperate. I will cooperate." The Customs Bureau should indeed investigate. Upon learning that Lincoln was going to investigate the California Customs Bureau, Flegg immediately changed his face and said that he would do his best to cooperate. "Then I'll trouble you, Director Flegg." Lincoln shook hands with Flegg and thanked Flegg. After the dinner was over and the guests dispersed, Lincoln took out 3 tickets to the Jardine Theater from his pocket and invited Liang Zhao and Fremont to go to the theater to watch a play. "I heard from opera commentators that there are operas from China in California. Chinese operas are very distinctive and more sophisticated than Western operas. I have long wanted to see them, but unfortunately I have been too busy with work to come to California. I have no other friends in California except you two, and I would like to invite you two to watch the opera with me." Lincoln is an avid opera fan, and Liang Zhao knows this. Liang Zhao and Fremont smiled at each other, accepted the invitation of the rising star of Republican politics, and went to the Jardine Theater in San Francisco to watch a play. After 1853, in order to meet the spiritual and entertainment needs of the rising middle class and the wealthy class, a number of theaters appeared in large cities in California. However, the most famous theater is the Jardine Theater established by the Jardine Group. The Jardine Theater has 2 major theaters, one of which is located in Sacramento. The theater is mainly for the upper class. The ticket price of an ordinary theater is as high as $3 to $5, and formal clothes are required to watch the play in the theater. People jokingly call it the aristocratic theater. The other theater is the Jardine Theater in San Francisco. The theater is mainly for the working class and the middle class. You can buy a seat ticket with a good seat for only 20 cents to 50 cents. People call it the popular theater. Lincoln, who had just arrived, did not know the difference. He only knew that the Jardine Theater was the most famous theater in California, and the ticket he bought was the ticket for the Jardine Theater in San Francisco. The 3 of them rode to the theater. Because it was night, Liang Zhao and Fremont were wearing top hats, so after arriving at the theater, the audience did not notice that the state speaker and the governor also came to the popular theater to watch the play. After finding a seat, Lincoln waited expectantly for the play to begin. The opening play was a new play La Dame aux Camélias that had just been introduced to California from France. However, the purpose of Lincoln's trip was to see Chinese drama, so Lincoln was not very enthusiastic about this opening play that he had already seen in the Chicago theater. The next play was 6 sets of Guangdong operas from Guangzhou. Although they were called Guangdong operas, they were actually dramas modified to cater to the tastes of the local people, but the performance form of the drama was still presented in the form of Guangdong operas. Liang Zhao looked through the repertoire of today's Guangdong operas. In addition to some traditional repertoires, there was also the Gold Rush of a Scholar in Nanayu, which was modified according to his experience, which made him laugh and cry. When the Chinese opera started, Lincoln was much more energetic and stared at the stage intently. The first Guangdong opera to start was Emperor Minghuang of Tang. The coloratura soprano that resembled an opera and the long lines in Cantonese were not something that even Liang Zhao, a Cantonese, could fully understand, not to mention Lincoln. However, with the costumes and superb acting skills of the actors, Lincoln, an old drama fan, still understood the play, and followed the audience to cheer for the performers' wonderful performances. When the play ended and the actors walked off the stage with a gong to ask for tips from the audience, Lincoln was also very generous. He took out $2 gold coins and put them into the gong, and looked at the actors' costumes and makeup curiously. This kind of peculiar costumes and makeup was something he had never seen before. This play alone is worth today's ticket price. They are the most superb actors I have ever seen, Lincoln said excitedly. Chinese drama is very much like Italian opera combined with circus acrobatics. Chinese kung fu, peculiar costumes, and unique music and singing. It is very interesting. Unfortunately, I don't speak Chinese, so I can't fully appreciate the charm of drama. Western theaters have complex stage facilities and scenery, which can show better stunts and performance effects, while Chinese theaters mainly rely on the performances and props of actors to present the plot, which tests the performance skills of actors. Therefore, Chinese drama actors in the 19th century were slightly better in acting. In order to accommodate more audiences and collect more ticket money, the Yi Theater uses Western-style theater architecture instead of traditional Chinese theater architecture. However, although the Yi Theater is a Western-style theater building, these actors are basically famous actors dug from Guangdong, and their performance quality is definitely not bad. Knowing Chinese may not be useful, Fremont laughed. These opera singers speak in dialect. Although I know Chinese, I can't understand it just like you. If you want to see acrobatics and kung fu, you will be able to feast your eyes on the next play. Liang Zhao pointed to the True and False Monkey King on the playlist and said, I'm looking forward to it. Lincoln was waiting for the next play to start. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when the play ended. San Francisco does not have a curfew system, so even at 1 o'clock in the morning, the streets of San Francisco are still very lively. As the origin of kerosene, California's kerosene is relatively cheap and the supply is relatively sufficient. The street lights on the main roads of major cities in California are generally on until dawn, which has a sense of a city that never sleeps. I have only seen this kind of scene in New York. I didn't expect that there would be such a prosperous city that never sleeps in the border area, Lincoln sighed. Mr. Lincoln, you invited us to watch a play, so we will treat you to a midnight snack. Liang Zhao pointed to the stalls outside the theater and said, at 1 o'clock in the morning, considering the operating cost, most restaurants and even pubs have closed. Only the street outside the Yi Theater, because of the stable customer base of the theater, is still open until late at night. After accompanying Lincoln to watch the play for several hours, Liang Zhao was a little hungry and planned to have some midnight snacks here before returning to Tingtao Garden. I feel honored, Lincoln said contentedly after watching the play. The three of them came to a relatively clean stall. Liang Zhao ordered a portion of fresh shrimp dumplings, a portion of roast meat, a stack of peanuts, and a bowl of wontons. Fremont ordered half a roast goose, a roasted pigeon, and a bowl of abalone and seafood soup. Lincoln didn't know what to order, so he ordered what Liang Zhao and Fremont ordered. Fremont was a little surprised to see Lincoln order so much, but Liang Zhao was not surprised at all. Lincoln was born in the bottom of the poor and had done rough work, so it was not surprising that he had a big appetite. They were surrounded by audiences who had just come out of the Jardine Theater. These audiences also found a suitable place on the commercial street in groups of 3 or 5 to eat supper and chat. Unlike the East, the most popular issue discussed by Californians is not the abolition of slavery, but more economic topics, such as where to develop more promising in California at the moment. Go to adult vocational school to learn a skill and enter the factory as a senior technician, or go to Los Angeles to work as an oil worker, or take your savings to Nevada to open a mine. These are the issues that immigrants in California are more interested in talking about. Of course, there are also a few people who talk about the North-South issue, but after all, this is the far west of America, and the North-South issue is too far away from ordinary people, so there are relatively few people discussing these issues. After watching a wonderful drama and eating delicious snacks, life in California is really comfortable. Lincoln ate a meal in front of him. The people live a rich life and there is no war. This is a pure land in America. In the East, people are either talking about the issue of blacks or talking about whether to vote for Buchanan or Scott. I heard that the Citizens Party wants to vote for Buchanan of the Democratic Party. Does your party support Mr. Buchanan's campaign more? Lincoln seemed to have a good appetite, and Fremont, who was sitting next to Lincoln, had a surprised expression on his face. You call this a snack? I can't eat so much for a meal. After Liang Zhao swallowed a few bites of fresh shrimp dumplings, he asked the stall owner for a small jar of wine and 3 wine glasses. Seeing that Liang Zhao and the others were dressed in luxurious clothes and had extraordinary temperament, the stall owner knew that the 3 people were not ordinary. He took out a jar of his own collection of Redley's wine and poured it for the 3 people. It is an honor for the 3 distinguished guests to visit a small stall like mine. However, I only have some inferior wine that peddlers drink here. If you are not used to it, I will go to other places to buy some good wine for you. No need, this is it. Fremont took a sip of the wine in the glass. He still likes this kind of wine with a strong taste, a bit sweet and sour taste, and a strange color. After drinking too much high-end wine, Fremont also wanted to try something new. Fremont took out a $5 gold coin and handed it to the stall owner as payment for the wine. The stall owner said that the jar of wine was not worth $5, and Fremont said that the extra money was a tip for him. Not necessarily. To be honest, the Civic Party is not satisfied with either of these two candidates. I don't know where you heard these rumors from, but whether the Civic Party will vote for Buchanan or Scott will ultimately be determined by California voters. And after the party convention is held, Fremont asked Lincoln, Mr. Lincoln, I wonder which candidate the Republican Party is more inclined to support in this election. Like your party, there is no conclusion yet, Lincoln said. To be honest, the Republican Party wants to nominate a candidate to represent the Republican Party in the election this time, but you know that the Republican Party is just established and weak, and there are many members from the Whig Party and the Democratic Party in the party. The Republican Party needs time to integrate its members. But one thing is certain, our party insists on maintaining the unity of the United States and opposes slavery, which is inhumane, damages the national image, and hinders social progress. But the American Constitution does not stipulate that the United States must be a unified political entity. The states have the right to join the Federation and the right to withdraw from the Federation. The Declaration of Independence never said that all people are equal regardless of skin color, body shape, intelligence level, moral level and social ability, Liang Zhao said incisively. Chapter 489, Power and the Nation. Law is the product of social system. Social changes need time to adapt, and the law needs to be constantly verified and improved in practice. Therefore, the law inevitably has a certain lag. In short, the Constitution of 1787, which is regarded as the foundation of the United States, could no longer meet the needs of American society by the mid-19th century. The Chinese, who are accustomed to the Great Unity, will habitually believe that as a country, unification is a matter of course. But not every country has its own Qin Shi Huang. The situation in the United States before the amendment of the Constitution of 1787 was just the opposite. It is unconstitutional for the federal government to force unification, while secession and independence are in line with the spirit of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Of course, after the old Constitution was amended during Lincoln's tenure, secession was not written into the Constitution as an unconstitutional act, but the power of the federal government was strengthened and the power of some states was weakened. Indirectly strengthened the unity of the United States as a political entity. After all, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of 1787 are the foundation of the United States and the legal basis for the existence of the United States. If the core spirits of these two things are contradictory, the consequences are unimaginable. However, after the baptism of the Civil War, the American society and the people had reached a unified social consensus after the establishment of the state system, which unprecedentedly enhanced the national cohesion of the United States. There were no major social problems, and the possibility of division was very small. At the beginning of the founding of the country, the United States was not a unified sovereign state, but a political union composed of 13 independent countries, states. Since the United States was born in the War of Independence, even today, 80 years later, each state attaches great importance to its state rights. The Constitution does not require the states to join the Federation by force. Similarly, the Constitution does not say that the states have no right to withdraw from the Federation. Therefore, even if the South makes the decision to withdraw from the Federation, it is not only not an unconstitutional act, but it is a constitutional act in line with the founding spirit of the United States to pursue independence and freedom. The North, which does not allow the South to be independent, is the unconstitutional party. To put it bluntly, the independence of the South is justified, and the North does not allow the South to be independent. It is not justified and has no reason to do so. This problem has been plaguing the North since the beginning of the Civil War, and it was one of the reasons why the morale of the Northern Army was low at the beginning of the war. They didn't know why they were fighting. Of course, later, as a political strongman in the United States, President Lincoln of the North cleverly solved this problem. Instead, he put the South on the fire and cut off the South's hope for independence, but that's a story for another time. America values the law, and the law has a sacred and supreme status in the minds of Americans with faith. The independence of the South is in line with the spirit of the Constitution of 1787 and is just. This is why outstanding Southern generals such as Robert Lee and Jackson, who clearly recognized the Northern system more, still chose to fight for their hometown and the South. I was born and raised in America. Do you know what I have experienced since I was a child? I have witnessed a transformation of America from a weak agricultural country to a powerful industrial country. In just one generation, America has grown from an unknown small country to a well-known industrial power, and has completed a path that other countries may not be able to complete in 1,000 years. This has never happened in human history. I have the honor of witnessing the rapid rise of this country. America has a vast territory, vast land, abundant natural resources, immigrants from the old world who pursue the American dream, and is far away from the vortex of the war between Asian and European civilizations. It has unique geographical conditions. Do you know what this means? After a few glasses of wine, Lincoln opened up and said excitedly. It means that America has the capital to become a superpower, Liang Zhao said. The achievements of rapid industrialization in a short period of time are likely to bring a strong sense of pride to the people. It is normal for Lincoln to have such an idea. Superpower, concise and well said. This is the first time I've heard this word. Lincoln filled another glass of wine for himself, and in his heart he was also sighing that it was great to be in a state without prohibition, where he could drink freely and without restraint. Not only was the wine good, but it was also interesting to chat with Liang Zhao, a well-known Western eccentric. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, as the foundation of the United States, have a sacred and perfect status in the minds of American political elites. No one in the East has the courage to openly discuss the unreasonable aspects of them. Questioning the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution is questioning the rationality of the United States. If you talk about these issues so nakedly in the East, you will definitely ruin your political career. The Russian Empire, with its territory spanning Europe and Asia, is the best among all countries, and its natural resources are also rich. Does the Russian Empire also have the capital to become a superpower? Liang Zhao talked to Lincoln with interest. He also wanted to know how the American political elites of this era viewed the world situation and how they viewed the United States' position in the world. The Russian Empire does not have the geographical advantages of the United States, and this alone is fatal enough. Moreover, the backward political system, the serf problem, the ethnic problem, the greed for territory, and the unrestrained external expansion will make this country a target of public criticism. The Crimean War that just ended is an example. If the ruling class of the Russian Empire does not reform and solve these problems, it is a question whether the Tsarist Russia can continue to exist in a few years. Lincoln's evaluation of the Tsarist Russia is quite fair, he added. If these problems can be properly solved, the Tsarist Russia is not without hope of becoming a superpower, but for an autocratic country, it is too difficult to solve so many problems in a short period of time. The British Empire, with colonies all over the world, has Union Jacks wherever there is the sun in the world. And its local industry is highly developed. No country can compare with it. Is the British Empire a superpower? Liang Zhao continued to ask. The British Empire is a superpower, but not a superpower. After reaping the benefits of the Industrial Revolution, the British Empire will return to its original position, just like Spain and the Netherlands, which reaped the benefits of the Age of Exploration. After a moment of contemplation, Lincoln made an evaluation of the British Empire, the hegemon of the time. The Qing dynasty has a vast territory, 1/3 of the world's population, and has more than a dozen vassal states such as Korea, Vietnam, and Ryukyu as its shield. Can the Qing dynasty become a superpower? Liang Zhao asked. I don't know much about the Qing dynasty. You are from the Qing dynasty. I think you know more about the situation of the Qing dynasty than I do. The answer in your mind must be more accurate than my subjective judgment. Lincoln smiled after taking a sip of wine. So, Mr. Lincoln is only optimistic that the United States can become a superpower? Liang Zhao asked with a smile. No, Lincoln corrected, and he added a prerequisite. Only a unified America that has cleared the obstacle of slavery and completely completed industrialization can become a superpower. The United States now has a population of more than 30 million, 4,000 miles of canals, more than 30,000 miles of railways, and more than 50,000 factories of various types. It is a veritable industrial country. As long as the United States catches up with Britain in industry, it is only a matter of time before it becomes a superpower. Lincoln's eyes were deep, and he seemed to have seen the bright future of America. He stood up, paused and continued, American society now lacks a consensus, a unified consensus. As you said, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution do have flaws. I think the current ruling party has the top priority of instilling this consensus in the people to prevent the country from splitting. If the United States splits, no matter which state develops well in the edge of civilization in America, it will be nothing more than a rich country that is not on the mainstream and can be manipulated by others. If there really comes such a day, it will be too late for people to miss the necessity of the federal government. External forces will not give the United States a chance to reunite. It is very rare for a political elite like Lincoln, who was born as a lawyer, to say this. Although Lincoln said it more tactfully, he also acknowledged the limitations of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Being able to face the problem frankly, Lincoln is much better than Fillmore, Buchanan, and Custer. The gold content of the president carved in Mount Rushmore National Memorial is indeed something that other presidents who have disappeared into the dust of history cannot touch. Mr. Lincoln, you've had a little too much to drink. Seeing this, Fremont, who had been drinking and listening to the audience, stood up and supported Lincoln, who was a little unsteady, fearing that Lincoln would give a speech here. Fremont had also heard about the speech and incitement of this Republican political star. He did not want California, the base of the Civic Party, to become a Republican stronghold in the future. No, sir, I'm not drunk. Lincoln pushed Fremont away and looked at Liang Zhao intriguingly. Mr. Liang. Forgive me for being blunt. If the flaws in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution are not corrected and eliminated, there will be conflicts between the East and the West after the North-South conflict ends. America is a country of immigrants. As long as racial issues continue, America will never have peace. I love my motherland deeply. As long as my motherland can be strong and on the right path, I will pay any price, and I will not hesitate. Before he finished speaking, Lincoln fell asleep on Fremont's shoulder. Fremont asked Liang Zhao to lend a hand, and the two of them lifted Lincoln onto the horse and returned to Tingtao Garden together. Mr. Lincoln is really heavy. After putting Lincoln on the bed in the guest room, Fremont couldn't help but complain. How can a 6'4" tall man not be heavy? After putting Lincoln down, Liang Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and left the guest room. This Republican rising star is really bold and eloquent, Fremont said. What do you think of this Republican political rising star? Historically, Fremont, as a presidential candidate jointly nominated by the Republican Party, had a deep intersection with Lincoln. However, in this time and space, Fremont's work focus has always been in California, and he and Lincoln do not have much intersection. Bold and eloquent are the first impressions of this Republican rising star on Fremont. He has a bright future, Liang Zhao said without hesitation. He may be able to solve problems that Buchanan and Custer can't solve. If I weren't a Civic Party member, I really want to join the Republican Party, Fremont laughed. This stagnant pool of American politics really needs someone to stir it up. It's not surprising that the Republican Party can rise in a short period of time with talents like Lincoln. When the old guys who were out of touch with the times during the founding of the country are almost dead, American politics will be the stage for young people, Liang Zhao said with a smile. We are not afraid of no one stirring up trouble, but we are afraid of too much noise, which will stir up trouble in our West. Buchanan, who was born on April 23, 1791, will be the last president of the United States born in the 18th century. When Buchanan completes his final political curtain call on behalf of the old Americans in the 18th century, the country will belong to the vigorous young people in the 19th century. By then, America will usher in earth-shaking changes in the physical sense. Our West can be disturbed by the noise in the East. This noise is too big. Fremont didn't care. How is your think tank's second 5-year plan going? Liang Zhao asked Fremont about the second 5-year plan. The state legislature is still waiting for the government's 5-year plan proposal. There are still some details that need to be supplemented, Fremont said. I will submit the second 5-year plan proposal to the state legislature in 2 weeks at the latest. What Lincoln said just now is also reasonable. The fire of racism will sooner or later burn us in California. I want to win more seats in the legislature before this fire burns us. California needs more Oregon as a political ally. Liang Zhao came to his study, opened an exquisite wooden box on the desk, took out 2 Havana cigars given to him by Vanderbilt from the box, handed one to Fremont, and kept one for himself. After lighting the Havana cigar in his hand, Liang Zhao came to the map. His eyes sometimes fell on the northern Oregon region and sometimes on the Arizona territory. Chapter 490 Northward and Eastward Expansion. Southern Oregon has already been established as a state. Next, the most suitable place in the western region for statehood, besides Northern Oregon, is Arizona. California's next strategy is to move northward, reach the U.S.-Canada border, expand eastward, and seize the power vacuum in the western territories. However, the natural and economic conditions in Northern Oregon and Arizona are not as good as those in Southern Oregon, which has already been established as a state. According to rough estimates, the current population of Northern Oregon is 30,000, and the population of Arizona is less than 5,000. Although Liang Zhao's Western Brigade also has the Arizona Regiment, it is just a name. The Arizona Regiment of the Western Brigade only symbolically recruited some Arizonans, and the main source of soldiers for the regiment still came from Chinese residents in California. It is unrealistic for the two states to reach the threshold of 60,000 population for statehood by relying solely on the natural population growth rate. This goal can only be achieved by relying on external forces. This external force is the transfer of immigrants from California. Oregon is a precedent that relies on California's transfer of immigrants to grow rapidly and reach the standard for statehood. Northern Oregon, which is the Washington state area in later generations, is in a much better situation than the Arizona territory. Northern Oregon is close to the sea and has a port. Later, it developed into a metropolis like Seattle. Its economic strength is comparable to that of Oregon, and each has its own strengths. In terms of natural resources, Northern Oregon is densely covered with spruce, pine and fir trees, with a high forest coverage rate and abundant forest resource reserves. The coastal areas are rich in fishery resources, and salmon, shrimp and crabs can be easily caught. In terms of mineral resources, Northern Oregon has rich coal, iron, copper and a small amount of gold and silver deposits. In terms of agriculture, the region has a precedent for the successful cultivation of agricultural crops such as apples, cherries, wheat, potatoes and avocados. Compared with the Southern Oregon region, which has already established a state, the only disadvantage of the Northern Oregon region is that it is far away from California, the economic center of the West Coast. With such favorable natural conditions, the Northern Oregon region has many options. Whether it chooses to develop agriculture, fisheries or mining in a limited way, it can quickly find its own way out. As long as the stubborn forces of the Democratic Party in Northern Oregon are cleared, it will not be a big problem to increase the population of Northern Oregon from 30,000 to 60,000 within a year. The area that Liang Zhao was most troubled about was the Arizona region. Arizona was incorporated into the United States in 1848 after the end of the First Mexican-American War, but the state was established in 1912. The then U.S. President William Howard Taft signed a bill to officially upgrade Arizona to the 48th state of the United States. In other words, Arizona became a territory of the United States during the Daoguang period, and the Qing dynasty had already perished when the state was established. It can be seen that the natural conditions in the region are very bad. If there had not been large-scale immigration by Chinese, historically, the Arizona territory, with an area of 295,000 square kilometers, had a population of only 2,000 to 3,000 people, excluding Indians, which was an absolute sparsely populated area. Fortunately, although the terrain of the Arizona territory is mostly desert and plateau, and the climate is relatively dry, the region is still rich in mineral resources, including coal, copper, molybdenum, limestone, silica, gypsum, petroleum and other mineral resources. The climate of the area is also more suitable for growing crops such as cotton, wheat, corn, citrus fruits, grapes, and soybeans. Taking advantage of the opportunity of building the Guard Railway, the railway will be built from Los Angeles to the Arizona Territory, improving local transportation conditions, and building a settlement in a more livable area along the railway. There is still hope that within 3 to 5 years, the population of the Arizona Territory will exceed 60,000 and reach the threshold for statehood. Of course, if it cannot be achieved, it is not a big problem. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Liang Zhao has another choice. The former Mexican state of Sonora and Arizona are adjacent. Merging the two places will definitely meet the standards for statehood. However, this operation will test the operational skills of California politicians. Can the Arizona Territory be established as a state alone, or try to make the Arizona Territory a state alone? Are you targeting Northern Oregon and Arizona? Fremont, who was smoking a cigar, saw Liang Yao's thoughts when he saw that Liang Yao's eyes were always wandering between northern Oregon and Arizona. "No, I'm targeting 4 Senate seats," Liang Yao smiled. 4 Senate seats are tempting, but Oregon has just been established as a state, and now you are targeting these 2 places. "Aren't you afraid of being full?" Fremont teased. After the teasing, Fremont also seriously thought about the feasibility of establishing states in the 2 places. He extinguished his cigar, poured away the remaining half of the cigar, and said, "Northern Oregon can meet the standards for establishing a state in the short term. After all, the conditions in Northern Oregon are not bad. Arizona is probably uncertain. The environment and transportation conditions there are too bad. In addition to the Mexicans who originally settled there, perhaps only the Hakka people are willing to go to such a place. Ordinary white politicians can't even tell the difference between Chinese and Japanese after the Chinese cut off their braids, but Fremont, who has lived in California for 5 or 6 years, can not only distinguish between Chinese and Japanese in appearance. He can even distinguish between Cantonese, Chaoshan, Minnan, Minzhuang, Zhejiang, Hakka, and other immigrants who moved to California from war-torn areas and disaster areas in North China from the accents spoken by the Chinese, and he can also use a few common dialects when canvassing for votes. In addition to distinguishing different Chinese ethnic groups, Fremont also has a certain understanding of different Chinese ethnic groups. He knows that Cantonese, Fujianese, and Zhejiangese prefer to do business and live by the sea, while people of other ethnic groups prefer to be relatively stable farmers or skilled workers. In the whole of America, there is no politician who understands Chinese better than Fremont. "What if I spend money?" Liang Yao said. Los Angeles was a barren place before the discovery of oil. Who knows what good things are buried under the ground in Arizona? Liang Yao is more optimistic about the prospects of immigration to Arizona, at least more optimistic than Fremont. Moreover, there are 2 Senate seats and 2 House seats as a base, and he doesn't have to pay for immigration. Wu Yuanhua, Pan Zhangwei, and others are willing to spend money to buy congressmen and governors for themselves in the Oregon area, and there are also many wealthy Chinese who are willing to spend money to buy officials. Spending money is another matter, Fremont smiled. He is also happy to see the Civic Party control more electoral states. At present, the Whig Party is already a dead bone in the grave, and the Democrats are demoralized. If small parties want to rise, now is the best time. Due to its geographical disadvantages and political disadvantages, the Civic Party could not dig into the corners of the Whig Party and the Democratic Party like the Republican Party did, and go to the east to compete with these new and old parties for constituencies. However, it is a shortcut to expand its political influence by establishing new states and implement the party's political proposition of developing the West. If the Civic Party can develop rapidly, it is not impossible to fill the power vacuum, expand its influence to the whole country, and even elect a Civic Party president. After instructing the servants to arrange a guest room for Fremont to rest, Liang Yao came to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. But Liang Yao was in a dilemma about which bedroom to enter. Should I sleep with Elizabeth tonight? Or with Zoe? This is really a difficult problem to choose. After thinking about it, Liang Yao finally decided to let God help him solve this problem. Liang Yao didn't drink much tonight, but the after effect of the red dregs wine was still fierce. When Liang Yao freed his hands to grope for coins in his pocket, he almost fell down. Fortunately, he finally leaned on the door panel and didn't fall. Liang Yao took out a $5 gold coin from his wallet and threw it into the air. After a crisp sound of metal falling to the ground, Liang Yao squatted down to look for the gold coin he had just thrown. However, due to the dim light at night and his head being a little swollen and numb, Liang Yao could not find the gold coin for a while. After failing to find the coin, Liang Yao took out another gold coin and prepared to throw it again. "What are you doing at the door in the middle of the night?" Liang Yao heard Zoe's voice. Zoe was wearing a thin white one-piece nightgown and holding the gold coin Liang Yao had just thrown in her hand. No wonder he couldn't find the gold coin after searching for a long time. It turned out that it had rolled into Zoe's room. Liang Yao was about to speak, but Zoe made a shushing gesture and pulled Liang Yao into the room without hesitation. "Be quiet, Sister Elizabeth just came back from an inspection in Los Angeles and is resting. Don't disturb her. You will sleep here tonight." Zoe pushed Liang Yao to the bed. Chapter 491 Target 49th North Latitude Borderline 2024-03-14 Author, Yuo Chapter 491 Target 49 degrees North Latitude Border Elliot requires us to withdraw our warships from the main waterway of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, and the garrison besieging Bellingham must also be withdrawn within 2 days. Any unfriendly military actions by the American Army and other armed forces in the Oregon region will be regarded as a provocation to the British Empire. These are the original words of the British envoy. Elvis looked worried. A 3,000-ton Julian-class steam battleship and two 1,000-ton Daring-class steam battleships of the Oregon and Umbrella fleets have surrounded Bellingham from both land and water. After 2.5 months of siege, British illegal immigrants who illegally settled in Bellingham sent a distress signal to the governor of British Columbia, Elliot. These British illegal immigrants sent a distress signal to British Columbia in a hurry, not because their stored daily necessities were running out. In fact, under the instruction of the governor of British Columbia, Elliot, these British illegal immigrants stockpiled a large amount of food and other living supplies in Bellingham, and made plans to settle in Bellingham for a long time. These abundant supplies are enough to sustain the consumption of more than 600 British illegal immigrants in the Bellingham stronghold for 2 years. In terms of water sources, Bellingham, which is built on the river, naturally has no shortage of water sources. However, Bellingham is not a military fortress, but an economic colonial stronghold. The British illegal immigrants in the stronghold are all from the colonial company. It is not that they can stay as long as there are sufficient supplies. When all economic activities are forced to be interrupted, and it is not known how long this situation will last, it is impossible for these colonists not to be anxious. That's because they crossed the border and settled illegally first. I will give you another artillery battalion. As long as the British do not withdraw from Bellingham, Bellingham will be the station of the Oregon Regiment. Liang Zhao gave a death order to Colonel Elvis, the head of the Oregon Regiment. Of the 3 main regiments of the Western Brigade, except for the California Regiment which remained in the garrison at Jinshin Bay, the other 2 regiments have been transferred to Northern Oregon. Due to the existence of the Oregon border issue, Liang Zhao had to slow down the plan of immigration to the Northern Oregon region and let the remnants of the Democratic Party occupy this area as a buffer between him and the British. However, this was a different time. At that time, the Chinese were not yet the main citizens of California. California had nothing but gold, and could not even build a cannon or a steamship. Liang Zhao could only choose to accumulate strength first and develop with his tail between his legs. Now the situation is different. After the first 5-year plan, the West Coast region has a population of at least 1.5 million, and has its own industry. The military industry and shipbuilding industry are second to none in the country. Although this size cannot touch the British mainland, it is still possible to touch the British colonies as long as the scale is right. All the soldiers of the Arizona Regiment have been assembled. Please give instructions, General Kruger, the commander of the Arizona Regiment. Asked Liang Zhao for instructions after assembling the troops who had disembarked. I want to review the troops in person, Liang Zhao said. Yes, General, Kruger saluted Liang Zhao. Please follow me to review the California troops. After Kruger left, Liang Zhao turned around and invited the members of the California Consortium who were accompanying him to inspect Northern Oregon. The railway network in the West Coast region only extends northward to Portland, Oregon, and has not yet been built to the Puget Sound area. The Arizona Regiment is stationed in Los Angeles. They took a train from Los Angeles to Portland, and finally took a steam transport ship from Portland to the vicinity of Bellingham. Even so, with the blessing of trains and steamships, the Arizona Regiment only took 5 days to travel from Los Angeles, 2,000 kilometers away, to almost the entire West Coast. This is the benefit of industrialization. If it were 5 years ago, not to mention starting from Los Angeles, even if it took 10.5 months to go by sea from San Francisco to the vicinity of Puget Sound. The premise is that the weather conditions are good. This is the reason why Liang Zhao is confident in solving the border problem now. Liang Zhao mounted his horse and walked towards the assembly point of the Arizona Regiment. Everyone, get ready. Kruger drew his command sword and shouted to the soldiers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment. Hearing the commander's order, the soldiers of the Arizona Regiment looked forward, and in unison, they quickly raised the Walter M1851 rifles in their hands to their shoulders, then quickly stepped forward, completing the standard forward step action, and finally put down the rifles in unison. Salute to His Excellency the General. The officers and soldiers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment raised their guns to their chests with both hands, looked at Liang Zhao, and saluted Liang Zhao. 1,320 soldiers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment have been assembled. Please give instructions, Your Excellency the General. After doing this, Kruger walked in front of Liang Zhao and asked Liang Zhao for instructions. There is no limit to the number of soldiers over 1,000, there is no edge to the number of soldiers over 10,000. The scene of a fully staffed infantry regiment, especially an elite infantry regiment with strict military appearance, tempered by the fire of war, and murderous eyes, is still very spectacular. Liang Zhao inspected his troops on horseback, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Everyone at ease, Liang Zhao drew his sword and shouted. After receiving the order to stand at ease, thousands of soldiers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment put down their guns, returned to their normal posture, and continued to wait for the next order or instruction. Go north. Target the borderline of 49 degrees north latitude. Liang Zhao pointed the command sword in his hand to the north. After the order was issued, all the officers and soldiers of the regiment marched north on the spot. After reviewing the soldiers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment, Liang Zhao put the sword back into the sheath and explained to Kruger, Elliot has sent letters and messengers to put pressure on me several times. Today I will use the Arizona Regiment to put pressure on Elliot. After you arrive at the border, the British Army will definitely come to confront you. If the British do not take radical actions, you will stay at the border to put pressure on the British before receiving the order to retreat. If the British open fire, you don't need to ask for permission, just fight back. Yes, General. Kruger nodded and set off. After Kruger left, Liang Zhao smiled and asked the members of the California Consortium behind him, how are the California soldiers? The California Consortium is a new consortium with Liang Zhao's American group as the core. The main forces are Robinson's Boston group, the various chaebols in the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce headed by Wu Yuanhu and Pan's Hangwei, Fremont's Pacific Group, Sutter's Sacramento Group and other small and medium-sized chaebols. In terms of the funds, political resources and influence in hand, the California Consortium in 1856 was no longer a small consortium. It is worthy of being the elite of America. The British ghosts must be scared to death when the Arizona Infantry Regiment is driven to the border, Wu Yuanhu sighed. With such a strong army as a backing, it is not impossible to resolve border disputes. What's more, this is only the Arizona Regiment, not the most elite California Regiment of the Western Brigade. Liang Zhao has not yet revealed his trump card and put it on the table. I saw my grandson, Pan's Hangwei, chairman of Tongfu Group, said with a smile. It's good to be a soldier, it's good to be a soldier. This kid is much more energetic after being a soldier. He is completely different from before. Pan's Hangwei has two grandsons. The eldest grandson Pan Baohuang finally got admitted to Yale University to study law 2 years ago, and the second grandson Pan Baolin just graduated from West Point Military Academy and is now serving in the Arizona Infantry Regiment. As you can see, I mobilized a large number of troops this time and transferred both main regiments to Northern Oregon. First, it is to show the British that I have the confidence and determination to resolve the border dispute, and second, it is to let you feel at ease to invest here, Liang Zhao said as he rode his horse and led everyone towards the port of Duwamish in the Puget Sound area. Chapter 492 Multi-Core Strategy. The port of Duwamish is the predecessor of the city of Seattle in later generations. In 1851, Arthur Denny and a group of explorers who loved scalping discovered a place called Duwamish in the Indian population. When they first arrived in the area, there were Indian tribes of Duwamish, Suquamish, Swanepoel and other tribes in the Puget Sound area. After discovering that this was an excellent natural deep-water harbor, they chose to establish a settlement here and expelled the local Indians. But the good times didn't last long. Later, the pro-China Indians received assistance from Liang Zhao, and the first batch of white explorers who arrived in the Duwamish area basically died or left. Duwamish returned to the hands of the Indians. It was not until the remnants of the Democratic Party in Portland moved north to the vicinity of Puget Sound and received assistance from the British that the whites regained their foothold in Duwamish. The governor's office of Stevens, the governor of the Northern Oregon Territory, was located in Duwamish, but now Stevens has left here and moved inland with his white immigrants to find a new settlement. As soon as Stevens left, Duwamish fell into depression again. It is said to be a port town, but now there are only more than 1,000 residents left in this town. Due to the sharp decline in population, most of the shops in the city are closed, and all industries are depressed. Only a small grocery store next to the square is still open. The land is flat, there are rivers, shipping routes, and there are abundant natural resources nearby. The development prospects here are very broad. Maybe it can become the next Jinshanbei metropolitan area, Liang Zhao made a conclusion after a brief investigation near Duwamish. The Los Angeles metropolitan area, the San Francisco Bay Area metropolitan area, the Seattle metropolitan area, the San Diego metropolitan area, and the Portland metropolitan area are all large metropolitan areas on the west coast of the United States in later generations, concentrating most of the population on the west coast of the United States. North America has very good geographical conditions, rich resources, and few bad lands. It can be said that God has given us food. It was such a good hand that the Indians played it badly. It is not easy to develop the economy of the West Coast. Even if it is a copy of the homework of later generations, it can achieve quite good results. Liang Zhao's idea is to build several metropolitan areas in the West Coast as the core and basic base. As long as the West Coast is stabilized, there will be more options in the future. After the end of the Second Mexican-American War, it is only a matter of time before San Diego and the former Mexican border city of Tijuana are integrated to become the third largest metropolitan area in California. The Portland metropolitan area has been put on the agenda. A few months ago, the first batch of Chinese immigrants crossed the Columbia River and arrived at the north bank of the Columbia River. The last thing left is the Seattle metropolitan area under his feet in the future. The Puget Sound area has great potential. If it can be done, it can become the third largest metropolitan area in the West Coast after the San Francisco Bay metropolitan area and the Los Angeles metropolitan area. You may be curious about why I, the mayor of San Francisco, resigned suddenly when I was doing a good job. I will tell you now that I developed the Puget Sound area on behalf of the American group at the request of our boss, the former mayor of San Francisco, Levi Strauss, stood up and said. As the first mayor of San Francisco, Strauss gave the citizens of San Francisco a satisfactory answer. The Jinshanbei metropolitan area was planned by Strauss under the instruction of Liang Zhao. In terms of attracting investment and developing industry, Strauss also did a very good job. The San Francisco industrial zone can gather almost all industrial categories except the chemical industry. Strauss has made an indispensable contribution. Because of his achievements during his tenure, Strauss himself is also well known among the upper class in California for his ability to develop the economy. Liang Zhao asked Strauss to preside over the development of the Puget Sound area, which also sent a positive signal to other people in the California consortium, indicating that he attaches great importance to the development of the Puget Sound area and attracts more investment. Of course, Liang Zhao mobilized a large army to come here to solve the border problem and clear the last obstacle to the development of Puget Sound. It's just that I heard that the Indians here are very fierce, Fair said. Burnett at the beginning and Stevens now want to scalp them for US dollars every day. How can they not be fierce to you? Liang Zhao said. We don't scalp the Indians. I invited the chiefs of the local Indian tribes to participate in our party. Hearing is false and seeing is true. Whether the Indians are fierce or not, you will know it when you come into contact with them in person. That's right. Fair felt that he was worrying too much. The Indian tribes in the West Coast area regarded Liang Zhao as the chief. Liang Zhao had a high prestige in the minds of the Indians. The development of the Puget Sound metropolitan area was promoted by Liang Zhao. The Indians did not give Stevens face, but it did not mean that they would not give Liang Zhao face. Liang Zhao and Stevens had completely different attitudes and policies towards the Indians. One was to kill them all, and the other was to assimilate. The biggest problem is transportation. It's good here, but it's still too far from California. Should we raise money to build a railway first? The California Railway is building the Pacific Railway, and the Atlantic Railway Company has already built a guard railway. Do you have the spare capacity to build another railway? Sartre looked around, and what caught his eye was either the dilapidated and monotonous wooden houses in the city of Duwamish or the vast, endless green primeval forest outside the city. I really don't have the spare capacity to build another railway, but Mr. Fremont has just established a Pacific Railway Company, and he himself is also interested in undertaking the construction of the railway project from Portland to Duwamish, Liang Zhao replied. If that's the case, what else can we say? Just like when we developed Oregon, we can raise money and set up a development foundation to develop Puget Sound. Can Mr. Liang still cheat us? Without Mr. Liang, we wouldn't be where we are today. Wu Yuanho took the lead in expressing his opinion. I'm waiting for you to say this, Liang Zhao smiled. I will take the lead. On behalf of the American group, I will invest $1 million. Next month, the American group will open a branch in Duwamish. I will also ask the Coal and Steel Alliance to open a steel plant here to support the construction of Puget Sound and produce the steel needed for the construction of Puget Sound. Everyone donated generously, and finally raised $4.6 million, which exceeded Liang Zhao's expectations. Liang Zhao's expected goal was to raise $3 million. With a successful precedent of Oregon, this time it was much more comfortable to pay than the last time. If a state is established in the future, won't this place have the same name as Oregon? Zhang Jinsong proposed after writing a huge check for $180,000. Mr. Liang proposed to invest in the development of this place, and made a great contribution to it. Besides, the name Duwamish is too difficult to pronounce. Why not name it after Mr. Liang and rename it Liang Zhao City? If it is established as a state in the future, how about renaming it Liang Zhao? Stevens has lived in this place, and renaming it can also get rid of his bad luck. Stevens is a well-known racist who discriminates against Chinese people in the West Coast region. Naturally, the Chinese present are also very disgusted with him. It is difficult to go against the will of the crowd, so Liang Zhao nodded and agreed to their request to change the name. In later generations, this place was called Washington State, named after the founding president of the United States, Washington. Unexpectedly, this place still could not escape the fate of being named after a person in this life. After everyone dispersed, Liang Zhao handed the check to Strauss. I have collected the money for you. This place is a territorial area, and there are not as many taxes as California. If it still cannot develop, you will disappoint me, Liang Zhao said to Strauss. As you said, the conditions here are very good. As long as you give me 30,000 to 50,000 immigrants every year, I am sure I can settle them all. Within 5 years, let this place surpass Oregon in the South, develop this place into the second most economically developed state on the West Coast, and make the Puget Sound metropolitan area the third largest metropolitan area on the West Coast after Jinshan Bay and Los Angeles. Strauss took the check handed over by Liang Zhao and issued a military order to Liang Zhao. Set up a temporary resettlement site for immigrants, and I will give you at least 10,000 immigrants every month, Liang Zhao said. Not transferred from San Francisco, but directly transported here, 10,000 per month. Strauss' eyes lit up, and then he said confidently, then it will only take 3 years to surpass Oregon here, with $4.6 million in hand and 10,000 immigrants per month. Strauss has never fought such a rich economic battle. 2 days later, the Indian tribal chiefs near Puget Sound were invited to the newly renamed Liang Zhao City. Just a few months ago, this place once called Duwamish was still the base camp of white people and the forbidden land of Indians. Stevens, the former governor of the Northern Oregon Territory, had made a bold statement: no Indian could enter Duwamish with his scalp intact. But now, more than 900 Indians with thick hair jumped and laughed into this once absolutely forbidden place. Of course, these Indians were not all Indian chiefs, but elite Indian riders selected by Liang Zhao for each tribe. The terrain near Puget Sound is flat, and a large part of the area is vast wilderness. Therefore, many Indian tribes here are good at raising and riding horses. Horses in North America became extinct in prehistoric times. In the 16th century, with the arrival of the Spaniards, the horse species entered the American continent again and spread rapidly. By the 19th century, horses had become an indispensable part of Indian life. Many Indian tribes began to raise and use horses to help them hunt, fight and move. Liang Zhao wanted to set up a complete cavalry regiment a long time ago, but he was troubled by not being able to find a suitable and high-quality source of soldiers. Chinese are a good source of infantry soldiers, but most of the Chinese immigrants who come to California are from the South. It is rare for these immigrants to have excellent riding skills. Younger Chinese immigrants who can ride horses are included in the cavalry battalion as high-quality cavalry soldiers by Liang Zhao. Because cavalry soldiers are hard to find, the cavalry battalion is the only unit in the Western Brigade that has not yet implemented a retirement system. Even the artillery battalion has changed a batch of people. Of course, if Liang Zhao wants to quench his thirst with poison, he can still form a cavalry regiment. After a few years, there are many farmers in California who can ride horses. If these farmers are forced to serve, they can form a cavalry regiment with good quality soldiers, but now it is a peaceful time, and doing so will delay California's agricultural production. Therefore, Liang Zhao set his sights on the Indians, hoping to recruit riders who are good at riding horses from Indian tribes to form a cavalry regiment. Liang Zhao originally thought that it would be difficult to recruit soldiers from the Indians, but he did not expect that his prestige among the Indians was so high. When they heard that he was going to recruit soldiers from the Indian tribes, the Indian chiefs of each tribe were very cooperative, providing them with soldiers and horses. They only asked Liang Zhao to provide them with weapons and some materials that they could not produce, such as ironware, tools, saddles, high-quality salt and the like. Great chief, these are all excellent riders from our SYNOPSIS tribe, as well as the Duwamish, Suquamish and other tribes. Seattle, the young SYNOPSIS leader, came to a grassland outside Liang Zhao city and invited Liang Zhao to review the 850 excellent Indian riders they brought. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, Give the British Strength. Seattle blew a whistle, asking the Indian riders to show off their superb riding skills in front of Liang Zhao. Seattle, wearing bright eagle feathers, mounted his horse, pointed to a small mound not far away, and then galloped towards the mound. While galloping, Seattle kept changing his riding posture, his movements were very smooth, and finally showed Liang Zhao his unique skills. He stood on the saddle, letting the horse gallop. He was still able to stand steadily on the saddle and free one hand to take out his gun and shoot. After the performance, Seattle jumped down lightly and sat back on the saddle easily. Other Indian riders followed closely behind. Although not everyone had the unique skills like Seattle, they were able to control the horses steadily. They shouted loudly, galloped forward, and drew their long guns and short guns to shoot while galloping. Liang Zhao's arrival made it very easy for the Indians to obtain high-quality weapons. In recent years, the Indian tribes in the West Coast, especially the pro-China Indian tribes, have gradually eliminated javelins and bows and arrows and popularized firearms. Horses are a rigid demand for Indians, and Indians in the western region widely use horses for hunting and transportation. Therefore, these Indians have good riding skills. At least better than those cavalrymen in Liang Zhao's cavalry camp. As for the horizontal comparison with the regular cavalry regiment of the United States, there is definitely a gap. The gap here does not simply refer to the gap in riding skills, but the gap in tactical literacy. No matter how you say it, the American cavalry is a modern cavalry unit. It is unrealistic to expect a group of Indian riders who have changed their guns to compete with the regular cavalry units of the United States immediately. Before the American Civil War, there were a total of 6 cavalry regiments, including regular cavalry regiments and volunteer cavalry regiments, in the American Army, namely the 1st Cavalry Regiment, the 2nd Cavalry Regiment, the 3rd Cavalry Regiment, the 4th Cavalry Regiment, the 5th Cavalry Regiment and the 6th Cavalry Regiment. Without exception, these paid and semi-paid cavalry units belonged to the North. Before the Civil War, the entire American state machine, from the regular army to taxation and even the judicial department, was firmly in the hands of the North. However, Liang Zhao had never come into contact with these regular cavalry regiments in the North. Liang Zhao only came into contact with the cavalry units of the South during the Second Mexican-American War. The Southern Army did not formally form a cavalry regiment, but each Southern state had its own guerrilla cavalry team. Therefore, when mobilizing for war, the South could quickly form their cavalry units. To be fair, in addition to weapons, the cavalry units of the South can beat Liang Zhao's cavalry camp in terms of riding skills and combat effectiveness, not to mention these Indian riders. During the Civil War, although the Northern Army performed poorly, there was nothing to criticize about the performance of the Northern Cavalry Regiment. The Northern Cavalry Regiment not only played a role in intelligence gathering, reconnaissance and pursuit, but also played a decisive role in some battles, such as the famous Stonewall Jackson attack and the famous Gettysburg Battle counterattack. It showed their superb combat effectiveness and flexible tactical qualities. After the performance, Liang Zhao applauded the riding skills of these Indian riders. These riders are good at riding. With more training, they will surely become powerful cavalrymen who can rival the regular cavalry regiment, Liang Zhao said to Seattle, who was riding down. Seattle, You will be a lieutenant colonel of the cavalry regiment here first. Lieutenant colonel is the highest military rank Liang Zhao can directly grant to Seattle. Of course, Liang Zhao is not unable to give him the rank of colonel, but it is more troublesome for the U.S. Army to appoint officers at the level of colonel, which requires the approval of the War Department and on-site inspection. The resistance to appointing an Indian as a colonel of the cavalry regiment is too great. Moreover, Seattle has no military merits. The three colonels of the Western Brigade, whether Elvis, Kruger, or Deng Yan, who is now in Nagasaki, all have military merits as a foundation. The sudden appointment of an Indian chief as a colonel will also be controversial among the old officers. However, most of the soldiers of the cavalry regiment come from Indian tribes, and Liang Zhao also needs a senior Indian officer to stabilize the morale of these Indian cavalrymen. The rank of lieutenant colonel is the most suitable, high enough, and convenient to appoint, without the approval of the War Department. Thank you, Chief. Seattle thanked Liang Zhao happily. What about these soldiers? He knew that this rank was second only to Elvis and Kruger in Liang Zhao's army, and he was very satisfied with the appointment. With his position settled, Seattle asked about the treatment of the Indian riders he brought with him. Enjoy the same treatment as the new recruits of the Western Brigade. Each soldier will receive an allowance of $18 per month during the recruit period. The old cavalry battalion will be responsible for the training. After training, they will become regular soldiers of the Western Brigade and enjoy the treatment of regular soldiers, with a monthly allowance of $30, Liang Zhao said. Seattle and a group of Indian riders were very satisfied with this treatment. Since the Gold Rush era, Indians and Chinese and other ethnic Californians in the West Coast have begun to use U.S. dollars for transactions. These Indians still have an idea of the purchasing power of the U.S. dollar. That is to say, the allowance they receive every month during the recruit period can buy a very good rifle, 5 pairs of high-quality leather shoes, and 9 pairs of jeans that are very popular in various Indian tribes nowadays. Liang Zhao also laughed so hard that he was numb. Although these Indians lacked discipline and tactical literacy, they were good at riding, had combat experience with white people, and brought their own horses into the army. Horses were very expensive in the West Coast region. A war horse that could meet combat requirements would cost at least $150. The old cavalry camp had cadet officers recruited by Liang Zhao from military academies in the East. These Indians could become qualified cavalry with just a little training. After watching the performance of these Indian riders, Liang Zhao attended the evening party and got in touch with the Indian tribe. After the party, Liang Zhao and Zhao studied the Oregon Treaty signed by Britain and the United States in Washington, D.C. on July 15, 1846. Of course, they were not studying the original, but the copy sent to them by the Fillmore government from Washington. The Treaty of 1818, signed in 1818, stipulated that the boundary between Britain and the United States was 49 degrees north latitude between Minnesota and the Rocky Mountains. The western part of the Rocky Mountains is a disputed area, which the United States calls the Oregon Country and the United Kingdom calls the Columbia region of the Hudson Bay Company. However, the state of joint control between the two sides became unstable over time. James Knox Polk, then President of the United States, proposed to use the 1818 treaty to define the 49-degree north latitude as the border, but the then British Prime Minister rejected this proposal. At that time, the expansion of the United States was very smooth, which led to the ambitions of domestic expansionists. The expansionists in the United States clamored to incorporate all areas south of 54 degrees north latitude into the territory of the United States, and shouted the fanatical slogan of either 45 degrees north latitude or war, and expanded northward at all costs. However, the Mexican-American War in 1846 consumed most of the United States military forces, and the federal government owed a huge war loan and was unable to start another war. Moreover, it is not that the United States has no precedent for expanding northward before. It's just that this is a failed precedent. After the end of the War of Independence, the sovereignty dispute between Britain and the United States did not stop. As a British colony, the province of Canada is vast and sparsely populated, and its defenses lax. America believed that the advantage was in our hands. Canadian residents suffered from the exploitation of the British colonial government and must be very eager for freedom and liberation. Once America declared war on Britain, the British colonial government of Canada would march north. The Canadian people would certainly welcome the American army with food and drink, and all parts of Canada would surrender. Under the influence of this idea, In 1811, hawkish members of the House of Representatives advocated launching a war to liberate Canada and won the support of most members. On June 18, 1812, after President James Madison delivered a speech to Congress, Congress voted to pass the request for a declaration of war. America officially declared war on Britain. But the facts were contrary to what the Americans expected. Canadians did not regard them as liberators, but actively joined the army to fight against the invasion of the U.S. military. Canada's 5,000 British regular troops, with a group of Canadian militias, beat the U.S. military at the time and made them lose their way. They once invaded Washington and burned the White House. The rulers of the United States at that time overlooked one point. They were able to win the War of Independence largely thanks to the assistance of Louis V. Without the assistance of France, it was still unclear whether they could win the War of Independence. In 1812, France was fighting with the anti-French alliance and preparing to invade Russia, and had no time to look west. From October 1813 to March 1814, Britain defeated Napoleon in Europe and sent more troops to reinforce the North American battlefield. Britain occupied Maine and other states in the north. In the end, it was the Southern Army, led by the famous Southern General Andrew Jackson, who defeated the British Army's attack in the south on the battlefield in Louisiana, successfully defended New Orleans, and killed the British commander Major General Edward Buckingham. This reboosted the morale of the U.S. military. The two sides then entered a stalemate and finally negotiated. In view of this, in 1846, both sides took a step back and signed the Oregon Treaty, stipulating that the border was 49 degrees north latitude. However, this treaty did not completely solve the border issue between Britain and the United States. The United States advocated strict implementation of the 49-degree north latitude border, and the sovereignty of the area south of 49 degrees north latitude on Vancouver Island belonged to the United States. However, Britain was not willing to put aside the dispute and advocate joint development. It only agreed that the mainland area would implement a 49-degree north latitude border, and the island area would follow the traditional customary border. The British colonial authorities enjoyed absolute sovereignty over Vancouver Island and would not allow the United States to infringe on it. Subsequently, the British built Victoria City, named after Queen Victoria, as a fortress port in the southeast of Vancouver Island, controlled the San Juan Channel, and extended their hands to the San Juan Islands, whose sovereignty was unclear. The two sides were once again deadlocked on the Oregon border issue. No matter what, according to the Oregon Treaty, it was the British who crossed the border first and illegally built a stronghold in Bellingham, violating the Oregon Treaty. Our dispatch of troops this time is justified, Liang Zhao asked Chen while carefully reading the Oregon Treaty against the map. What does Washington think? Washington's intention is that although there is no hope for Columbia Island, they still want to take this opportunity to win the sovereignty of the San Juan Islands. There is also the content of the treaty regarding the waterways south of 59 degrees north latitude. Washington hopes that this article will not only be written in the treaty, but also be implemented. You know, our strength in this place was very weak before. Although the treaty stipulates that the United States can use the waterways south of 59 degrees north latitude together with the British, because the British actually control the waterway, our ships have been obstructed by the British many times when using this waterway. Chen relayed Washington's attitude to Liang Zhao, and he did not forget to add at the end. The most important thing is that Washington hopes to end the border dispute in Oregon in a relatively peaceful way. Washington's thoughts and attitudes coincide with Liang Zhao's. Columbia Island is definitely hopeless. Britain has stationed troops on the island and built a permanent military fortress. To take Columbia Island, it is not a matter of intimidation by force, but real force must be used. But the right to use the San Juan Islands and the waterway must be obtained. If this waterway is locked, Liang Zhao will not be able to develop. A coastal area will lose its access to the sea. Liang Zhao's bottom line is to maintain the border between the United States and Canada in the future. He will strive for as much as he can above this bottom line. It will not be a loss anyway. I have a bottom line in my mind. Liang Zhao nodded, indicating that he had a bottom line in his mind, and asked Carnegie to call Sven and Strauss. Sir, you are looking for me. Soon, Sven and Strauss came to the governor's mansion of the Old Territory, which is Liang Zhao's current temporary residence. The Arizona Regiment has arrived at the border, and we have to take action at sea. Liang Zhao asked Sven, where are the warships of the Umbrella Fleet now? They are all on the sea outside Bellingham, surrounding Bellingham tightly. Sven said, If the siege continues for a few months, Bellingham will become a dead port. The force is not enough. We have to continue to increase the strength of the British. Liang Zhao pointed to Victoria Harbour on the map. Send the main battleships to the vicinity of Victoria for live fire exercises, and fire the shells freely. I don't believe that the British will remain indifferent and Elliot will still sit still. The British Navy is very powerful, but the British Navy is spread all over the world. It is impossible to deploy a powerful fleet in every place, especially in a remote and poorer place like Oregon. It is not a core colony of the British, and the British naval power in Oregon is also very limited. The British here have a total of a few outdated sailing warships inherited from the Hudson Bay Company, and they are all small boats, without even a third-level ship. In the direction of the northeastern Pacific Ocean, Liang Zhao still has an advantage in naval power. Yes, sir, I'll do it right away, Sven said excitedly. Boss, what about me? Strauss asked. Do you see the San Juan Islands on the map? Liang Zhao pointed at the San Juan Islands. Bring the immigrants and settle directly on the San Juan Islands. I want our immigrants on every island? Do you understand? I understand, Strauss nodded. Chapter 494, Elliot's Logic. The sound of gunfire outside Victoria Harbour and the American troops on the border made the 20,000 British and Irish immigrants in British Columbia uneasy and panic-stricken. The British colonial authorities in British Columbia knew that Liang Zhao and Stevens were not the same kind of people. The frustrated Stevens could be bribed with money, but Liang Zhao, who is well connected in the military, political and business circles, had everything he needed, and such a person could not be bribed with money. Before coming to British Columbia to serve as governor, Elliot thought he knew the Chinese very well. Based on his personal experience in the Opium War, Elliot came into contact with many Manchu and Han dignitaries and gentry in the Qing dynasty. They were short-sighted, timid, unenterprising, greedy for comfort and pleasure, loved to smoke opium, liked to live in their own comfort zone, and were afraid of all strange things in the outside world. This was Elliot's perception of the Qing dignitaries, especially the Manchu dignitaries of the Qing dynasty. However, these old perceptions of his did not seem to apply to America. The Chinese who settled in California and the Chinese in the Qing dynasty seemed to be two different races. The shortcomings of the Qing people could no longer be found in them. Canada is the core colony of the British Empire, but British Columbia is not. Like America, the core area of Canadian colonies is in the east rather than the west. Speaking of Canadian colonies, the British Prime Minister living in 10 Downing Street first thinks of New Brunswick, Quebec, Montreal, and Ottawa on both sides of the St. Lawrence River, rather than the barren British Columbia. If you ask British politicians where British Columbia and Vancouver Island are, even if they say they don't know, is there such a place? Elliot was not surprised. After all, there are so many pearls on the Queen's crown that even Queen Victoria, who wears the crown, doesn't know how many there are. Elliot looked at Liang Zhao's sphere of influence on the map. Its territory is like a giant snake with a bloody mouth, running through the entire Pacific coast of North America. Northern Oregon is the snake's head with a bloody mouth, Southern Oregon and California are the bloated and huge body of the snake, and Baja California Sur are the tail of the snake. The bloody mouth of this giant snake was aimed at Vancouver Island and the Vancouver Plains area that had just been developed since Elliot took office. It seemed that it regarded these areas as prey and wanted to swallow them in one bite. On Elliot's desk were letters from Victoria Harbour and distress messages sent by Bellingham base to New Westminster City through carrier pigeons. Driving a gunboat to a port controlled by the British Empire and firing cannons openly, such an arrogant act made Elliot, the governor, unable to remain silent. Elliot decided to go out and meet Liang Zhao to make his attitude clear to Liang Zhao, indicating that the most powerful empire in the world stood behind him. He wanted to let Liang Zhao know what he was doing now and what serious consequences would be incurred, and hope that he, a young man, could take care of himself. On the way to Duwamish, Liang Zhao City, Elliot saw that the American Immigration Company was transporting immigrants to settle in the San Juan Islands. This made Elliot so angry that he trembled all over. The sovereignty of the San Juan Islands was undetermined, and the Americans were so brazen in immigrating to these islands. This was a provocation to the authority of the British Empire. At the same time, he was very envious of America. It was very close to the mainland of the United States. After the development and growth of California, the original power structure in the Northeast Pacific, where Britain and the United States were on par with each other and Tsarist Russia was second, had been broken. Now the power structure in the Northeast Pacific is that the United States is first, followed by the British Empire. With the decline of the Alaska Russian-American Company, Tsarist Russia's influence in the Northeast Pacific has been negligible. After all, the players on the poker table on the west coast of the Pacific are now only the United Kingdom and the United States. Elliot noticed that the American Immigration Company did not transport immigrants by the dozens, but by hundreds, which made Elliot feel sour and uncomfortable. You should know that after he discovered the Feng Shui treasure land of Vancouver Plain, in order to develop this Feng Shui treasure land, he even moved his governor's mansion from the safe military fortress of Victoria Harbour to New Westminster, and attracted local immigrants and colonial companies to British Columbia for 4 consecutive years. Even so, the population of the entire British Columbia region has only increased by 7,000 people, of which more than 1,000 are Americans. And more than 7,000 immigrants seem to be just a drizzle for the other party. In recent years, Liang Zhao has been immigrating to the West Coast region like he has an inexhaustible human resource mine. If it were in the past, seeing the American Immigration Company swaggering to San Juan to immigrate, Elliot would have ordered the fleet to fire a few shots to drive away these illegal immigrants. But now Elliot dares not, because the fleets of these American immigration companies are not only escorted by armed merchant ships, but also by gunboats of the Umbrella Company. The straight line distance from New Westminster to Liang Zhao City is less than 200 kilometers. Even if the waterway is tortuous and needs to turn some corners, it is only less than 300 kilometers by water. It took Elliot 1 day to reach Liang Zhao City by boat, which was previously Duwamish City. Entering Liang Zhao City, Elliot felt even worse. Merchant ships from California and Oregon were loading and unloading supplies at the port one after another. The arrival of new immigrants has injected new vitality into this frontier town that was once depressed, and people's livelihood was withered. It was already night when Elliot arrived in Liang Zhao City, but this frontier town did not enter a dormant stage with the arrival of night. The immigrants were still busy with the light from kerosene lamps and bonfires, either carrying supplies or paving roads and building houses. It seemed that they had endless energy and did not feel tired at all. There is no harm without comparison. Elliot spent more than 4 years to barely build New Westminster into a small town with a population of less than 10,000. The city was still in a dilapidated state. Apart from his governor's mansion and the headquarters of several colonial companies, New Westminster was just a few simple wooden houses, without much of the flavor of modern civilization. One of the important reasons was the quality of the immigrants. The English, Scottish, and Irish immigrants in British Columbia were not refugees before they immigrated, but criminals and street vagrants who were idle and lazy. It was indeed very difficult to rely on these people to build British Columbia, but Elliot did not have many choices. Compared with the vast colonies, the core population of the British Empire was still too small. Governor Elliot, I have been waiting for a long time, Liang Zhao greeted the British governor at the old governor's mansion. This place has now been transformed into the temporary city hall of Liang Zhao City government. Your Excellency has deployed troops on the border, sent warships to our ports to fire demonstrations, and besiege our settlements. Are you showing off your military power to the British Empire? As soon as they met, Elliot asked sternly. Your Excellency, Governor, what are you talking about? I, Liang, have not overestimated my own abilities to such an extent that I would brandish a sword and a gun in front of your country. Liang Zhao narrowed his eyes and stared at Elliot. Besides, I cannot afford these false charges of your Excellency. False? So, I have wronged you, Elliot said unhappily. Your Excellency has indeed wronged me. We are acting in accordance with the Oregon Treaty signed with your country in 1846, Liang Zhao said neither servilely nor arrogantly. The Oregon Treaty stipulates that the United States and the British Canadian colonies are bounded by 49 degrees north latitude. Our personnel are assembled on our own territory. What is wrong with that? If your country is even in charge of this, it would be too much. Elliot was speechless for a moment. As an important figure of Great Britain, he was used to being arrogant and domineering on weekdays. He had a powerful motherland to support him. Whether he was right or not was not so important to Elliot. What was most important was to gain more benefits for the British Empire and for himself. As for reason, wherever the British gunboats reach, it is reason. However, the British gunboats here do not seem to be as strong as those of the United States, and Elliot has to reconsider what he thinks is right. What about your country's warships firing cannons outside Victoria Harbour? How do you explain this? Elliot continued to nitpick, and he sneered. Is this also in accordance with the Oregon Treaty? That's right. As the governor of British Columbia, Sir Elliot must have read such an important border treaty, right? Liang Zhao asked back. For the governor of British Columbia, the Oregon Treaty is the most important border treaty, and Elliot cannot be unaware of the existence of this treaty. Elliot sent people from the British Colonial Company to settle across the border, which was nothing more than pretending to be confused while the United States could not control the northern Oregon region. The Columbia Plains referred to by the British side, in geographical terms, is the plains in the lower reaches of the Fraser River. The plains north of 49 degrees north latitude belong to the British side, and the plains south of it belong to the United States. The British illegally settled in Bellingham, which began in the lower Fraser River Plain area south of 49 degree N. Since taking office, Elliot has attached great importance to the development of the so-called Columbia Plain, the lower Fraser River Plain. The purpose of illegal cross-border immigrants has been made clear, to occupy the entire lower Fraser River Plain. However, Elliot did not expect Liang Zhao to go north so quickly and drive Stephen's forces from the west coast into the inland area so quickly. According to the Oregon Treaty, the waterway south of 59 degree N is open to both Britain and the United States. Since Your Excellency is familiar with the treaty, I believe Your Excellency is clear about this. Gwen also questioned Elliot. You have occupied the waterway for a long time and obstructed the normal trade activities of our American merchants. How do you explain it? Our ships are conducting exercises in this waterway to protect the rights of our citizens. We are also forced by you and have no choice. Gwen threw all the responsibility to the British side. Chapter 495. I think it is unlucky to live in a place where the British have lived. The treaty also stipulates that the Hudson's Bay Company retains the property north of the Columbia River, and the property of the Hudson's Bay Company and Britain south of the border will be respected. Your Excellency is now rashly surrounding Bellingham and cutting off the normal trade activities of my British subjects. What about this clause? Elliot still argued stubbornly. These two clauses are indeed important contents of the Oregon Treaty. When the treaty was signed, British Columbia was still under the jurisdiction of the Hudson's Bay Company. These two clauses are also the compromises that the United States had to make due to the limited strength of the United States. However, when it came to Elliot, these two clauses were taken out of context. The formal treaty clauses stated that the United States respected the legal property of the Hudson's Bay Company and other British companies or individuals. It seems that Your Excellency has really read this treaty, but he has only read it. Your Excellency did not read it carefully enough. Liang Zhao slapped a copy of the treaty on the oak table. This is a copy of the treaty. Your Excellency has seen it clearly. It is the legal property of the British side. Oh, Elliot just glanced at the treaty with disdain. Seeing that Elliot was still so rude, Liang Zhao did not treat Elliot well. The British side illegally settled across the border, exercised the laws of the British colony on my American land, and turned Bellingham into a country within a country. The property earned by this means? Do you think it is legal property? Your Excellency means that you are not going to withdraw troops from Bellingham? Are you going to besiege Bellingham to the end? Elliot confronted. As long as the illegal British settlers do not leave, my army will not withdraw. Liang Zhao issued an expulsion order to Elliot without any hesitation. I want to discuss with you to clarify the border and eliminate the grudges between the two countries. Since you are so insincere. Next, I will take more radical measures to defend our legitimate rights and interests. Goodbye. The first meeting between the British and the United States ended in such a bad mood. Liang Zhao's words to Elliot were not just talk. The next morning, he ordered the Oregon Regiment to attack Bellingham. Many of the illegal residents in Bellingham were employees of British colonial companies, and these employees naturally would not risk their lives for a salary of £3 or £4 a month. The Oregon Regiment controlled these British illegal residents with almost no effort. Northern Oregon Territory is a territorial area, and California laws apply to Northern Oregon Territory. The territorial area uses the laws of the federal government, and there are laws to follow to imprison these illegal British residents. In 1856, the United States implemented the Immigration Act of 1850. According to the Act, smuggling and illegal entry are illegal acts, and the American authorities have the right to impose fines, detention, deportation, and entry prohibition on these violators. This act is a relatively standardized immigration law since the founding of the United States. It stipulates the standards and procedures for immigration, including identity and health checks before entering the United States, and signing a statement promising not to participate in illegal activities. It is worth mentioning that the act also stipulates the prohibition of the slave trade. Liang Zhao imprisoned more than 700 British people in Bellingham in accordance with the Immigration Act of 1850 and issued an ultimatum to the governor of British Columbia, Elliot. A good place was ruined by the British. After the Oregon Regiment recaptured Bellingham, Liang Zhao also came to Bellingham. The planning of Bellingham was very poor. It was said to be a port stronghold, but there were few decent buildings in the entire settlement. There were hastily built simple wooden houses everywhere. The port was also built very hastily and could only berth small boats with a displacement of several hundred tons. In addition to the poor planning, the sanitation in Bellingham was also very worrying. The streets were full of livestock and even human excrement. The entire settlement was filled with an indescribable stench. "It's really disgusting." Jerwin had already taken out a silk handkerchief to cover his nose. California is an immigration state. Each immigration company has a set of mature and standard regulations on how to build new immigrant settlements. From the site selection of new settlements, settlement planning, settlement scale, management of immigrants, food and accommodation standards, how many health clinics and schools are needed, and the industries of future settlements, etc., all have been standardized and proceduralized. Some immigration companies even ask the construction team to build the basic infrastructure before immigration. Of course, if you choose such an immigration company, immigrants need to pay a considerable service fee. Generally, only resource-based immigration settlements have such high-quality services. For example, a Jebel has set its sights on a coal mine in the Oregon area. The Jebel will generally entrust an immigration company to build the infrastructure and pay the service fee, and then recruit immigrants to build a resource-based mining town. Because of this, the settlements handled by California immigration companies have good planning and sanitary conditions. Most immigrants can find jobs and quickly integrate into the mainstream society of California and become real citizens. Compared with the new settlements built by California immigration companies, the construction of Bellingham by the United Kingdom is indeed a bit difficult to describe at a glance. "Elvis, gather those British people together," Liang Zhao said to Elvis, the leader of the Oregon group. "You want to lecture?" Elvis asked. "I don't talk to beasts." Liang Zhao shook his head and pointed at the buildings in Bellingham. "In front of the British, burn all these illegal buildings." I think the place where they lived is unlucky. Although Elvis was a little puzzled, it was Liang Zhao's order, so he did it anyway. The detained British saw that the U.S. military was going to burn the city and protested strongly. They had originally believed that the U.S. military would be forced to withdraw from Bellingham under the strong pressure from the British. Bellingham was still their idea. Seeing these restless British people making trouble, Elvis didn't treat them politely and fired a gun into the air to shut up these annoying British people. Elvis was also holding back a lot of anger. Originally, the Oregon Regiment was stationed in Portland. Although Portland is not as good as San Francisco, the station of the California Regiment, it is better than this place where there are no birds and beasts everywhere. It was because these bastards settled here illegally that the Oregon Regiment was transferred here, which made Elvis very annoyed. After a few gunshots, these noisy British finally quieted down. They could only watch their property being set on fire by the barbaric Americans. They wanted to fight, but after seeing the American soldiers' bayonet-mounted rifles, they could only choose to stay where they were, daring not to speak out. The weather was different every 10 miles. It was a sunny day in Bellingham, but it was pouring rain at the border more than 30 kilometers away from Bellingham. There was a colonial infantry regiment in British Columbia, which was the land force that Elliot relied on most. It was also the foundation for Elliot to maintain his rule in British Columbia, which covered an area of 940,000 square kilometers. At this time, the soldiers of this British colonial infantry regiment were confronting the Arizona regiment on the border. After the heavy rain, these colonial army infantry chose to evacuate the border and return to their camps to take shelter from the rain and make tea. They drank tea leisurely under the awning, while laughing at the soldiers of the Arizona regiment who were wearing raincoats and standing on the border like statues. Anyway, there won't be a real fight, so why work so hard? This is what the British troops thought. They didn't think that a war would break out between Britain and the United States because of a small matter in Bellingham. On the borderline at 49 degrees north latitude, Elliot held the ultimatum just sent by the United States in his hand, and he felt angry and heavy. Elliot didn't expect Liang Zhao to really take action against Bellingham, let alone Liang Zhao dared to detain British citizens, and also required the British Columbia authorities to pay a fine of £30 for each British resident before they would repatriate these British people, otherwise they would be sent to the coal mines in Oregon to dig. Elliot threw the ultimatum into the rain and raised a monocular telescope to observe the American soldiers on the border. These American soldiers all have yellow skin. Rather than saying that they are American soldiers, Elliot would rather believe that they are Chinese soldiers. In the trade war with China from 1840 to 1842, Elliot saw many soldiers of this skin color on the other side of the Pacific. They were sallow and thin, malnourished, low morale, and their commanders were ignorant and incompetent, and they collapsed at the touch of a button. They were vulnerable to the powerful British Empire Army. Elliot didn't understand why the military quality of the two armies formed by the same race was so different. "Do they stand on the border like this every day?" Elliot asked the British colonel beside him. "Yes, sir, they stand on the border like this every day, changing posts every 8 hours, without fail." The British colonel took out his pocket watch and looked at the time on the watch. "They will fire cannons in a while, which is also their unshakable routine. It is incredible to waste ammunition like this. We are used to it now." Sure enough, not long after the British colonel finished speaking, rumbling cannons were heard from the other side of the border. The cannons sounded like thunder on a rainy day, hitting Elliot's heart. The corners of Elliot's mouth twitched a little, and his face was as gloomy as the weather today. He questioned the colonel. "They can stand on the border regardless of the weather. What are you doing, sir? Forgive me for being blunt. This is a very stupid behavior." The colonel lowered his voice and said to Elliot, "It's easy to get sick in such a heavy rain. Besides, if such an order is issued, the soldiers may also have opinions." The British colonel was also helpless. The regiment he led was not a regular British army, but a colonial army. If such an order was issued, these, Chew, and, 8, would definitely riot. There was only one decent army in the entire British Columbia region, and he had to be very careful when issuing orders. Confronting the U.S. military on the border was just a show, using actions to warn the U.S. military that there were British Empire troops north of 49 degrees north latitude and not to mess around. Aren't they flesh and blood? Can't they get sick? Elliot knocked away the umbrella that his secretary held for him with one hand and roared angrily. "Stupid? Let me ask you, if they attack our army now, and the shells cross the border and hit our camp, can you stop their attack? Can New Westminster still be defended? Are you worthy of the £550, $2,673 salary paid to you by the British Empire every year?" The British colonel remained silent. He already had the answers to these questions in his mind, but he did not dare to argue with a governor who could decide his promotion and dismissal with just one word, so he could only stand there and be scolded. British officers in the mid-19th century were the high-income class in British society. After all, these officers were basically the sons of aristocrats, and the British Empire would naturally not treat these serving aristocratic sons badly. The salary of British officers during this period was the highest in the world. At the same time, the annual salary of a U.S. military colonel was about $1,500. The annual salary of a French colonel was about 5,000 francs, $1,000, and the annual salary of a Russian colonel was about 2,400 rubles, $1,850. Of course, these salaries are just standard salaries under normal circumstances. The actual salaries of different countries will be adjusted according to factors such as the officer's military service, title, mission and location. Even so, the salary of British officers is much higher than that of officers of the same level in other countries. Among the great powers, the Prussian army has the lowest salary. Compared with other great powers, the Prussian army officers can be said to be in a high-risk profession with little money and a lot of work. At this time, the annual salary of a Prussian colonel was 1,500 thalers, equivalent to about $550, which is not even as good as the annual salary of a U.S. major. The annual salary of a U.S. major is about $800. Chapter 496. Don't be too cautious about winning small. This scene made Elliot feel mixed emotions. In the pouring rain, the soldiers of the Arizona Regiment standing on the border like sculptures destroyed Elliot's last confidence and pride. The discipline and military quality shown by these Western Brigade soldiers on the borderline of 49 degrees north latitude were no worse than those of the British regular army. What's more terrifying is that the Arizona Regiment is not the most elite unit in the Western Brigade. The most elite infantry unit in the Western Brigade is the prestigious California Infantry Regiment. In other words, Liang Zhao was able to put such great pressure on him before he showed his trump card. In this situation, revising the treaty to clarify the borderline is a good thing for British Columbia. The power competition here is no longer about Britain being strong and the United States being weak, but about the United States being strong and Britain being weak. On September 5, 1856, the British representative Elliot and the American representatives Liang Zhao and Zhao revised the Oregon Treaty revision in Liang Zhao City, which clarified the borderline between Britain and the United States. The main contents are as follows. First, the mainland region maintains the borderline of 49° N, and residents of both sides are not allowed to cross the border to settle without permission. If anyone violates this, he will be punished according to local laws. Second, on the issue of the border of the island area, the United States respects the sovereignty of the British side on Vancouver Island. The British side also respects the sovereignty of the United States over the San Juan Islands, May Island, North Pender Island, South Pender Island and Saturna Island, but the United States needs to pay the British side £50,000, $243,330 as the cost of purchasing the island within 1 year. Third, the waterways in the area south of 59° N are used by both sides, and neither side may occupy the waterways under any pretext. Fourth, free trade is allowed in the areas around Liang Zhao City and the Vancouver Plains. Fifth, the British Columbia government needs to pay a fine of £22,500 for the residents who illegally crossed the border from Britain and France. After the British side pays the fine, the United States will repatriate all British illegal cross-border settlers. Compared with the unequal treaties signed by Liang Zhao before, such as the Treaty of Nagasaki, the Treaty of Edo, and the Treaty of Batavia, the Oregon Treaty Amendment can be said to be an equal treaty for both parties. After all, the previous 3 treaties were signed by coercing the other party to sign by means of war, and this time, there was no direct military conflict between Britain and the United States. Moreover, it is still quite difficult to force Victorian Britain to sign an unequal treaty. Liang Zhao has maximized his own interests within his ability. The greatest significance of the Oregon Treaty Amendment to the United States is not how much advantage it has taken, but that it has clarified the local border between Britain and the United States in the form of a treaty, creating a good and stable external environment for the development of Liang Zhao City and surrounding areas. From this point of view, Liang Zhao has won. Of course, it is not that he has not taken advantage. Before the amendment, Liang Zhao's bottom line was to maintain the US-Canada border in the future. Through this amendment, Liang Zhao not only maintained his bottom line, but also obtained 4 additional islands, Main Island, North Pender Island, South Pender Island and Saturna Island, pushing the maritime border to the British side. 4 islands are priced at £50,000. Is Elliot so short of money? After the treaty was signed and Elliot left, Zhao couldn't help but complain. If it was Vancouver Island, Congress might pay the $240,000, but for these 4 small islands that they don't even know where they are, I don't think it's possible to ask them to pay the money within a year. The treaty stipulates that the United States needs to pay £50,000, $243,330 to the British side as the cost of purchasing the islands within a year. The key point is that it is within a year. Zhao has been a member of Congress for so long, and he knows the nature of congressmen when it comes to money. Paying $240,000 for 4 small islands will definitely not be negotiated within a year. Although Liang Zhao rarely goes to Congress in Washington, he also knows a thing or two about this situation. Historically, the United States only spent $7.2 million to purchase Alaska, which covers an area of 1.718 million square kilometers. Later generations believe that the United States took advantage of the territorial transaction and picked up a big bargain at an average price of 2 cents per acre. Of course, this is indeed the case. But the Americans at that time did not think so. They thought they were suckers who spent $7.2 million to buy Alaska, a big ice lump. Compared with the Louisiana area bought from the French for $15 million, this deal was a huge loss. After the Alaska Purchase was passed by the Senate, it was rejected several times by the House of Representatives and refused to approve the funds. In the end, it was then Secretary of State Seward who spent a year and a half persuading the opposing members of the House of Representatives one by one, and the bill was finally passed. Seward also recalled in his later years that buying Alaska was the most important and correct decision in his life, but there were few people who could really understand him, and it would take a generation for America to understand the benefits of this deal. Of course, in fact, the Tsarist Russia also exchanged the undefendable territory for a huge sum of $7.2 million, and it was not a loss. The Tsarist Russia later used the $7.2 million to buy railway bonds of Western European companies and 8 decades of interest to rebuild its army. This territorial transaction was also profitable for them. Therefore, trading Alaska is a win-win deal for both the United States and Russia. So if someone wins, does any country lose? The answer is of course yes. The country that suffered the loss is the Qing dynasty. The Russians, who are greedy for territory, naturally have to make up for the losses they suffered at the hands of Western powers through other places. After the Crimean War, Tsarist Russia continued to encroach on China's territory with this idea. From another perspective, the amount of territory that Tsarist Russia took from China in modern times can also be used as a unit of measurement for how much they suffered at the hands of Western powers. Then we will pay it first, Liang Zhao said, after deducting the fine of £22,500 for the British. The cost we actually need to pay for these 4 islands is not £5, but only £27,500. Buying 4 islands for £27,500 and pushing the border forward is a sure-win business. If the British are willing, Liang Zhao would like to buy the entire Vancouver Island, or even the entire British Columbia, and monopolize the entire northeastern Pacific Ocean. Liang Zhao is also worried that the British will go back on their word. Even if California advances the money first, he will pay the money first to make the treaty effective and create a fait accompli. I always feel that we have mobilized so many troops, but we have only gained such a small advantage, which is not enough, Jerwin said with some regret. Don't be rude if you win a small victory. A small victory is still a victory, and a small advantage is still an advantage. Liang Zhao smiled. Besides, we have gained an advantage from the stingy British, sir, since the treaty has been signed. Should the Arizona Regiment continue to stay at the border or return to Portland? Kruger, the commander of the Oregon Infantry Regiment, asked for instructions, and he did not forget to add one sentence. The soldiers have been caught in heavy rain for several days, and many of them have contracted diseases. They are all holding on at the border with one breath. Before the cavalry regiment is formed, the Arizona Regiment will stay in Liang Zhao City to maintain local order to prevent accidents. Liang Zhao patted Kruger on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. The Arizona Regiment has made great contributions to the British being able to bow their heads this time. This year, each person in the Arizona Regiment will receive 2 months' salary as a subsidy for this operation. Yes, General. Kruger saluted Liang Zhao happily and left happily. This year, he will be given 2 extra months of salary, and he will be able to give an explanation to the soldiers when he returns. I don't quite understand my brother-in-law's operation. On the one hand, he sold the bonds of the railway company, and on the other hand, he let the Atlantic Railway Company undertake such a large project as the Guard Railway. I don't understand what he is up to. In the Vanderbilt family's manor on the banks of the Hudson River in New York, William, the eldest son of the Vanderbilt family, was puzzled by Liang Zhao's recent actions. After withdrawing funds from the shipping industry and investing in the railway industry, after 5 years, the Vanderbilt family became the largest iron warehouse tycoon in the United States. Unlike Liang Zhao's business is very extensive, and railways are just one of the businesses of the American group. The Vanderbilt family is dedicated to cultivating the railway industry. For a railway giant with assets of tens of millions of dollars, any disturbance in the iron warehouse industry will have a great impact on them. Therefore, the Vanderbilt family is extremely sensitive to the slightest changes in the railway industry, not to mention Liang Zhao's behavior of selling railway bonds on the Wall Street stock market. Don't you understand whether he is pessimistic or optimistic about the prospects of the domestic railway industry? Vanderbilt pointed to his head and said, William, you have to learn to analyze and learn to read data. Father, I have analyzed it. Although my brother-in-law's behavior caused the stock prices of major railway companies to fall at the beginning of the bond selling, a week later, the stock prices of railway companies all rebounded. So I am very confused. William was still puzzled. The public reports of major railway companies are also very good. It seems unnecessary for my brother-in-law to sell off the railway company bonds they hold on a large scale at this time, The rebound in stock prices shows that the railway company bonds sold by Liang Zhao were not lost in his hands. They were all sold out, Vanderbilt said. This is exactly his brilliance. He is always one step ahead. If he sold these bonds before or after the crisis broke out, do you think anyone would take over these bonds? As for the public reports of railway companies, do you believe them? You can't believe them all, William answered without thinking. Not to mention other railway companies, even the railway giants like their Central Railway Company, in order to raise more funds from the Wall Street stock market and obtain financial subsidies from local governments, will make the public reports as good as possible. This is already a customary rule in all railway circles in the United States. Only the core members of the railway company know how credible the public reports are. The real information is internal information, and it is euphemistically called commercial secrets to the outside world. Every railway company is very secretive. When looking at the data, you can't just look at the data of the railway company industry, Vanderbilt analyzed calmly. There are more than 70 medium-sized and large railway companies backed by local governments issuing stocks on Wall Street, and nearly 200 fake railway companies. I have sent people to investigate these railway companies. Although they raise funds on Wall Street and publish the progress of railway construction on time every month, in fact, many so-called railway companies have not built even 1 mile of railway. In addition, there are more than 800 bank stocks, more than 70 insurance company stocks trading on Wall Street, more than 300 company bonds, local government bonds, and even federal government bonds trading on Wall Street. And more than 2/3 of these bonds revolve around the railway industry. Vanderbilt's meaning is very clear. From 1850 to 1856, the railway mileage in the United States increased by at least 20,000 miles. In 1850, the railway mileage in the United States was only about 9,000 miles. The rapid growth of the American economy in the past 6 years has been largely driven by the railway industry. In 6 years, twice as much railway mileage was built as in the previous 20 years. How big the bubble in the railway industry is and how much speculative capital is involved, perhaps only God knows. Upon learning these data, William couldn't help but take a breath and felt a chill down his spine. Are we heading towards the abyss? Chapter 497 Destroyed America. It's not that we are heading towards the abyss, but that 1 foot of America has already stepped into the abyss, Vanderbilt frowned. Including speculative capital, domestic capital in the United States and even international hot money in Europe, the hot money invested in the American railway industry is not measured in tens of millions of dollars, but in hundreds of millions. The economy of the entire United States is highly tied to the railway carriage that is rushing towards the abyss, and there is no possibility of turning around. What his son-in-law Liang Zhao is doing now is to jump off the carriage before it falls into the abyss. Jumping off the carriage is definitely necessary, but the timing of jumping off the carriage is very critical. Vanderbilt is not sure whether it is a wise decision to jump off the carriage with Liang Zhao now. Jumping too late will be doomed, and jumping too early, the American railway industry is still thriving, and he will make a lot less money. Capitalists are greedy. For capitalists, making less money is a loss. Making less money is an acceptable choice for ordinary people, but not necessarily for capitalists. Vanderbilt took out some data he had collected. The first data was the gold production in California in the past 2 years, as well as the capital withdrawn from the American market to Europe this year. Since 1850, the contribution of California's gold to the American economy is unquestionable. If the American economy is a high-speed train, California's gold is the locomotive of this train. Since 1855, the growth rate of California's gold production has slowed down significantly, which is equivalent to the locomotive slowing down. If the locomotive slows down, the speed of the train will naturally slow down. In addition, look at these. Since the end of the Crimean War, European and American capital has quickly returned to Europe. European capitalists have always had a keen sense of smell, which shows that their judgment is consistent with Liang Zhao, and they are not optimistic about the prospects of the American railway industry. William flipped through the data, and the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. The international hot money on the European continent can make enough money in the United States and leave, but it is difficult for them, the native capitalists in the United States, to stay out of it. Father, while Vanderbilt and his son were talking, Clark, Vanderbilt's son-in-law, came in with a stack of papers in his hand. He slapped the stack of papers on the table. Look, what I found on Wall Street, This is the latest financial product RMFB issued by those fake railway companies. I think it is necessary to show you these things, so I came here in a hurry. RMFB stands for the Railroad Farm Mortgage Bonds. Vanderbilt sat down at his desk and carefully read the financial product that had just been issued on Wall Street. As an old capitalist, after reading this financial product carefully, he saw through the trick. In the capital market of the United States, according to the order of financing, the railway company first borrows from large banks. If the large banks cannot lend money, they will borrow from small and medium-sized banks. If the bank loan route is not feasible, they will go to Wall Street to raise funds. If they cannot raise funds on the Wall Street stock market by conventional methods, then they can only take wild ways. RMFB is one of the wild ways. The so-called RMFB is that the railway companies that can no longer raise funds through normal channels make big promises to farmers who own land, and exchange the company's shares for the farmers' land. Then, they use the land obtained from the farmers as collateral to package it into a financial product called RMFB to raise funds from the Wall Street capital market. During the whole process, these railway companies do not have to pay any other costs except printing a few railway company stocks for the farmers. To put it bluntly, the railway companies in the middle are making money out of nothing and using the farmers' land to prolong the life of their own companies. No annual interest rate is lower than 10%. They really dare to give such a high interest rate. They will destroy the entire railway industry. Even the country, Vanderbilt was suffocated by these people's shameless operations. He threw these so-called financial products into the trash can like waste paper. Such a high interest rate means that those garbage railway companies can no longer sell RMFB at normal interest rates, and can only raise interest rates to attract greedy and stubborn speculators to enter the market to take over. The railway company began to raise funds in such a shameless way, indicating that this game of passing the parcel has come to an end, and the collapse of the railway industry and the arrival of the economic crisis are not far away. The current situation is no longer a problem that the railway industry is rushing towards the abyss, but that there is a pile of explosives tied to the carriage that will be detonated at any time. The carriage may also be blown to pieces by the explosives on the carriage before falling into the abyss. And the fuse that ignited the explosives on the carriage, if nothing unexpected happens, is the RMFB thunder. Except for the projects under construction, from now on, the Central Railway Company will stop all construction of any railway projects, and all planned projects will be cancelled. In addition, all bonds and shares held by the Vanderbilt family related to the railway company will be sold in a low-key manner. After recovering from suffocation, Vanderbilt made a decisive decision. The consequences are so serious. The economic crisis 10 years ago is going to happen again. Vanderbilt's decisive attitude made William feel uneasy. It seems that the actual situation is more serious than he expected. At the same time, William also admired Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao, who was far away in California, had already seen through things that he had not seen through in New York and left early. If it is just the economic crisis 10 years ago that reappears, it is God's favor on America, Vanderbilt said with a wry smile. America in the 1850s had not yet completed industrialization and was still an agricultural country. The primary industry, agriculture, accounted for as high as 77%, and although the secondary industry, accounted for a certain increase in recent years, it only accounted for 21%. The remaining 2% was the tertiary industry, which was almost negligible. Our MFB has already involved agriculture. If nothing unexpected happens, this so-called financial product will be followed by many companies in the future, and the interest rate will be raised higher. Once a crisis occurs in the railway industry, it will not only affect industry, but also agriculture. Farmers who exchanged land for a pile of waste paper will also become a factor of social instability. Moreover, the North-South crisis has not been completely resolved, and now there is another crisis. Such a mess, let alone Buchanan, who is on the verge of becoming president. Even if Washington and Jefferson were alive, they might not be able to resolve this crisis and rescue America from the crisis. Withdraw all the investment, how to arrange the money. William roughly estimated that if all the cash was withdrawn and only the Central Railroad Company was left, the Vanderbilt family would have up to $23 million in liquidity. How to arrange this astronomical amount of money will be a big problem. Don't move for the time being, I will go to California to investigate. Liang Zhao's petrochemical industry has been very prosperous in recent years, but I don't know enough about this industry. I need to go to Los Angeles to investigate in person before making a decision, Vanderbilt said after thinking for a moment, and he did not forget to emphasize to William. You must be low-key when selling stocks. Understand? I understand, Father, William nodded. Father, did I help you a lot? After the conversation between Vanderbilt and his son ended, Clark took credit for it to Vanderbilt. As soon as this financial product was launched, I realized something was wrong, and I immediately spent $8,000 to buy it for you to review. Got it? Vanderbilt nodded lightly, then issued a $30,000 Bank of America check to Clark and handed it to Clark, praising him. You did a good job, with Liang Zhao as an example, and William and Connie showing their business talents. Vanderbilt's attitude towards this son-in-law who wanted to win the daughter of the Vanderbilt family for money has always been lukewarm. Clark happily took the check from Vanderbilt, and before leaving, he did not forget to pick up all the RMFB that Vanderbilt threw into the trash can. These things that Vanderbilt sneered at will be waste paper in the future, but now they are not waste paper, and they can still be sold at a loss. Liang Zhao and Connie's employment contract has expired. After Zeiss returned, Connie handed over his work to Zeiss and Carnegie. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Connie and Liang Zhao officially settled the employment relationship. Young man, work hard. Working with a boss is not only promising, but also allows you to learn a lot of things you can't learn. Connie patted Zeiss on the shoulder and said earnestly. Connie and Zeiss graduated from the same business school, and he had a good impression of this junior. Thank you, Mr. Connie, I will work hard. Zeiss smiled and thanked Connie. Zeiss, although your godfather and I are good friends, one thing is one thing. I don't support idle people, especially such an important position. Before signing the employment contract, Liang Zhao said some ugly words to Zeiss to give him a shot of prevention. During the 6-month probation period, if you can meet my expectations, I will provide you with a long-term contract. If not, you will find another way out. Although Zeiss was cultivated by himself, Garrett also had a high opinion of Zeiss during his probation at the Atlantic Railway Company. However, the business of the American group is much more complicated than that of the Atlantic Railway Company, and Liang Zhao's assistant is not something that ordinary people can handle. Since 1850, his 3 assistants, Coney, Hu Jinjin, and Carnegie, except for Hu Jinjin's slightly inferior ability, Coney and Carnegie's abilities are very outstanding, and they all have very high business talents. Liang Zhao has no idea whether Zeiss can be competent as an assistant. Zeiss's excellent grades in the business school do not mean that he can be a good assistant. Yes, sir, I will try my best to pass your test, Zeiss said confidently. Zeiss has been waiting for this day for 6 years to work for Liang Zhao. If it were not for Liang Zhao and K. Ming-shen, Zeiss would not know whether his family could survive in California, where the law of the jungle prevailed and there were no laws at that time, and successfully go to the business school in New York. Zeiss is full of gratitude to Liang Zhao and K. Ming-shen for being able to come this far. Liang Zhao looked at Zeiss, the son of a former grocery store owner and a newsboy on the streets of San Francisco, who had grown from a child of 12 or 13 to a young man of 18 or 19. Zeiss has changed a lot, and this change is not only reflected in his appearance, but more in his eyes and demeanor. 6 years ago, Zeiss was just a smart kid. Now, Zeiss is full of confidence and calmness. This kind of confidence and calmness needs something inside to support it. In any case, this is a positive change, and Liang Zhao also hopes that Zeiss can be competent for this position. It is not easy to find a capable assistant, and it is even harder to find a capable and loyal assistant. Father sent a telegram saying that he would come to California. Elizabeth came to Liang Zhao's office with a slightly bulging belly. Liang Zhao walked up to Elizabeth and said with some heartache, "The environment in San Francisco is not good. You should go to the small house in Sacramento to take care of the baby first, because the environment in San Francisco is getting worse day by day." Liang Zhao is ready to move to Sacramento, but his manor in Sacramento has not been completed yet. However, Liang Zhao's parents have already disliked the poor environment in San Francisco and have moved to the small house Liang Zhao once built in San Francisco. After discovering that Elizabeth was pregnant, Liang Zhao repeatedly persuaded Elizabeth to move to Sacramento, but Elizabeth insisted on staying in San Francisco on the grounds that it was more convenient to handle the affairs of the group in San Francisco. Connie has just completed the handover with Zeiss, and you usually have to deal with state affairs. Can you handle so many things within the American group by yourself? Elizabeth shook her head. Liang Zhao and his father are the same kind of people. When his father was young, he often stayed away from home for months because of work problems. Elizabeth had been mentally prepared before marrying Liang Zhao. Compared with his father, Liang Zhao's work is more arduous. Vanderbilt is obsessed with business and does not participate much in political affairs. Liang Zhao not only participates in politics, but is also the military commander of the entire Western region. God knows how Liang Zhao has survived all these years alone. If she can share some of the affairs with Liang Zhao, the burden on Liang Zhao's shoulders will be lighter. Liang Zhao knew that he could not persuade Elizabeth, so he tried to look at Connie. Connie is a smart man and quickly understood. Connie supported Elizabeth and said, "Sister, my brother-in-law and I are no match for each other. It's just a contract. We are family. It's okay for me to work for him for a few more months, okay, don't you want me to move to Sacramento? I will move to Sacramento in the next 2 days to save you from nagging me." Elizabeth gave in. After promising to move to Sacramento, Elizabeth talked about work again. The American group has too many and too complicated businesses. It is involved in almost every industry. The management cost and difficulty have exceeded the limit that the group can bear. A few months ago, I visited many branches under the group. The management is very chaotic. Our competitiveness in some industries has become smaller and smaller, such as Zhao Gold Mining Company in Nevada. I think if the group wants to go further, we need to clarify the development direction of the group and focus on developing our more advantageous areas. In this era without telephones, faxes, and the internet, the management cost of companies, especially large comprehensive group companies, is very high. The American group is involved in so many industries, with businesses all over the country, and even touching the European continent, the Qing dynasty, and Japan. The management difficulty and cost can be imagined. If the telegraph had not gradually become popular during this period, Liang Zhao's American group would never have survived until now. However, the ability and efficiency of telegraphs to spread information are still very limited. This is why most of the giants of this era only focus on one industry, such as Vanderbilt's focus on the railway industry, the Rothschild family's focus on the financial industry, and Liang Zhao's steel tycoon Carnegie in the history of the United States in the future. Focus on the steel industry, Rockefeller's focus on the petrochemical industry, and so on. A very objective and realistic reason is the limitation of information dissemination efficiency and management costs. In this case, focusing on a certain industry can maximize management cost savings and improve competitiveness. The ceiling of modern companies is constantly breaking through with the information dissemination technology. The emergence of the telegraph in the mid to late 19th century gave rise to a large number of large companies with a value of tens of millions of dollars. The emergence of the telephone further raised the ceiling of these companies, raising the upper limit of the company to hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars. After World War II, the emergence and popularization of fax and the internet greatly reduced the cost of conducting business across borders, and the ceiling of modern companies has also reached a trillion-dollar level. At present, the total asset value of the American group has exceeded 100 million, making it the first giant in the United States with assets exceeding 100 million. This is already the ceiling of comprehensive group companies in this era. If the American group wants to go further, it should indeed clarify the future development direction, divest some businesses with gradually declining competitiveness, and focus on developing the group's existing advantageous industries. Chapter 498 Optimization. Liang Zhao had a clear idea of which industries should be divested and thrown away before they become a burden, and which industries should be retained. Although Liang Zhao started his career by panning for gold, he is no longer a pure gold tycoon. Since 1854, the gold mining income of Umbrella Company in Australia has exceeded the gold mining income of Zhao Gold Mining Company in the country. After all, the gold mining industry in San Francisco has lost its former glory under the impact of New San Francisco. The most profitable business of Zhao Gold Mining Company is not direct gold mining, but mercury mining and selling gold mining tools. The gold mining business can indeed be thrown away. Then there's the Lotus Garment Factory. The entry threshold of the garment factory is not high. Liang Zhao's purpose of building the garment factory was to make money and to create more jobs. At present, there are at least 500 or 600 decent and large-scale garment factories in California, excluding small tailor workshops. The entire textile industry is more intense and more competitive than a few years ago. In 1852, it cost $22 to buy a set of formal clothes in California. Now the price has been reduced to less than $5, and the quality is better than before. After the Crimean War ended and the loss of the large order provided by the French military, the decline of the Lotus garment factory was inevitable. At present, the Lotus garment factory relies on Strauss jeans to survive. Of course, Liang Zhao did not feel sad about the decline of the American group in the textile industry, nor did he plan to personally save the Lotus garment factory. First, he did not have so much time and energy, and second, it was unnecessary. He could make more money by spending the same time and energy on other industries, such as Los Angeles petrochemicals and general machinery. With the rise of California's local manufacturing and processing industries, the prices in California have been falling at a visible level every year in recent years, gradually from the outrageous prices during the gold rush to normal prices. Therefore, with the rapid growth of the population in California, although the per capita income is generally much lower than a few years ago, due to the faster rate of price decline, the quality of life of Californians in the past 2 years is actually higher than that of the gold rush era. It is also good news from another perspective that there are similar local enterprises that are strong enough to overwhelm the Lotus garment factory, which was once the heyday of California's textile industry. During the first 5-year plan, a group of competitive enterprises were cultivated in California. These enterprises are capable of competing with a Lotus garment factory, which was once a giant in California's textile industry, and naturally they are also capable of competing with similar enterprises in the local area and even in the UK. The cement factory founded in 1851 can also be let go. After the end of the first 5-year plan, the number of building materials manufacturers in California has suddenly increased from the original 7 to more than 260, and the American group has gradually lost its advantage in this regard. As for the retail industry, professional matters should be left to professionals. The Crystal Palace shopping mall will be handed over to the Van Day's family for operation. And the American group only needs to hold shares and collect dividends on time every year. This is the most cost-effective solution. Which industries should be retained? The predecessors have already pointed out the way for Liang Zhao. The answer can be found from the main businesses of the top few rich people on the list of the richest people in the United States in later generations. The American group needs to optimize and concentrate funds to focus on the development of industries with strong competitiveness and high profits. For example, the most profitable petrochemical industry cannot be let go no matter what. The American group has a first-mover advantage in this regard. As long as the petrochemical industry is firmly in its hands, as long as the descendants do not commit suicide, the American group will survive for 100 years and they will have no problem in ensuring that they have enough food and clothing. The petrochemical industry is the most profitable industry of the American group after gold mining. The Pacific Railway and the Guard Railway can be carried out smoothly, largely because of the Los Angeles Petrochemical, a big blood bag, which provides blood transfusions and capital injections in the rear. General machinery, sewing machines, bicycles, machine tools and other products are sold at home and abroad. There are almost no strong competitors, and the profits are huge. It is a money-printing machine second only to the petrochemical industry. This industry also needs to be firmly in our hands. There are also banks, railways and shipping. The financial and transportation lifelines of California must be in the hands of the capital of the state, no matter what. In addition to petrochemicals, high-end machinery, and banks, the defense industry related to California's defense cannot be lost even if it loses money. For example, Sacramento's military industry and San Francisco's shipbuilding industry. Moreover, the military industry in Sacramento and the shipbuilding industry in San Francisco have turned losses into profits and are in very good operating conditions. Focus on the development of the petrochemical industry in Los Angeles, retain high-end machinery, banks, railways, shipping, military industry, and shipbuilding, and find a good buyer to sell the remaining scraps as soon as possible. Liang Zhao set the tone for the future of the American group. Even if you master any of the above industries, you will become a super rich man with assets exceeding tens of millions of dollars. Liang Zhao's business empire is already large enough, so large that it is a bit bloated. It is also time to slim down and optimize the industrial structure of the American group. How do you plan to arrange the $13 million of funds withdrawn from the East? Invested in Los Angeles petrochemicals? Elizabeth asked. Elizabeth is not stupid. Vanderbilt sent a telegram at this time to come to California for inspection, which means that her father also withdrew a large amount of funds from the railway industry after Liang Zhao. Vanderbilt's purpose of coming to California is not difficult to guess. He just wants to come and see in person if there are any places in California worth investing in, so as not to have too much idle money in his hands. If the railway industry really encounters an unexpected event, the investment prospects in the United States are good. The only place that can absorb Vanderbilt's huge cash flow is California in the West. Invest $7 million in Los Angeles Petrochemical to expand production capacity, $3 million in general machinery, and keep the remaining $3 million for the time being. I have other uses for it, Liang Zhao said after thinking for a moment. It is not an exaggeration to say that this $13 million is a huge windfall. When Liang Zhao went to New York for the first time in 1851, he left $2 million in the newly opened New York branch of Bank of America. Let Jones manage the money and invest the money in the stock market on Wall Street to buy railway company stocks. In just 5 years, $2 million became $13 million, which shows how crazy the railway industry in the United States has been in the past 5 years and how big the bubble is. The current prosperity of the railway industry is nothing more than a carnival before the death of speculators. Under the auspices of Jeremiah, the San Francisco shipyard has begun to try to design and build ironclad ships. With the assistance of Walter and Nobel, the medium-range rounds of the Coney Volcano Rapid-Fire Weapons Company have already taken shape. The $3 million is for future ironclad ships and rapid-fire weapons. If the ironclad ship and rapid-fire weapons projects can be successfully implemented, it would be great. Liang Zhao will directly use the $3 million to place an order to purchase ironclad ships and rapid-fire weapons. If both projects fail, then continue to invest more, and make ironclad ships and rapid-fire weapons anyway. Chapter 499, Capital Punishment. Your roads in California are really good, better than New York. Lincoln rode a Puma bicycle to Liang Zhao's Tingtao garden. Lincoln is a person who likes to try new things. When Liang Zhao got married in New York, he used his connections to buy a Puma bicycle from the Crystal Palace Mall in New York at a discounted price of $110, original price $150. Riding a bicycle on the bumpy roads in New York is a torture, but in California, since the urban areas of major cities in California are paved with cement roads, and some sections of roads are paved with expensive asphalt roads. Therefore, riding a bicycle in California cities and riding a bicycle in New York are completely different experiences. At least your butt won't suffer so much. You came to me specifically, not just to praise California's road conditions, right? Liang Zhao smiled. California's road conditions are indeed second to none in the United States, thanks to the fact that most local finances in California are relatively abundant, with sufficient funds for road construction and maintenance. The slogan of "If you want to get rich, build roads first" has long been spread throughout California, and local governments in California are very enthusiastic about road construction. In addition to highways, the roads here also include railways. Commissioner Lincoln's thorough investigation of the California Customs Bureau has made the front page of major newspapers in California. Although Lincoln has not disclosed the details to the outside world, it can be indirectly seen from Lincoln's request for the California Department of Finance to allocate personnel to temporarily take over the work of the California Customs Bureau that Lincoln's anti-corruption efforts are very strong this time. So many people have been arrested that the California Customs Bureau cannot operate normally. Liang Zhao was not surprised that Lincoln was able to complete the investigation so quickly. If he couldn't even deal with the corrupt elements in the California Customs Bureau, he would not be Lincoln. "I want to talk to you about legal issues in California," Lincoln said after parking the car. Legal issues? Liang Zhao was a little surprised. "Yes, legal issues," Lincoln said as he walked. "According to convention, corruption in the Customs Bureau should be punished according to the laws of the federal government, but the laws of the federal government are too lenient towards them. According to the Diplomatic and Consular Appropriation Act passed in 1853, any customs official who accepts bribes and tariffs, goods exchange, etc. is a criminal act. Although I have collected enough evidence to prove that the California Customs Bureau, from the director to the clerk, is involved in corruption. But the sentencing of the bill is still too light. Even if these parasites are prosecuted for theft, bribery, fraud, embezzlement, and abuse of power, The maximum penalty is only to deprive them of their public office qualifications, fines, compensation, and 10 years in prison. Lincoln knew the laws of the United States like the back of his hand. He believed that the laws of the United States were still too lenient, with too many loopholes and too low a cost of crime, which gave these corrupt elements an opportunity to take advantage of. Imperfect laws and systems and lenient sentencing were important reasons for the rampant corruption in the United States in the 19th century. In 1856, the United States had very limited legal provisions related to corruption among government officials. Basically, a new bill was issued every once in a while to fill the loopholes. For example, the Indian Appropriation Act passed in 1853, and the Foreign and Domestic Construction Act mentioned by Lincoln. The first relatively systematic and complete law in this regard in the United States was the Bribery Act and the False Claims Act, which Lincoln promoted in 1863. These two laws not only clearly defined corruption and the penalties for corrupt government officials, but also listed bribers as targets of punishment. The bill also stipulates that whistleblowers who report corruption will receive corresponding rewards to encourage people to expose corruption. Once this law was introduced, federal government employees who used to blatantly ask for bribes were in danger, and the situation of rampant corruption in American politics improved. However, Lincoln was only president for 4 years and 41 days. For an ambitious politician, a political career of 4 years and 41 days is too short. It was so short that Lincoln only accomplished one great thing, which was to maintain the unity of the United States. Of course, this one thing was enough for him to go down in history. After Lincoln's death, the two bills that Lincoln had worked so hard to introduce were not well implemented, and government officials at all levels in the United States during the post-war Reconstruction period were still corrupt. It was not until the early 20th century that the American government became relatively transparent and honest with the improvement of relevant laws and judicial systems. Do you want to punish the criminals of the Customs Bureau with California law? Liang Zhao said. Yes, according to territorial jurisdiction, California law also applies to them. The maximum penalty for corruption in California is beheading and confiscation of property. I think this law is very suitable for them. Lincoln nodded and said. The huge amount of corruption in the California Customs Bureau made Lincoln very angry. Lincoln was so angry that he studied California law overnight, trying to find a suitable punishment for these people. When he read that the maximum sentencing limit for bribery in California was beheading and confiscation of property, Lincoln was extremely excited. Other states have hanging for corruption, but Lincoln did not expect California to go a step further and have beheading. State law does have territorial jurisdiction, but in the federal system, when there is a conflict between state and federal law takes precedence. It is a bit difficult to use California law to sentence the Customs Bureau. These people are not short of money. In order to survive, they are willing to spend money to hire the best lawyers. Each state in the United States has its own legal system and legal procedures, and does have territorial jurisdiction to handle criminal and civil cases within and across states. It's just that in the federal system of the United States, although federal law and state law coexist, in the event of a conflict between the two, federal law will take precedence. Compared with professionals like Lincoln, Liang Zhao's understanding of American law is relatively limited. After all, he is not a professional lawyer, and he has only read the main laws of the United States. As a well-known lawyer, Lincoln makes a living from this. Even though Liang Zhao has a limited understanding of American law, he knows that if this case goes to court, Lincoln's chances of winning are slim. These corrupt officials in the Customs Bureau would rather choose to be escorted back to Washington thousands of miles away for trial than be willing to be tried in a California court. California's laws are so rough. What good lawyers can there be in California? Besides, with your influence in the California judicial community, as long as you make a statement, which lawyer dares to defend them seriously? Lincoln saw it clearly. They will definitely ask for a trial in the federal court, but as a commissioner, I can make a judgment on the spot in California on the grounds that the situation is serious. Minister Deng estimated that the amount of money embezzled by the Customs Bureau in the past few years is at least more than $16 million, but after 2 weeks of investigation, in addition to the part that was spent on their debauchery, there is still $7 million missing. I guess there are many people in Washington who don't want the people from the California Customs Bureau to conduct a trial and judgment in Washington. On the day, the amount of corruption was more than $15 million. Even though Liang Zhao was mentally prepared for the huge amount of corruption in the California Customs Bureau, He was still shocked to hear a relatively specific number from Lincoln. The money these bastards have embezzled in California in recent years is more than what he has earned from investing in the East in recent years. No wonder even the people from the General Administration of Customs are eager to be transferred to the California Customs Branch, and they don't care even if they are demoted. California Customs Bureau, what a good job. In 1851, the federal government only paid $10 million to Texas for the land cession. The military expenditure approved by Congress for my war against Mexico was only over $4 million. This money is enough for me to fight Mexico 4 times, Liang Zhao couldn't help but swear. The big rat of the country, I couldn't agree more. It's really shocking and unprecedented, so I came to you and wanted to use you to smooth the relationship with the California judicial community. This matter is my request to you, and I owe you a favor, Lincoln said. If the behavior is so bad, if we don't kill the chicken to scare the monkey and set an example, even if the federal government sends new personnel to fill the vacancies in the California Customs Bureau, it will only be a temporary solution, and the situation of the California Customs Bureau will not be much better than it is now. The greatest value of these extremely evil criminals now is to set an example for those who come after them. The heavier the punishment for them, the better it will deter those who come after them. Minimize the losses of the federal government. The corruption of the California Customs Bureau has caused huge tax losses to the federal government. The General Administration of Customs has never had such a bad corruption case. Lincoln is a pragmatic person. It is impossible to recover the $7 million in unaccounted accounts. Therefore, Lincoln hopes to impose the death penalty on these scumbags of the California Customs Bureau to minimize future losses. Since you have experienced California law, what do you think of California law? Liang Zhao asked. He wanted to hear Lincoln's evaluation of California law. Lincoln was a little puzzled why Liang Zhao asked him this question. Did he want to change the subject? However, it seemed that Liang Zhao did not mean to shirk the matter. After thinking for a moment, he gave Liang Zhao a reply. Compared to the laws of other states, California's laws are more stringent and have heavier penalties. California's laws are very strange. Some parts are opening, while others are hard to describe. It's hard for me to comment. But in general, California's laws are relatively rough. But the roughness of the law is not a problem for California. This is a problem that any new state or frontier state cannot avoid. After all, when the new state was first established, there was a lack of excellent judicial practitioners to participate in the formulation of laws. Lincoln was a professional lawyer after all, and Liang Zhao agreed with this evaluation. The grassroots team at the beginning of California's establishment was composed of members of the Gold Rush Organization. The Gold Rush Organization team would bring doctors with superb medical skills to California to pan for gold. But no one would be so idle as to bring lawyers and judges to California, where there was no law, to pan for gold. The current laws in California were formulated by Leland Stanford under the supervision of Liang Zhao. Although Stanford was also a professional lawyer, when he drafted the California law when the state was established, Stanford was still a young man in his 20s. Whether in terms of knowledge or professional experience, he could not compare with Lincoln, a nationally renowned lawyer. For a young lawyer in his 20s, Liang Zhao didn't have much to ask for. Stanford had already performed exceptionally well in building the legal framework of California. As for the harsh laws in California, severe punishments are needed in troubled times. New immigrants enter California every day, and the quality of the people varies. The laws have to be harsh and the punishments have to be heavy. You can help me improve and supplement the laws of California to repay me. I will do you this favor, Liang Zhao said to Lincoln. It is difficult to find judicial talents like Lincoln who are familiar with national laws and have rich experience in the field in California. Liang Zhao hopes that Lincoln can help improve some California laws. I am a member of the Illinois legislature, but I have no right to amend California laws, Lincoln said with some embarrassment. I didn't ask you to revise them, but just asked you to supplement and improve them for my reference, Liang Zhao said. It's a deal. After thinking for a moment, Lincoln agreed. Chapter 500 Governor of Western Mexico Territory. Torres, the former governor of Colima, Mexico, came to San Francisco with excitement. He was very glad for his choice in the war. He did not rush to fight with the American army, but chose to remain neutral. This choice and his pro-American attitude won him the position of governor of the Western Mexican Territory of the United States. He came to San Francisco today to find Liang Zhao to report his position. The Western Mexican Territory includes the 4 states of Sinaloa, 63,800 square kilometers, Nayarit, 24,000 square kilometers, Guadalajara, 78,600 square kilometers, and Colima, 5,000 square kilometers, in the former Mexico. Torres also jumped from the governor of a small state to the governor of a territorial territory with an area of 171,400 square kilometers, and the population in the territory also exceeded 1 million. When Torres came to San Francisco, the whole state of California was talking about the beheading of federal government officials of the Customs Bureau, and even the Director of Customs of California was not spared. The United States and Mexico are neighboring countries, and Torres is now a part of the American territory. Torres has a certain understanding of this neighboring country. As the only federal government agency stationed in each state, the Customs Bureau has considerable power and voice. The Director of Customs can chop off a person's head if he wants to. Just thinking about it makes people feel cold in the neck. Torres met the rumored young American general with expectation and trepidation. It was he who recommended him as the governor of the Western Mexican Territory. "Are you Torres?" Liang Zhao looked up and down at the familiar, short, old, but energetic old Mexican man. "General, we met at the Coal and Steel Alliance conference, and I shook hands with you," Torres said with a smile. "I see, no wonder you look familiar." Liang Zhao ordered Carnegie to bring the letter of appointment sent by the federal government to California. "I recommend you to the President and Congress as the governor of the Western Mexico Territory. This is because I and the United States trust you and believe that you can be a good governor." The newly occupied territories of Mexico, except for the Baja California and the southern Baja California Peninsula, which are connected to California, were dismembered and incorporated into California because of their geographical connection with California and sparse population, and became part of California. Sonora and Chihuahua were also incorporated into California because they were adjacent to the Arizona Territory and the New Mexico Territory, and were previously border states of Mexico, not core states of Mexico, and were sparsely populated, so the difficulty of integration and assimilation was relatively small. The remaining Mexican-occupied territories further south were unified and merged into a Western Mexico territory. This is helpless, and it is also based on objective and realistic conditions. The Western Mexico region was not a border region of Mexico before, but one of the core territories. The population of these places exceeded 1 million. Even with the size of the entire United States, it would be difficult to complete integration and assimilation in a short period of time. It is the most cost-effective option to make Western Mexico a quasi-state, rule Mexicans by Mexicans, and obtain the mineral resources and markets needed for California's development from these places. Without your recommendation, it is hard to say who will be the governor of the Western Mexico Territory. "Thank you for your trust." Torres took the letter of appointment with a smile and thanked Liang Zhao. "No need to be polite. I have read your resume. Before this, you were only the governor of Colima. It is much more difficult to govern a large state than a small state, especially since this large territory is a mixture of 5 different states. The President and the Congress have also considered this for you and sent you 2 secretaries to assist you in your daily work," Liang Zhao said calmly. "The Western Mexico Territory is such an important place, of course, he can completely and thoroughly hand it over to the Mexicans for self-government. If it is completely handed over to the Mexicans for self-government, what is the difference from before? Would the battle in Mexico be in vain? It is still necessary to provide insurance for the governor of the Western Mexico Territory. If possible, Liang Zhao wanted to set up a deputy governor in the West Mexico Territory. This position would be held by a Californian, who would share some of the power of the governor. However, there was no such thing as a deputy governor in the United States, so Liang Zhao could only settle for the second best and arrange 2 Californians as secretaries beside Torres. 2 secretaries. Torres was a little surprised by this arrangement, and of course, he was a little unhappy. The United States arranged 2 secretaries to be beside him. To put it nicely, it was to assist him in his work, and to put it bluntly, it was to supervise him, which meant that his dream of becoming a local tyrant in the West Mexico Territory was ruined. Yes, Liang Zhao called the 2 secretaries in and met Torres. One was his third uncle Liang Zhao, and the other was William Hawk, who had been engaged in spy work in Mexico for a long time. In October 1856, a new type of weapon was being tested at the shooting range of the Sacramento Arsenal. However, the protagonist of this test firing was not the product of Sacramento Arsenal, but the product developed by another California arms company, Volcano Rock Repeating Weapons Company of Coney. Mayor Sutter of Sacramento is a veteran player in playing with firearms. After reading the instructions provided by Coney, he personally tested this type of rapid-fire weapon called a lever gun. The parameters are not exaggerated. The effective range has exceeded 200 meters, and the firing rate is faster than the Walter rifle produced by Sacramento Arsenal. Sutter spoke highly of this rapid-fire gun developed by Volcano Rock Repeating Weapons Company, and he also pointed out the shortcomings of the gun. It's just that this weapon is not convenient to shoot in a prone position, and it is not very suitable for the Army. In addition, the unit price of $70 is too expensive. It's okay for us to play with it as a toy, but if you want it to become a standard weapon, you must lower the unit price of this gun. This gun was not originally developed for the Army. Our customers are the newly formed cavalry regiments, Coney said very proudly. Compared to the last batch of prototype guns, we have lowered the unit price by $15, which is almost the price of a brand new rifle. And this batch of new guns uses the new ammunition developed by our Volcano Rock Repeating Weapons Company. This ammunition is much better than any previous ammunition in terms of reliability and convenience. Infantry was not the target customer of Volcano Rock Repeating Weapons Company. As a rising star in the California arms industry, the senior management of Volcano Rock Repeating Weapons Company also knew how difficult and resistant it would be to compete with the Sacramento Arsenal, a semi-official arms company, for the Army's infantry orders. So the senior management of Volcano Rock Repeating Weapons Company took a different approach and positioned the company's target customers as cavalry units. After all, in the United States, cavalry are treated better than infantry, and the unit budget of cavalry is also higher than that of infantry. Cavalrymen serving in the old cavalry units such as the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Cavalry Regiments of the United States often have better personal economic conditions. As for the cavalry regiment that the Western Brigade has just formed, there is no need to say more. The Western Brigade has a generous sponsor like Liang Zhao. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.